Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today in this special day for the Madrid Summit. And your presence here makes this day particularly special. And I would like to also welcome the panelists today. They're going to talk about the precarious freedoms, pride and the right to protest. And I will leave the floor to Pablo León, who will be moderating this roundtable from El País.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Hola a todos, a todas, a todes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Pablo León. I am the correspondent for El País for these topics, and it is a great honor to be here moderating this roundtable. I will introduce the people sitting down here with me. I have Tomás Dambos. He is the member and coordinator of Hatter Society, the main organization for the defense of the rights of the LGBTQ plus community in Hungary. We also have Marianne Filó. She is one of the organizers of Budapest Pride. We just lived through that day, and it was a wonderful experience. We'll go into this later on. Then we have Zita Lubi. He is a speaker of also Budapest Pride. And we also have with us Marian Kvaratskhelia, who is the co-founder of the Tbilisi Pride in Georgia. We're going to be discussing what's going on there as well. And then we were going to have a connection with Özgür Gür. He is the executive director of UniQueer, speaking from Turkey. Now, before we leave the floor to the speakers, I would like to start by saying that the freedom to gather, to protest, to organize pride parades in the cities in Europe is being questioned. We saw what happened in Budapest. The pride parades were out in the streets. Hundreds of thousands of people were on the streets, but there was a very real threat and a very strong threat against the organizers of that demonstration. The prohibition of holding the celebrations were also joined by different demonstrations by far-right groups, one of young far-right activists and another one that was also organized by a political party that is sitting right now at the European Parliament. We think that there was this LGBTQ phobia from the state, and this was paired with many different actions against these Pride demonstrations. As you probably read, Budapest Pride was a full success. There were no events. I was there covering this for my newspaper, and our colleagues from Budapest Pride and Hatter Society were there as well. But what happened on the 18th has not erased all these threads. It has been a turning point. It has demonstrated that there are many citizens, people that oppose this autocratic model, that what we saw in Budapest seemed to be against the LGBTQ plus community, but what we are seeing, in fact, is a degradation of democracy. That day, LGBTQ people were being vetted, were being forbidden to demonstrate or express their opinions. But this could happen to any sort of organization, of trade union. This is a script that has been implemented in many other countries, such as Russia, which is where many of the rules and the laws that are being applied elsewhere are being imported from, in Hungary, in Georgia, in Turkey, in the United States even, so that LGBTQ people are discriminated and threatened. What we see in Europe is a very sad scenario. We are in 2025 and we're still discussing these things. We are seeing people trying to go back in the rights that we have achieved already. But what really happened in Hungary has also awoken many people, has awoken something. Many people on the streets that day felt that they had to go on the streets to defend democracy, to stand up. And I think that there's a sort of an ambience that is prone to fighting. Many people said that Pride had left this sort of activism side to it, but I think that this has been awakened this year. Without further delay, I will move to English because this is the language that we will be using in this roundtable, and I will start by asking a question to Sita, one of the organizers of the Budapest Pride. Sita.
For being with us today. And I would like to start with you. I'm going to ask you a question, okay? So we were celebrating 3 years in Budapest Pride last week. And how the reaction of the Orban government affect the Pride? I mean, how because the veto from Orban produced this amount of people on the streets. What's the relationship between the Orban prohibition and the people going out to protesting?
Now it's working? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thank you for having us here. So yeah, we had the 30th Budapest Pride last week, and I made a list myself, but I will not read out loud all of them because then we will be sitting here like until 8 p.m. or something like that. But I still want to quickly summarize the past few years government actions and laws that came live in Hungary to give you a bit of a feeling of what was like this year organizing the Budapest Pride. So really just a quick summary. In 2020, the bill called Paragraph 33 came live, which is forbidding the name and sex change in the official papers for people, and it has a serious negative effect on transgender and intersex people as well. And within the same year, another law which was about like adoption of children came live, and it said that if a single person wants to adopt the children, and of course it was affected same-sex couples as well, because in Hungary wedding for same-sex couples is forbidden. A totally different process takes place, and a special approval needed from the government to be able to adopt a child. And then the other, like, I would say huge bomb in Hungary was like in 2021, the so-called child protection law. And we just call it like propaganda law in Hungary. And this law is prohibiting promotion homosexuality or sex reassignment to minors and limiting sexual education in schools. And for example, as a result, books with LGBTQ themes were covered in plastic in the bookstores, so people, cannot look into and know what to buy. And then what we are talking about this year is that in February, Prime Minister Viktor Orban announced that they will state in the constitution that a person is either a man or a woman. And I will tell the exact words that he was messaging to us, basically, that I advise the organizers of Pride not to bother preparing for this year's parade. It would be a waste of money and time. And at the end, last Saturday, we marched together with like minimum 200,000 people. And just to give you a sense, previous years it was 35,000 people. So we were making some jokes within the organization that actually Viktor Orbán is one of the biggest pride activists in Hungary. Because unfortunately we need to thank for him for that. And how it affected the planning itself. So at the beginning it was quite unsure how we will manage to organize this year. For example, many multinational companies declined to join. They were with us for the previous years, many years actually. And also, for example, a few service providers were afraid to make a contract with the organization because they were afraid to be punished for that. If they, for example, give us satellite radios, then their equipment could be harmed or something like that due to the Pride ban. But there were some positive effects, not only in terms of the number of the participants, but also the previous years we had like 300 volunteers joining us and helping us to organize the Pride. And this year this number was duplicated. And also what was quite hard is that we usually communicate to the public very openly about organizing the Pride and about the route and everything. And this year we just simply can't, because we needed to make several strategies how to handle the legal situation and to make sure that the Budapest Pride is as secure as it can be. We needed to keep secrets from the community, and we needed to replan in every second day what we will do on the 28th of June. So, yeah.
Thank you. As she said minimum 200,000 people. I was there talking to people and independent outlets. I was talking with a colleague. He's a journalist working in an independent outlet in Hungary. That there are not so many independent outlets there. And they calculate between 200 and 500,000 people. I mean, it's a big range, but you can imagine that minimum the 200, but we don't know how much people were there. But the feeling, I mean, and these people, they are accustomed to take pictures of different demonstrations. They say it was massive, the most massive demonstrations in many years. Not only Pride demonstrations related to civil rights and also against the government, extreme right government. As you said, the day after the Pride, I was reading some media, Hungarian media, extreme right actually, Hungarian media, against the government, and he said Fidesz, the party for Orbán, organized the biggest Pride ever, so congratulations, kind of ironic and punching him. No? As you said, security and safety, I mean, everything was perfect. Volunteers, even the police and you organizers, they did really, really well. They worked really, really hard. But the day before and 2 days before, they were really nervous. We all of us are, but they were really nervous. They were hosting many people, helping them out, but visiting them in Budapest. But also they were worried about their safety. It was not only Vice President Yolanda Díaz or Culture Minister Ernest Urtasun, it was also people from Netherlands, the mayor from Athens, Vice President from European Parliament. So it was many people there, and I would like to ask to Marian about this safety, because, for example, 2 days before the march, I know the police recommend to change the route, and you say no because you didn't want to say the real way we were going to take. And then the same day when we start marching, 5 minutes, 10 minutes after marching, then we changed that route. At the very last moment. So that was a strategy. Could you please explain us how to organize this Pride and how did you do for make a safe Pride for all of us? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So in general, the planning of the route of the march is much more easier because it's not always the same route we use, but I won't go into details about that. But we also, in general, we also monitor far-right activity and keep ourselves updated on the demonstrations which are planned ahead. And usually there are approximately 20 or 30 counter-protesters, so not so many. But this year we had to use the territories of the municipality of Budapest to make the event possible, so it wasn't that easy. And meanwhile, the far-right, Our Homeland Party has announced demonstrations on all Budapest bridges for the duration of the Pride. And the 64 vármegye youth movement also has booked several routes, including roads where it pass along the route of the Pride. So it was quite complicated, and eventually they demonstrated on the bridge, which we wanted to march on, and that's why days before the march we decided that we changed the route to another one, but we only announced it on the spot during the march, and people think it was the decision of the police, but it was our decision. And regarding security and safety, we try to recruit more volunteers who are responsible for security, and we were successful about that. And we organized and held conflict management trainings, and also online ones, to make them prepare for any disturbance and any conflicts. And the rules of the march was updated and published before the event, and we also worked with the security guards and also with the Budapest municipality security staff, and we couldn't be sure of the police attitude towards us, but the day before the march, Viktor Orbán said that there wouldn't be any violence, so then we were quite sure that the police will be cooperative, and eventually they helped us with the far rights activists as well.
Thank you. I would like to say, when we think about local police here in Spain and in many countries in Europe, local police is usually controlled for mayoral. You know, it's the mayor who decides who is the chief from local police. That's not happening in Hungary. Okay, so when we talk about Budapest police, sometimes you can think the mayor can control the police or can order the police, but actually not, because in Hungary, local police depends from Minister of Interior, so it is controlled by government. So that was the thing that we were not sure, and we were talking about that the days before the Pride, like how it's going to be the reaction of the police. If the police are going to protect the Pride, or if the police are going to protect the extreme right demonstration that actually was the authorized one, or if the police they want to remain like doing nothing when something was happening. Luckily, they do it really well. I think they control all the Nazis or extreme right demonstrators we crossed. It was not so many, and as long as we changed the path, the way, most of them, they were trapped in the original bridge where we were supposed to pass. So that was a really clever idea, and thank you for organizing, like in a spy movie. But actually we were in the middle of the city, and yeah, we were worried about safety, and luckily was everything perfect. I would like to continue with Mariam from Georgia. She is co-founder of Tbilisi Pride, and in Georgia they are having also the struggle also with LGBTQ+ rights. And I would like Mariam to introduce a little bit what's happening there, and also what's happening with Pride in Georgia, and what kind of insights or learnings can we take from Pride in Budapest to Tbilisi.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm really glad to be here. It's my first time to Madrid, and it's super helpful sometimes to leave my country because we have like ongoing battle there. Sometimes I have a feeling I don't just live, but I'm always in fighting mode, you know. And to come here and to like join the Pride that's happening, it's really empowering. I also attended Budapest Pride, and that was so special because nowadays everything is so global. Like everything that happens in Hungary, even in Spain, if there is, I don't know, legal gender recognition act or any reform or any progress, like it's discussed in Georgia, and it has huge influence, you know. But Hungary more than Spain, but still, and. I think we, as a global democracy movement and LGBTQI movement, had a huge victory. What happened in Hungary was a huge victory. Unfortunately, I don't have many successful stories to tell from Georgia because it has been really, really difficult for us. But I will try to explain the context and maybe ask for your support, to be informed, to spread the word, and to support our queer movement struggling in Georgia. So basically, for you to know a bit about Georgia, this is a tiny country with 3.5 million people on the border between Europe and Asia. And we also like to call ourselves like farther Eastern Europe, but we are in the middle of Europe and Asia, and culturally really diverse with European and Asian cultures and food and traditions like mixing together. And we only been independent for 30 years. Before that, we've been part of Soviet Union, right? And before, so many things happened. But 30 years of independence, but in these 30 years, we really tried for many years to build democracy, to build institutions. And even though we were never like full democracy, we had progress, we were doing good, we were building independent civil society, institutions, so on. We had LGBTQI activism since 2006, and some organizations and so on. But this all changed basically during like last 3 years. It all reversed, and we used to be Democracy Island in our neighborhood. So we are located between Russia, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and we have like Iran, like one country away. It's like Middle East is very near. And we used to be democracy, and all the refugees and asylum seekers from Russia, Belarus, from Iran, Lebanon, Egypt, even Iran, Azerbaijan, journalists and activists, they were coming to Georgia and living there freely and safely, most importantly in this case. And also, the last point about the context, we were trying to join European Union for many, many years. This is like very strong will of Georgian people. Every year we have survey, and 81% of population says we want to become the member of European Union. And actually, we even got the candidate status as a country. But the thing is that we have the government now 13 years in power, who is ruled by oligarch. We have the oligarch guy who is a billionaire who made all his money in Russia. And at first he was positioning his party as social democrat, as like more or less progressive. Even we have video recordings when he came into power in 2012. He had the statement about LGBTI people saying that, oh yeah, my government will do everything to help this minority integrate into society, and police will investigate hate crimes and make sure there is no impunity and punish them and so on. And they were like, yeah, socialists forever, so for some years, and then we see the shift. Then we see, because of the global trend as well, how democracy backsliding was happening. More and more governments were illiberal. There was attacks on LGBTI rights, and they followed this wave and followed Russian influence, and they became ultra-conservative, and now I would say even far-right. And now their main narrative is that there is LGBT propaganda is a most important problem in the country, and this is damaging family values and children. This is a Russian playbook that also same narratives in Hungary, Russia, that these people are bad influence on our kids, on our culture, on our traditions, and actually, and they blame it. The key thing here it's not just a culture war inside the country. This is very geopolitical. They use this to attack EU and the West, and to say, like, European Union and United States, Western countries, they are bad because they are forcing gay marriage, forcing homosexual propaganda on us. So they use this because they actually want to be closer to Russia. They don't want to become the member of European Union, this government. And they basically, we say, they sabotaged our EU integration process. And last year in November, we had elections in October, and we believe they cheated and it was rigged, it was falsified. And then our prime minister comes out and says, we are stopping every kind of negotiation with the European Union. And people went mad because this is like really important thing for Georgians. It's almost like a religion, the faith, like we need to become. And we had like suddenly people burst into the streets, including myself, of course. And we had huge protests, like 10% of population was in the streets, 300,000 more. And we had protests, and we've been having daily protests. Every single day there is a march or protest already for around 6 months, I think, or more. But the situation is so bad, unfortunately. There is repressions. They are imprisoning my friends, activists. We have now all political party leaders, opposition leaders. They are in prison, like 8 people. 8 key politicians they put in prison, and activists, human rights defenders now are being investigated, NGOs, and we think that Tbilisi Pride will be probably the next to be investigated because they have this laws which they call foreign agent influence law. I don't know if you've heard, and LGBT propaganda laws, that they say that we are foreign spies, we are spying for the Western countries in Georgia, and they are investigating us and trying to punish for hideous crimes. Unfortunately, we have not been able to organize Tbilisi Pride since 2023. That was our last attempt. And even that year, we could not do March, but we were doing Pride Festival. That was usually okay to organize in Georgia. But even at Pride Festival, police and government did not protect us, and they coordinated with far-right groups. And we were stormed, our festival territory. We were circled by thousands of far-right people. And we were evacuated from there. Physically, they nearly caught us, all organizers there. And they destroyed all the property, all the everything we had on the private festival territory. And even police was standing there and watching them burn everything, drink our alcohol from the bars, and they did not even detain one person for this very obvious, clear crime, So, even though the situation is difficult, we as LGBTQI movement, we continue activism. We stay in the country. Yeah, some community members, they are fleeing because of safety and security. They are emigrating to Belgium, to Germany, to France. But also we have many activists and community members who are staying on the ground. And we are kind of trying to do 2 things at the same time. We are participating in this big national protests against the government, but also we don't want to lose this angle. We don't want to stop LGBTI activism and pride, and we try to put out this agenda into the wider protests and to merge this. And we are, as a Tbilisi Pride and Queer Initiative, we are always participating in the protests. We are working with community for them to be safe. We still continue some educational activities, workshops. We try to be present at some of the festivals that are still happening and to be there and to be visible as much as we can. Unfortunately, organizing Pride in Georgia, it's not possible, because imagine to organize Pride in Belarus and Russia. It's quite similar right now in Georgia, so there is no space for that. But we still have amazing nightlife, actually, underground, and we managed to organize last month's huge drag ball, the drag ball. We call it amazing event that still happens in Tbilisi, and it's attended by hundreds of people, but in the nightclub. That is the thing, we have to be now, we are going back into the underground because of these repressions and repressive government. But we really hope, we think that the fight is not over. We still, as a democracy movement, we still have a chance. So yeah, we ask also Spanish government and embassy, we work with them to always make sure they support Georgia. They call Georgian ambassador to Spain and say, and push them. So please support our struggle, follow Georgian organizations, and yeah, thank you for this opportunity to be here and share queer joy at Madrid Pride. Thanks.
Thank you, Mariam. I always said that everything starts in Georgia. Everything where we are living now, the geopolitical movement and everything starts in Georgia with Abkhazia and Ossetia, with the occupation. Russia occupied Abkhazia and Ossetia. It was 2008, and then 2014 Crimea, and then some years later Ukraine. So this is not like something happening step by step. And when they took Abkhazia and Ossetia, nobody did. I mean, we did nothing because, I mean, you know, this. Let's try not to confront. Let's try to find diplomacy wherever. And then, as you said, then they follow the Russian playbook that actually is like using LGBTQ people associated with European values or something like trendy in the West, nothing to do with Russia or with Georgia or with other countries. So thank you very much for your statement, and yeah, I recommend you to go to Georgia. I've been there many years ago. It was a better time there, but still it's a beautiful country, and I can confirm they are really activists. The night is part of the activism, and they have an amazing scene, and they are amazing, and they are really fighters, and they keep fighting, and as Marianne told us. I would like to continue. I don't know if we have connection with Özgür Gur from Turkey. Yeah, he's there. Hi, how you doing? I would like to ask you a little bit about Istanbul, because recently we've just seen some arrests from several activists. We see also how Erdogan is like, attacking more and more LGBTQ plus communities. So please tell us a little bit what's happening there in Istanbul. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry for cannot be. I wish I could be there. But anyways, like Mariam, by the way, thank you so much. You just made my work much more easier. So like think about Turkey as a copy paste of Georgia, a bit bigger. It's like with 80 million, 90 million people. So we also have been a candidate, like we have applied at 1978 or 70, I don't know, 87, yeah, so a long time ago. So it's very much similar, but there are some small differences. So like we also had this kind of a law proposed to the parliament, not the foreign agency, influence agency. So we have a bit of similarity. And we also have been struggling with the anti-LGBT movement, especially in the last couple of years. And like nowadays, in this couple of months, I have attended lots of European prides. And what I said first is, there is always this feeling, especially in some of the West countries, this is not going to happen to us. And when I hear that, what I say is, we also thought that. Like, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, what we have believed was we would have the first queer member of parliament. Because we had the Pride March just after a really big protest in Turkey in 2014 with more than 100,000 people. So we thought that we don't have that, but here we are. So also many thanks for reminding us that Pride is a protest for the Budapest Pride, and also many thanks for the people who are still resisting in Turkey, because like even though I say we have lots of similarities with Russia, with lots of countries, what we see in Turkey is also we have this resilient community. The LGBT movement, the feminist movement are still on the streets, and there is a huge cost for that. what happens to the people that are on the streets, and as you can imagine, most of them are youth activists. So what happens to them is most of them will be detained for sure, and then their families will be called from the police saying that your child is detained at a LGBT terrorist march or something like that. So like you are forced to coming out coming out to your parents. They're forcing you to do that, and then also labeling you as a terrorist. So this is what happens, and it's not just that. And then what would happen is, without an investigation, you will lose your scholarship for sure, and then most of them will be forced to leave the dormitory, so you wouldn't have a place to live in it anymore. So this is kind of what happens to the people who are in the streets. And unfortunately in Istanbul, this year, like every year, there's a new step we see. And this year, unfortunately, what we have seen is 3 people got jailed after the Pride March. So like more than 50 people have been detained, and 3 of them now are in jail. And like while listening to you, I was also like taking some notes, because like this happened in Istanbul, right? So our police forces are also like controlled by the Ministry of Interior, not by the mayor, because like even it was the case, our mayor is in jail. The candidate of opposition to president to be a president, so he's in jail. And what I believe is like this anti-LGBT movement is really having the same playbook. The same, like all the same in Russia, all the same in Georgia, and also in Turkey as well. And they love symbolism. So what we have seen in Turkey in the last couple of months is, first, they have restricted the accessing the hormones for trans people on the Trans Remembrance Day. And also just one day before the Pride in Turkey, they have raised the age limit to 21, like 18 to 21. And I asked people to like really understand, what is this 21? We don't have this kind of age limit in Turkey. I asked to the people that I know, like to the lawyers, like, is there any kind of limit to 21? And what they said is, license for driving truck, that's 21. And also, of course, it's US 21. Having an age limit to 21 is coming from US purposefully. And we are now, unfortunately, expecting a new legislation, anti-LGBT legislation, just like 2 parts of it. Restricting the rights, we just have like remained some of the rights to trans people, and also the propaganda law. So this is where we are at the moment. And I believe there is still hope. But why I'm saying this, the community is still there, still fighting for their rights. And I believe that we will find solutions to overcome this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. As you said, the Russian playbook, it's pretty, I mean, you can notice everywhere. They start talking about children protection. First of all, it's let's protect our children, about blah, blah, blah, or women protections even now. Then the propaganda law, that's also related usually to this protection of child, and then they change the former law and then reinforced it. And then it continues, and for example in Russia, last year, they already punished people for being extremism. So for being extremism related to LGBTQ plus movement. So from extremism to terrorism, it's only one step. And you know what an autocracy can do against terrorism or with that justification. So the playbook is the same. And if we watch Russia, we can see not the future, we can see what they pretend to do in Turkey, in Georgia, or in Hungary. In Hungary, luckily, we could stop a little bit that demonstrations with so many people. But this week, even I don't remember if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, the government already said that people who attended the march, they're going to be punished. I suppose all of you know, most of you will know, that the government announced before marching, before the Budapest Pride, that he planned to put some facial recognition cameras to punish the people marching there. And these days they say the fines that will arrive during next weeks, months, I don't know where. So I would like to ask to Tamás, what's going to be next in case you get, for sure I know that most of these fines are going to be from Hungarian people, not from people we were visiting. So how do you face this menace from Orbán about punishment for being marching on Budapest Pride?
Thank you for the invitation as well. Just to explain the ban on the Pride March, the legislation that was adopted in the spring has basically three components. That was an amendment to the Constitution that declares that the rights of children trumps all other rights, right? So they introduced language that children's matter most and everything else comes second. So this is the constitutional basis for banning any events. Then they adopted changes to the Freedom of Assembly Act that says that referring back to the propaganda law and saying that if a march has content which is already banned by the anti-LGBTQIA propaganda law, then the march itself can be banned. And then the third component, which is actually not related specifically to pride marches or LGBTQI, is the introduction of face recognition technology to sanction people that participate in illegal marches. So that's a much broader a provision in our legislation, not restricted to LGBTQI events, and that, of course, that also created this broad alliance of political movements and opposition movements and human rights movements and just people in general, because they were afraid that this technology can be used in any other case as well in the coming weeks or months. Now the legal basis is there, and we also know that there were trucks with these camera with technology bought from China, so that they did the surveillance part of it at the march. But then the experts say that actually the capacity of the facial recognition technology to operate is done in a way in which it's practically impossible to do facial recognition on a march of 200,000 people, because what the government or the police needs to do is take a photo that they recorded, upload it one by one, fill out a form saying, this is the crime that I'm charging this person with. Is there a match in the database? Then they wait 3 days. If there's multiple matches, that there are persons involved that will make a decision whether the match is strong enough or not. So it's just impossible to use it with 200,000 people. Now that doesn't mean that maybe they will select a few people that they want to target based on who knows what, and then those people they can target, but then there could be the charge that they are applying the legislation in a selective way, so that's also a bit difficult for them. There could also be charges against the organizers, and the facial recognition and participation would be misdemeanor charges, so it's a fine of maximum 500 euros for participation. For the organizers, because it was declared an illegal assembly, they could face criminal charges as well. And actually what has been announced is that because there were reports about, especially the mayor of Budapest, who was officially participating in the march, so some people reported him as having committed a crime, so they did launch a criminal investigation against him, although legally speaking against an unknown perpetrator, but based on the report against him. So that's definitely happening. It has been confirmed by the police. It has not been confirmed whether there is any facial recognition technology or any charges or procedures brought against participants. Yes, you're right to point out that the threat is only to Hungarians who have their kind of biometric face data registered in Hungarian systems, so this does not impact EU citizens. And it is a big question, whether the police will go forward with that. when you mentioned that the Prime Minister said that there should be charges, that's a bit of an exaggeration. The language that he used, and I think this could be interpreted in both ways, he said, the Pride is over, the politics of it is over, now it's in the hand of the authorities to handle the situation. So that can also mean, yes, I suggest the authorities to do something, but it also might mean I don't want to get involved in this. It's not my responsibility. Do whatever you want, kind of thing. So it's really unclear at this point what will happen. For the misdemeanor charges, the expiry date, so to say, is 6 months. So within the next 6 months, those charges can come at any time. The criminal charges even have a longer 5-year expiry, so that could happen at any time.
Thank you. I think he was really touched, Orban, after the Pride. All the media next day, they were punishing him from the right side because he was not strong enough to stop the Pride, from the left side because he tried to forbid the Pride. So he is in a weak situation because elections next year, but I think the Pride was kind of la puntilla, no? Was kind of the last punch, and he's still it's a little bit hard about what happened on Saturday. Yeah.
Just to comment on it, I think the best meme that came out of this is, do you know the scene in White Lotus where Jennifer Coolidge is saying the gays are here to come? Yeah. So people merged Orban's face into hers and then said, these gays are here to murder me. So yeah, that's the general spin. And of course the government is trying to put a spin on that this was a master plan, that Orban always wanted this to be a big march so that then he can claim that the threat of homosexual propaganda is even bigger. Or that he's doing this only to make opposition parties stand up more for LGBTQI people, so then he can blame them for doing it. So all kinds of stories came up, but I think the general consensus among any rational thinker is this was a huge failure for Orban, for saying that the Pride should not happen, for adopting legislation that bans it, and not being able to do anything about the fact that there were minimum 200,000 people marching.
Yeah, next day, many media, they were talking about Homo Commando. They try to vinculate Pride with the communism. They talk about these illegal marchers, this revolting. It was they try to picture kind of a messy and even violent protests. So that's the thing they try to shape the Budapest Pride. So. And in the Budapest Pride, it was, as I told you before, a lot of people, not only citizens from Hungary, not only citizens from the European Union, it was also politics. The vice presidents of Spain, different ministers, mayors, they have a relationship with the city of Budapest. And I would like to ask the Budapest Pride organizers, do you think that international presence, that political presence was important to shift or to change things and to allow the march going?
Yeah, I will start. And I just wanted to add one more fun story to the face recognition system, is that, as Marianne told previously, that we changed the route in the last minute. And it meant that 1 or 2 days before the march, the government were putting up extra cameras to the original route that was published, and then on the day of the march, we were not marching there on that route. So even on Saturday, they needed to take down these extra cameras because their master plan didn't work. So. And so international attention and media coverage always helps a lot because it puts extra pressure on the government. And this year, I simply cannot count how many countries people joined from. We had several interviews before, during, and after the march as well. Even 2 or 3 days before, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, made a public video where where she asked the Hungarian police and the government to protest or to protect the participants and not to abuse them and not to punish them. And then Viktor Orbán's reaction was that mind your own stuff. We will handle it internally. But then still, just one day before the march, Viktor Orbán also told himself that there will not be any type of aggression on the march. Also, like Budapest Pride was on the main page of many global media like Washington Post, Financial Times, New York Times, and everywhere. And we were communicating a lot also to the social media and also to the police that foreign people will join and they need to make sure to keep them safe as well. So we made it very clear before the Pride that this will be like an international event. And I think that the government cannot let themselves to let international people harm. Also, not in Hungarian as well, but I think that foreign people joining is a huge help and support for any of the prides, not only Hungary, I believe, but in many countries, I would say.
I would add that not only the international attention helped, but there were several consecutive protests on every Tuesday in Hungary, and I think that also was a great support. And from more than 30 countries, people joined to the march. And also more than 70 members of the European Parliament, as well as members of national parliaments, deputy mayors, local councillors, rights activists and supporters from around the world joined to us. And it was a great success and helped a lot.
Yeah, and I wanted to add one more thing, is that after the march, we always organize a stage program where speakers are there. We have some drag shows and performances and some like celebration. And this year, as the Budapest mayor helped a lot us to organize the event, and I think the final number was 12. So 12 mayors from European countries joined as well. And there was a moment on this stage where the Hungarian or the Budapest mayor stood there. He made a speech, and all these 12 mayors were standing behind him, and they were just simply like doing with hand like this. And it was a really nice moment, and I think that picture also like ran across globally.
It was beautiful that local power, if we talk about mayor, I think mayor and municipalities are the closest politics we can experience, and it's very important. In that picture, it was not the mayor of Madrid. Could be there, but he was not there, the mayor of Madrid. The main pride in Europe was not happening. It's a pity. I would like to ask Thomas now about, you mentioned Ursula von der Leyen, and it's true she delivered a message and she criticized Orbán, and the commissioner of equality was there, was in the Budapest Pride at the very beginning, but 2 months ago, something like that, when Orbán forbidden the Pride, Ursula von der Leyen said the commissioners not to attend the Budapest Pride in order to avoid like an institutional conflict. So in Budapest it was many people protesting or criticizing this attitude from Ursula von der Leyen and sometimes from the European Commission, like not to take in action when it's required. I would like to ask Thomas, what do you think about the reaction of the European Commission about these feelings we could see in Budapest?
Yeah, I would go back a little bit because the democratic backsliding, the undermining of independent institutions and curtailing human rights in Hungary is not a new thing. It's been going on for 15 years, And for the first at least 10 years, the European institutions were doing nothing at all about this. And we were telling this is not going to go. If our rights are taken away, drip by drip, and every time you say, well, this is a minor issue that can be handled, and there will be no sanctions against Hungary, then it ultimately will get to a situation where nothing is left. And I think the first von der Leyen Commission kind of changed this, and they did become much more active. So, for example, in 2021, when the Hungarian anti-LGBTQIA so-called child protection law was adopted, on the day of the adoption, the European Commission said, we're launching on an infringement, and that infringement was started in 2021. Unfortunately, it's still not over, so it's been going on for 4 years, this court case, but at least on the day of it, they did take legal action. And nothing has happened this time. So the law was adopted, and the only statement the Commission said is we're looking into how it will be enforced. While the ban itself is a ban, it's a clear ban. I mean, yeah, it's a question how it will be enforced, but just the fact that there is a ban should be taken into consideration. So we are negotiating with different European institutions, and they are saying, well, the European Parliament is not so active now. There's less and less members of European Parliament who sign any letters requesting more urgent action. The member states are not so active, so that's why they are not doing anything, basically. So I think it is a lesson that we cannot expect the European Commission, or we should be able to expect, but unfortunately the reality is we cannot expect them to act on their own unless there is clear pressure put on them. So that's why I think it's very important to put that pressure as citizens in whatever format we have. It could be petitions, just sharing stories and having our voices heard, but also the member states have to put that pressure on, and then of course citizens can put pressure on their own member states to take these issues seriously and not just have symbolic statements of we stand with Hungarian LGBTQI people, but also use the institutional frameworks and legal channels. And then there is, of course, this question of time. By the time these legal procedures end, the political damage has been done, and that's something that these European institutions, I think, need to work with to have. And there exists a method of so-called interim measures where the European Court can say a domestic legislation has to be stopped from enforcement until we make a decision. But no one has asked for it, for example, with regards to Hungarian legislation. And I think there should be much more use of that interim measure mechanism to make sure that until this long process is over, the damage is not done on the ground.
Thank you. And I would like to ask also our Georgian and Turkish friend, Özgür and Mariam, do you think that if your countries will have like a closest relationship with the European Union, I mean, I know Georgia, it's waiting for entrance, but imagine that could be that Georgia was already an European country like Hungary is. You think this being part of the European Union protects LGBTQ+ right? Same question for Özgür. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to make a comment on the previous point. I was also there at the conference of Budapest Pride, and I joined myself this protest action we had when the EU Equality Commissioner was speaking, because she was saying these words, I remember even quote, that we will use every tool we have, every tool within like European Union to fight this ban. And we were like, it was announced a month or two ago, and you could have, and this is violation of EU law, and you did not take this Orban, this guy in government, to court. So like only nice word, this is like pink washing, what we call, unfortunately, and I'm proud that LGBTQI people are always critical and always like protest where it's necessary, and it's important not to just buy these nice words on the paper or from the tribune, but to actually see the action. We need more action and less words maybe to put this, to say this. And about Georgia and European Union, of course, we want to be member of European Union because we believe it will bring us several things. This is economic well-being and more jobs, more employment, and we believe it will improve our conditions and help people a lot. And second, it's democracy, human rights, and building institutions. And third, of course, it's security. And if we look at the EU countries, none of the EU countries have ongoing war, for example, or have had wars in the late decade. This is always our argument when we talk about also with the European Union, that it will be protection for Georgia. And most importantly, up until now, we believe that LGBTQI equality and rights was the key value, and protection of other minorities as well was the key value for European Union. And this is also for our community and movement motivation why we support this geopolitical direction. But lately, unfortunately, we've been seeing that support is decreasing from the European Commission, from other structures. Maybe it's because of the global climate. It's not that popular or trendy anymore, or what this, it's, but it is important that this is European Union, this is Europe, this is not the United States or, I don't know, other parts of the world. And we need to push the EU structures to tell them that LGBTI rights and equality is still very important for us, and we won't tolerate, and we will not be okay with like making it less priority, you know. Yeah, this is basically it, and for us there is no other choice really. Unfortunately, we are a tiny country, and we need to stick with some unions or like big countries. We cannot be just neutral or independent. I mean, some people pro-government, like right-wing people, say, oh, we want to be the Switzerland of Caucasia, you know, neutral country. But we cannot. Like, we don't have economy like Switzerland. We don't have army. Proper army is really weak. We don't have anything. We cannot be Switzerland. So we need to stick with European Union or the United States or Russia. That's basically. But we don't want to be part of Russia. So we need to be the part of European family and the West. So that's our struggle, and we really hope that because majority people believe in this, we will win this war.
Thank you. I don't know if Özgür is, yeah.
So again, a little bit more background information on Turkey. So, like, thinking about Turkey is we never have the criminalization of homosexuality in our country, because it's always like really hard to think about a country that kind of like in the middle, because it's a bridge country, right, to Europe, to Asia. So, but like we had the imperial roots as like before the Turkey, but it's a long past. So Turkey is not a rich country. And also we don't have the natural resources, but since still we have this autocratic regime, right? But for this autocratic regime to really like keep alive, they need to have the international support. So that's the key. Like we don't have any kind of a source that can really like support the regime of Erdogan. The only source that he is like kind of still trusting is the international support. And he still is having it, like despite everything going on, what we see, there is a hypocrisy between the relationships between EU and Turkey. So what you will see, we even now see a much less words coming from EU. Even now we don't see the statements anymore from EU, but like what we see is they are having lots of deals, like kind of every month, about immigrants in Turkey. Like Erdogan now has this card with the refugees, and EU just is accepting everything Erdogan demands at the moment. And thinking about the trade and everything, they really needed the support from EU, the trade between EU. So this is the key. And also, like, it's not just the governments. What I have seen from our example, because like, as I said, I am the founder of Uniqueer. This is kind of a youth LGBT organization. Our history is a Pride March history. We have been targeted, like the every Pride in Turkey. We were in a trial for organizing a Pride March and such. That's the same story. But what was different was we had the international support, not from the governments, from the people in the countries. We were one of the subjects for Rights campaign in Amnesty. Like it was Like this campaign was organized in more than 25 countries, something like that. And we had this thousands of letters from the activists, from the people living there, like from a 7-year-old children, from a 70-year-old grandma saying that you're not alone in this fight. This is something important. Like also after 19th March protests in Turkey, because that's the time that our candidate for opposition has been jailed, Ekrem İmamoğlu, what we've seen every day, what we were looking for, some like news in international media. This is because like your government is trying to isolate you because we have this huge economic crisis. So it's not an easy job for activists in Turkey to go out from Turkey. We also have lots of issues with visas, so it's another obstacle. So and then you feel we are really alone in this movement. So that's where we are. Like international solidarity doesn't just mean governments playing cards. It also means that the solidarity between activists. We also have to learn from each other because what I seen like in. I don't remember the date, but like I was watching TV in one day and I've seen Erdogan thanking the president of Hungary, saying that we have learned so much from you. And I was like, yes, we know. Like they learned so much from them, from Russia. But as activists, we really cannot really have the same space. We should. I believe we should really start more exchange of ideas and strategies. And even with the Spain, because this is an example that we've seen like just last couple of weeks, we don't have any connections to Embassy of Spain in Ankara like we have tried. This is an example, for example. We still don't have any connections. Like even for an issue about an activist for getting a visa, we couldn't reach out to them, even with the EU delegation. So like even with the countries that we thought are like going in a right direction, we still need to work on them, including Spain as well.
Thank you. It's a pity what you say. And going back to Budapest, when we were there, there were some people protesting, and with not the day of the march, the day before, even when we were organizing the talks and everything, it was people saying, von der Leyen, do your job, less Twitter and more action. No, they were demanding like the European Commission to do something, and that made me think about it. I remember during the crisis 2008 and all the crises we had 2010 and everything, the banks and the South going so bad, the European Union was really hard with economic politics. We were part of the European Union, and we had to accomplish austerity, and we had to accomplish the budget and everything, and they were pretty inflexible and pretty hard. And I don't know, I question myself why they are not so hard with human rights. That's the base of the European Union, not only the economic stuff. So I would like to continue, but I also like to give you the word, I mean, in case you want to question anything to our guests. So if there's any question, si queréis preguntar algo, vamos a abrir.
If you have any questions, we're going to open the Q&A for the last 5 to 10 minutes that we have left before the coffee break with the people in this panel. Any questions from the audience? Do you have microphones? Yes, you will be given a microphone so that you can speak and be interpreted.
At first, I would like to thank you all for sharing your experience in your own countries. And I'd like to ask you about the relationships between the LGBTQ movement in your countries and other social movements. And I ask this because, as we know, as we have said, it is not a question just about the sexual rights, but a question of human rights. So I'd like to ask if there's any cooperation between the social movements and minorities in your countries if it is the same scenario for these minorities. And yeah, that's all.
Yes, there is actually very strong cooperation. There were, I think, 71 large NGOs that signed a solidarity statement with the Pride. We've been all put under pressure by this government, to be honest. Hungary was also contemplating, we adopted a foreign agent law a few years ago, which was declared unlawful in the EU, so that's no longer with us, but then they proposed a new one that would have made the lives of NGOs in Hungary practically impossible. We are all put under pressure, and I think we do work quite well with each other. But there are certain segments of social movements, especially the ones that still maintain some relationships with the government. These are usually financial or other types of cooperation, mostly like in the humanitarian field, in some disability rights, etc. And those are not willing to cooperate, even though behind closed doors they would meet us and say that yeah, we do agree, you're completely right, but we just cannot risk our relationships with the government. So that's a bit more difficult, and yeah. There are always, difficulties with some segments of social movements. I think this is not a European specificity, but a quite natural ally that we had for a long time, feminist movements. The relationship is not that in a good order currently with transgender issues mostly. So those difficulties exist, but the Pride was not on the agenda in the sense of this was not a question. They also joined and were there. So I think this is a crucial point, because the more we are and the more we stick together, the stronger we are. And it's been working quite well in Hungary.
I will say a few words about this. Is a very painful issue for Georgia, because we really lack solidarity, and like when last year the anti-LGBT propaganda law was passing, we really expected more support and people speaking up, like human rights defenders, big NGOs, but we didn't see that. On one hand, I understand the condition of these organizations, and they have a lot on their plate. They are trying to survive. Some of their employees are being imprisoned. They are trying to resist, protest, and they don't have, I don't know, maybe capacity to express and to support the fight of different movements and minorities, but also this is a problem. We need to understand that it's not only about LGBTI rights and equality. They come today for us, they come tomorrow for you, right? And as Tbilisi Pride, we were telling people years back when we were attacked by far right, government didn't protect us. We were telling these big NGOs and other movements, look, this is not democracy. They are failing. We cannot use our basic rights. We cannot assemble, organize events. And I don't know. They didn't take it seriously. They thought it was about only LGBT. It was too sensitive issue for Georgia. Maybe it was early to organize Pride in Georgia, and they were like, maybe you are not doing something right, and that's why. But then we saw. They came to NGOs, they are closing down, to activists, to human rights defenders, to different social movements. And now everybody lives in authoritarianism and in danger. And we were experiencing this years back. And vandalism, attacks on our offices, and so on. So what we tell them is, of course, it's important to protect our human rights, because as LGBTQI people, we deserve to be free and equal and live in a happy life in this country and be safe. But also, if we don't do something about homophobia and transphobia, the government will always use this during every election. They will promise people, we will save you from LGBT propaganda, and we will not legalize gay marriage because West. So this will be always a political tool and the good topic for populism and right-wing populism if we don't overcome it together. So this is our message to wider civil society usually. But yeah, it's so much happening. It's so difficult. we see less and less solidarity, unfortunately, from different movements and organizations. Everyone is just trying to survive themselves, and they don't. Yeah, it's too sensitive topic, and they think because every time they speak up or do something, the government is like, look, we told you they are supporting gays, and this is a gay demonstrations, and so on, and they are getting discredited, and they don't want to speak up about the issue that will get them completely marginalized, you know. So yeah, it's a lot of dilemmas, very difficult dynamics in the civil society and social movements, but yeah. At the end of the day, it's always us, it's always LGBTI people who have to fight for ourselves and our rights. We cannot fully rely on anyone else. It's our job to do. Of course, it's good and we need allies in this process, but in difficult situation, everyone disappears. This is unfortunately our experience, and it's just us who stays and keeps talking and fighting.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing here. For Mariana and Sira, what do you expect for the next year on the Pride? Because after I saw all the images, I want to be there the next year, and I'm sure there is a lot of people that wants to join to this movement because that was so powerful. So what do you expect for the next year?
It's quite hard to I don't know, tell what to expect, because next year, hopefully, there will be a change of the government. So I hope so, at least. And it might mean that the law of assembly will change too, and we can go back to the normal way of organizing Pride, but it sounds quite optimistic, and these years I learned that we shouldn't be that optimistic, unfortunately. So I think people will be angry, so I think it won't stop, and I hope that this many people will join next year as well, if not more.
Yeah, I just want to add that there was an increase in terms of the number of the participants when in 2021 this child protection law was adopted, and since then this number was stable. So, you know, if you think about this, then we can expect as well more people to join next year. But still, we also hear some voices from the participants. There were many first joiners and first-time marchers, and unfortunately, we hear quite a few feedback that you shouldn't do that drag show. That was too much. That was too much this year, because you would have to think about those people who are not joining because of the Pride, but who are joining to protest against the government and against this new law that was adopted during spring, and we are getting these feedbacks as well. So really, I don't know, but I think we will have a clearer picture after next year's elections, and we also expect that, or we can imagine that the elections in Hungary will not be that clear. So I don't know, but I hope very much that a world will watch us.
Vamos a hacer una pregunta más y ya vamos a cerrar, ¿vale?
One last question before we wrap it up.
European Commission from DG Just. So thank you very much, first of all, for your very inspiring activism to all of us. I would like just to make a point to provide maybe an update or more information on one very relevant law, sad one, the so-called child protection law. Because maybe some colleagues, some people in the audience are not aware of the recent developments. So the Commission, as you said, referred to the court this law in 2021. because we understand that it infringes not only internal market rules, but also fundamental rights and union values, which is something very, very relevant here. And we were supported by 16 member states and also by the European Parliament in this case. There was a hearing last year in November, and finally we got the final opinion of the Advocate General very recently, 3 weeks ahead of the Budapest Pride, where basically she was sharing and agreeing with the argumentation of the European Commission, which is something I cannot comment, of course, on this opinion, but it's something positive from the Commission side. And the calendar for the adoption of the final decision of the court, because one thing is the opinion of the Advocate General, but the important thing, of course, is the final decision of the court, has not been announced, but probably will be taking place by the end of this year, hopefully. So I would like to update everybody on this, because this is also a very good, at least, advancement, this general opinion agreeing with the Commission assessment of this so-called child protection law. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Voy a pasarme al castellano para despedirla.
I'm going to move to Spanish to wrap up this round table. We're exceeding the time that we had. Just one thought after what we have heard. We have seen that Putin's playbook is spreading outside its borders. They are in touch, Putin, Orban, Vox. Putin is also has also relationships with Georgia, when Erdogan, with the full extreme right in the European Union. There's a Hungarian bank that is subsidizing the extreme right in Spain and in other countries. So we can speak of an organized extreme right movement, and they want to spread their way of thinking, also working in coordination with Latin American countries. For instance, we can think of the relationship between Milei and the far-right movement in Europe. Also, there was a new coalition that came about to counterbalance these far-right movements that incorporates democracy, freedoms, human rights, ecofeminism. It is a force that goes beyond the rights of the LGBTQ plus community that really is important for us all, because we're dealing with democracy here. LGBTQ rights are sort of the canary in the mine. If it falls, everything else will fall. We need to use the tools that we have at hand from the activism, from the European Commission, from any other institutions, to build stronger institutions so that all these rights are not erased just by the actions of an autocrat that comes to power in one single country. Thank you to everyone, and thank you to all our panelists as well. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todas, todos.
Thank you to all our panelists. Please join us upstairs for a coffee. You're all invited and welcome to have a coffee. We'll be meeting here back at 12:45. Thank you very much.
Sí, sí. Hola, hola. Sí, hola, hola. Le voy bajando esto. Les pongo el volumen ahí, es que está a tope.
Hola de nuevo a todas.
Hello, everyone, again. We are going to move on to the next roundtable on disinformation aimed at the collective. I'm very happy to be able to give the floor to Patricia Rodriguez from the Spanish news television. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes? Well, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for coming to this roundtable. We will be talking about prostitutes, pedophiles, and mental health patience. I know where we are, but these are the terms that I have found in the reports by researchers who are here today. It is pretty common to talk about prostitutes and trans, to associate gays to similar narratives, to stories where men abuse children, where gays considered as pedophiles. And when they talk about the community, we are depraved, we go against nature. According to 24 Take report, European project that was carried out a year ago when the European elections were organized, they used the LGBTQ community to generate social rejection. 50% of informations on the collective are associated to these narratives. We are the target, we are a dissident group, we are non-normative, we are not traditional. Disinformation is based on using the identity of a person so that another collective identity called the nation is used. They use the collective to be able to continue with these stereotypes that belong to the past, to explain the interests behind these insults and discrimination, and to discover that this doesn't only affect the collective but also the functioning of the society. We have some experts here to my left. I'm going to introduce them. Beatriz Marin, she is the head of the Data Knowledge and Analysis team of the Strategic Communication Division from the European External Action Service. She analyzes harmful narratives and disinformation. We also have Edgerton Netta. He is the Director of Programs of the IPIP, an organization led by scientists. You follow up on disinformation. And we also have Charo Alices. She's a lawyer. She's an expert in hate crimes. And remotely, I don't know if he's here with us, we will have at some point Rodrigo Cruz. He's a researcher and sociologist from the University of Brussels. Hello, Rodrigo. Hi. Thank you for being here remotely. Thank you to everyone for being here, for accompanying us. I think we should start with one first idea. Half of the information LGBTQ includes disinformation and fake news against ourselves. Beatriz, I'll start with you. Where does this disinformation disseminate? Which narratives are used to be able to associate to the LGBTQ collective? Well, when we talk about disinformation, I try to frame the topic. Disinformation is not only about narratives, it is also about the external approach. We are specialists within my team in the observation and follow-up of external propaganda. So, for instance, Russia's interference in electoral processes. When this interference occurs, disinformation is part of a larger strategy that has a geopolitical aim. So it is not only about promoting something, it is also the way in which manipulation happens and how we focus on all of this. Which are the manipulation techniques that are being used, because sometimes the disinformation incidents include cybersecurity, accounts have been hacked, accounts from people of the community, and there's this intention to attack and to filter information, and there's always a strategy. There's a disinformation campaign designed within all of this. We follow up on geopolitical events, not only with regard to identity misinformation or against the community, but, for instance, follow up on the Olympic Games or the invasion by Russia on the Ukraine. There's always a cross-cutting approach that has to do with an identity element, attacking migrant women or Ukrainian refugees that are labeled as prostitutes. disputes within the European Union, or maybe colonization outside of the European Union. We decided to focus on how these disinformation strategies are being used against the community. We have a report. Rodrigo is one of the authors of this report, so he will probably be able to give you more details on it. Within this report, we try to understand patterns to be able to disseminate this kind of narrative. When we talk about narratives, there's one that is very present, gay Europe, when the European Union is associated to the promotion of depraved values. Then there's another one that is more customized with regard to representatives of the LGBT community. How is this information being conveyed? Techniques that are being applied, also the use of big fakes, the use of, in some case, of AI to be able to create this video, this image. We also saw how this was part of a double ganger campaign, a larger campaign, how media outlets are being, replicated. Euronews or a German outlet, the content was fabricated and it was used to be able to attack Olympic Games, saying that there was a quota of sportsmen that were part of the community. So all these techniques try to segment and divide the audience, promoting this kind of content. And it has an effect, an impact, of course, on the LGBTQ community. It goes beyond the geopolitical targets. It goes beyond disinformation. Which is the interest? Why do they want to destabilize the European Union or divide, polarize the society? When these attacks are used, we say that victims are double victims because they receive the attack, they experience the consequences in reality, but at the same time, an identity is used to be able to attack the West, the values that the EU represents. For instance, in Moldavia last summer, elections were carried out. There was also a referendum with regard to accessing the European Union. And one of the incidents that was attributed to Russia was an email sent out to workers from the Moldavian government with an email address that seemed to come from the European Commission, saying that if yes was the answer to the referendum of accessing the European Union, then a list entailed that LGBT flags were going to have to hang from the institutions and buildings 30 days per year. So this means that they're not using new crises, they're creating new events based on crises that already exist. So this can be something that they use the discrepancy that might exist in a society, crisis within the European Union and outside the European, for instance, to have countries such as Georgia or Moldavia not accessing or joining the European Union because they are interested in keeping them within their side. From your organization, you follow up on fake news, misinformation. I think that you've probably encountered these messages, right? For instance, during Olympic Games, or maybe destabilization of Europe from Russia. Which day-to-day events do you analyze and which patterns do you find? First of all, it's great to be here in Spain. I was here 10 years ago. I've lived in the UK for a few years and I don't feel really English. I feel more part of Spain. With regard to the LGBTQ community, I would say that the standard, the pattern, has to do with disinformation focused on elections. fear is instrumented, it is used against the LGBTQ community, against our rights, normally before the elections, just before the elections or in an election period. For instance, in Ghana, before the national elections that were held in 2024, all the political parties that were going to participate, that the two main ones promised to withdraw LGBTQ rights. In Turkey, before the 2023 elections, the government of Erdogan or his party started using the narrative of internal enemies with regard to LGBTQ people. In Brazil, before Bolsonaro's election, great use of fake news saying that the left-wing government was going to disseminate and distribute a gay kit in the schools. And within elections and during these periods, we can observe there's a higher use of disinformation. It is also important to mention that there's a gain and there's a strategy by using disinformation as an instrument. It is not only about destroying our rights, it is more than anything because they want to win the elections. And if this means destroying our rights, then they go for it. It is destroying our rights is a side effect. The main objective is always to win the elections. They use fear, they use narratives against the community to be able to do so. Well, I'm really surprised because the objective might be to win the elections, polarize, divide, but I'm astonished to see that examples such as the one that you've mentioned, creating a gay kit in schools. And when I was preparing this conference, I also read another example that was published by a pseudo outlet in the US, The People's Voice. This outlet said that the president of the World Economic Forum wanted pedophilia to be accepted as a sexual orientation that was valid. So the community wanted to move from LGBTQ plus, LGBTQP for pedophilia plus. And people believe this. This is astonishing. And how can this information really reach people? How does this information work? This fake news, misinformation, these pieces of news based on lies. How can people believe this, regardless of where you are, country, city? There's a part of our society that really believes that this can be true, that a gay kit is going to be produced and is going to be financed by a government. I think that the main factor that we have to take into account has to do with platforms, the economic model of social media platforms. Social media earn their profit.
Gracias. Bueno, yo no voy a cambiar al inglés porque quiero mucho.
I'm going to switch to English, if you don't mind. I have lived in Spain, so no, I will continue in Spanish. Social media platforms get their profits from likes and the publication of news. And I think that hatred, controversy generates likes. We have to understand that there's an economic model behind misinformation. Platforms earn money with division, with content that generates rage and hatred, controversy, and our rights are within this playing field, how our lives can be used, everything that we do to be able to play this game, this money game, this power game. Platforms are super important to make these narratives reach people. Rodrigo, can you hear me? Great. Okay, so listening to Egerton, when he says that hatred monetizes, are fake news based on all of this? Why are these feelings so important to us? Why do they make us react? As a sociologist, can you answer this?
First of all, I'm going to speak in English, pero quiero disculparme.
I would like to apologize. I have a mix between Spanish and Portuguese.
Avoid problems. So first of all, thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Very happy to attend this debate and to have the opportunity to discuss with you and also with the other members of the debate. Of course, Egerton and Bea, that I know from a project that Bea mentioned, we worked together. There are, in this report, we exploited a bit this question, why this content, this type of content is so attractive to users. Well, as also Bea said before, they are tapping into pre-existent feelings and prejudices and divisions that already existed in society. But most of all, these things, sexuality, gender, they are also very emotional kind of content. They are tapping into issues that are very fundamental, that are structural of our society, the way society is organized. Our place as a human being is highly gendered. The roles that we have in society are highly gendered. So of course that when we are talking about homosexuality and trans identity and the possibility of living in a society where these things are possible, where questioning gender identities and questioning the biological ideas around sex and gender, the possibility of transitions and like not necessarily following paths that were biologically assigned. These are, of course, provoking emotions and making people think about things that they thought that could not be transformed before. And of course, our society is we are living in a context where things are being transformed quite quickly. And social media, I think, all the transformation, this transformation of the structures that mediate the democratic debate. I think we all understand what I wanna say here. We have lived in the 20 last years this transformation of it's not TV anymore who is mediating the democratic debate. It's now internet, is social media. All of this happened. These technological transformations happened so fast, and we are living this era of very fast transformation. So of course, people are feeling that they are maybe not necessarily following or understanding these transformations, and of course it creates feelings of insecurity. And these subjects we are talking about today, gender and sexuality, they provoke this. They have this also the power of provoking these strong emotions.
Charo, por ejemplo, Rodrigo estaba diciendo.
Rodrigo, you were saying that emotions are being used to convince and to attack. Social media and traditional media outlets are used to be able to disseminate these messages. Why are the creators of fake news using authorities and institutions to try to give truthful nature to their message. If the objective is to end the credibility of institutions, why are they using institutions to be able to launch their messages or reinforce their messages? Well, according to what you say, they fall within their own trap. They use people who belong to institutions, who have this authority with this aim, and this gives them more credibility. I don't want to advance on another matter that I want to touch upon afterwards, but when they examine or analysis of hate speech, the range or the reach of this speech, the first thing that we look up is the authority behind that speech. It is not the same to talk about an anonymous person disseminating messages in a public or private forum than a person who represents a country or a religion disseminating this message. For this reason, people who are in important positions are being used, and this means falling into their own trap. They might be going against their own interests. They might be destroying the power of that institution. But basically, this is the technique. They use the prestige or the reputation of that person so that fake news or disinformation is believed, and recipients think that it is more trustworthy. Thinking about this question, I don't want to advertise anything or anyone, but at the beginning, online banking, there was an ad from an online bank that operated first in Spain that used two TV or news presenters that were very renowned. And in Spain, it was a way of convincing people. We weren't used to giving our money or trusting our money to the online world. So they used these persons with sort of reputation in the country for the ad. And this is the same. They use authorities and institutions to be able to launch these messages. It means credibility, and this has been used in advertising too. Companies use actors, football players, etc. You sell a perfume and you're selling at the same time a speech or a prejudice. And this is what I can share with you. This is my opinion. Yes, of course. All types of profiles are being used. We have political leaders launching these messages, and as we have heard, the majority of hatred messages are being disseminated on platforms using anonymity. And I would like to ask you, Beatriz, all these matters, all these attacks, do they come from very specific persons? Do we know? Do we have this information or not? Because the aim is destabilizing the West. Why this interest? Why this interest of going against Europe? Maybe can I ask you, do we know who is attacking us and why? Complex question, very complicated. I'll try to do my best here. We are doing a lot of follow-up work. We see many attacks that come from Russia. This doesn't mean that other international stakeholders or other countries carry out attacks. But in the case of Russia, with the analysis that we carry out, we know that the incidents that we detect are linked to the ecosystem of Russian media. We label, we classify interconnections between communication channels and media. This includes webs, TV channels, social media, etc. And we check these interconnections. In some cases, we can see narratives that are very clear against the LGBTQ community. We are right now seeing two clear blocks. We have, on the one hand, Russia, on the other hand, the EU, and, for instance, in the Baltic countries or Eastern countries, Georgia, Macedonia, Balkan countries, these region is far from Spain, and we are not aware of this here from Spain, the existence of the Russian disinformation, but in these other regions it is very, very clear. We have two blocks with different geopolitical interests, and they use all the tools, all the weaknesses to be able to attack the opponent. Another example included in the report drafted by Rodrigo, it was an event that took place in the Central African Republic. There was a French brewery or beer company who had a conflict with, there was a conflict with France, but not the company, and different flyers were distributed with a flyer, two men kissing and saying, if you drink this beer, you are gay. So a company from a specific country, the LGBTQ was turned into an instrument and used. If you support Europe, you're homosexual and you agree with the values, etc. And, well, it seems that we are trying to promote homosexuality in Africa to be able to support voices or stakeholders. In some of these countries, we know that the death penalty exists for homosexuals. Any beer? Do you have any of that beer here? Can you tell us the name of the brand? Well, I think it was striking you said this. Weaknesses are used to be able to attack the opponent. And during your first intervention, you said that these campaigns are based on pre-existing circumstances. And you've mentioned the report also that Rodrigo has participated in. As sociologist, Rodrigo, based on this report, do you think that these disinformation campaigns create new crises in society, or do they exploit pre-existing conditions?
I tend to agree with Bea. I think they mostly exploit crises and issues that were already there. Homophobia is not a new problem. Transphobia is not a new problem. But I think also they are quite. I think they are quite efficient in exploiting ongoing and raising issues. For example, there are now a lot of new research showing that young male teenagers are more and more vulnerable to extreme or far-right or masculinist content on internet. And to the point that even now there are more sexist standpoints among young male teenagers and boys than with older men. So like you actually are seeing a new generation that were born with internet, and by being exposed to sexist, masculinist content, they are becoming even more conservative than the previous generation of men. This is in a context, and as a sociologist, I have to emphasize the social context where these things are happening. We are living in a context where there are a lot of changes in the way that female is perceived in society. Masculinity is also being questioned. Intimate relationships are being questioned. Heteronormativity is being questioned. So there is a context that provides material also to this content to be produced and to circulate. So it doesn't happen in a vacuum. And I think there is some sort of mix in exploiting issues and crises that already existed, and also following the development of the current crisis. I think the attacks to women and also to trans women, this sort of online-based misogyny, gender-based violence is being very efficient. No, they are also vulnerable targets. But I mean, what I think is really important here is that what is new in this conversation are not the crises that are being amplified. I think what is new here is the fact that it became so massive because of the power of social media to amplify this. And this is the new thing, in my opinion. And once the social media companies, they have a huge responsibility to the amplification of this type of content. I think we need, as Ashton brought, we need to bring much more to the conversation, the responsibility of these companies to the crisis that we are seeing online and, of course, in real life right now.
Pero, por ejemplo, Rodrigo, yo que trabajo en un medio.
But for instance, I work for a media outlet, and I was thinking when I was listening to you, in what ways could we act so that we don't become an echo chamber? Sometimes we talk about this, we don't know to what extent a message or a certain thing needs to be transformed into a piece of news in order to explain to the citizens the incredible things that they are saying, the awful things that they're saying. But at the same time, we wonder if we put this on TV, we are giving it a dimension that is unexpected and unwanted, and we do not know to what extent these groups wants to amplify this message through us. So what we should do
is to reinforce journalism, good journalism based in public interest. I think I can imagine right now. I'm not in a journalistic company, but I can only imagine the trouble to verify information nowadays. And also considering that these are also companies. So if there are some sort of news circulating for a TV company, it's crucial also to talk about that subject as fast as possible. Otherwise, you're going to lose some sort of scope. So the problem on publishing something very quick just because it's circulating on social media is that these activities are based in, there are commercial interests in exploiting information. And that's the risk. I think more and more we have to think about the role of traditional media in solidify its position as the legitimate gatekeepers of mass communication, and not lose this position to algorithms as we are seeing right now. I don't have all the answers to this question, but what I think is that more and more it's important to not follow the pace and the quick way in which social media works, and reinforce actually the crucial role that journalism has to the functioning of democratic societies. Our democracies can only work if citizens, they have sources of information that can be safe and legitimate. This is the only way to provide necessary information to people to be able to participate in politics and to be active citizens in our society. So I would advise to not follow what circulates in social media, and actually maybe go back to the journalistic practices that have been there for decades, for centuries, and actually allowed us to arrive here.
Bueno, es verdad que es un debate muy complejo.
It is true that this is a very complex debate that would need a round table on its own to determine what is a media outlet or a real news broadcast. It's true that many people are devoted to only clickbait articles, but it is also true that we had our codes, ethical codes, working codes based on laws that tell us very specifically what is legal and what is not. And before we delve into these things, I would like to go back to the things that we were discussing earlier, because Rodrigo was talking about these ideas about sexuality that have lasted for many years, but with the new media outlets and the new social media, these messages are spread at a very high speed, and there is a lot of stigmatization of the LGBTQ community, and many of the responses to this misinformation go through the stigmatization of this community. We talked about the monkeypox in Sweden, for instance, and this created a succession of alerts, health alerts. So there was the real virus and the misinformation virus running in parallel, because the monkeypox was connected to gay men, to saunas that facilitated the spread of this virus. This is very much related to what happened with AIDS a few decades ago, and this is all under the umbrella concept of hatred crimes. So I would like to ask you if there has been an increase in the number of hatred crimes aimed at the community in the past years. Well, it is very difficult to know if there has been a rise in the number of hatred crimes, or if there has been a rise in the people complaining and suing for these crimes now. What we know, that there is a level of under-complaining for these hate crimes that are committed. There is a number that can go up to 90% of the hate crimes committed that are not being taken to the police, to the courts. So it is very difficult to tell the difference if there's been an increase in the number of the complaints or an increase in the number of crimes. There have been many awareness campaigns towards LGBTQ people to promote the complaint, the reporting of these crimes, and we do not know if these campaigns have been fruitful, and therefore the hate crimes that were before hidden are now coming to the light, because people are, for different reasons, because I would like to think that there are more guarantees, legal guarantees, and so people might be more ready to report these crimes to the police, to the attorneys, and this might have led to the increase in the number of complaints. It is hard to tell, but in my opinion, I think this could be based on the people wanting or being more willing to raise their complaints and reporting these crimes. There's also this element of the extreme positions, especially coming from the far right community. One of their main goals is usually LGBTQ people, and this is something that usually follows, one thing follows the other. We have first the speech, the hate speech, and then we have the hate crime. Well, piggybacking on this, I would like to ask Beatriz and also Egerton if they think that there is a dark or hidden figure of unreported crimes. Maybe people do not feel like complaining, or there might be have been an increase in the number of hate crimes, but whenever there are elections or special dates in the calendar, maybe, for instance, the LGBTQ Pride Day, would you say that there is an increase in the numbers of hate messages against the community? Would you say that people profit from these special dates? We have seen that around the Pride Month or anything that is important for the LGBTQ community, we see that there is this misinformation messages increase, and also when it comes to events such as elections or the Olympic Games, any international gathering that gives a lot of visibility to the community, all these things are used. In the case of the last Olympic Games, Russia was not allowed to send their sports people to the event, and this was used as an argument. There were many attacks regarding this topic, and there aren't many LGBTQ candidates to elections, but if we have a more feministic approach from the women's perspective, we also see that there are many attacks based on gender or on identity in order to undermine the visibility or the empowerment of identities that are not the mainstream, so to speak, the ones that these communities would like to hold power. So in general, all these types of events are used to increase the number of messages so that we do not take a position or take more space. So Egerton, do you see any sorts of peaks also? Yes, and that is a very clear example in Brazil. Madonna made a concert in Copacabana last year with a lot of coverage from the media. Back then, there were different fake news. First of all, that the Rio government had paid for the concert. This was not true, but also that after the concert, there were enormous rainfalls and floods in the south of Brazil, and there was this fake news about Madonna having run satanic rituals that had caused these rainfalls, these catastrophic rainfalls in the south of the country. And I was in the concert, so I can tell you from my first-hand perspective. So yes, there is a greater number of misinformation pieces of news, but this is not new. Hatred and misinformation are old things. You might probably remember the crisis back in the 1980s related to the AIDS, and before that there were centuries of misinformation. People tend to use special dates or times to profit and spread misinformation. There are many messages based on hate crimes are hidden in
la orientación sexual, sino un delito de xenofobia.
In anonymity. You probably have heard of a story that took place in a small town in Toledo, in one of the regions of Spain. And one of the messages from the attorney in Spain said that nobody should think that just by changing the law, this would be sorted out and it would never happen again. And following what Beatriz has said, there are many European projects to find this type of misinformation, and there is a new directive at a European level to try and end anonymity in the media, to learn who is putting the money behind those messages. And I would like to ask you what sorts of laws are being pushed in order to find hate crimes and to find out who's behind those. So what is being done with this in this regard? Well, what I've heard, this deals rather with misinformation than hate crimes, because misinformation is not always hate crime. For it to be a crime, it needs to follow or comply with certain requirements that are very clearly stated. But the European Union is doing a lot of things and also at a world level. It is the entity that is working the hardest towards to not regulating the narrative or the content, but regulating the news space, for it to be an honest space, a transparent space, so that you as a user have the right to express your opinion in the social media, as long as we don't step into the hate crimes realm. But we need to understand that the issuer of this information needs to be a real person or a real entity. So the new act is trying to regulate in different ways this element, so that platforms are responsible, that are accountable for the way that the information is being spread regarding the hate crimes, but also in order to have a transparent information space. The platforms are not necessarily complying with the acts, but we are trying to have this space, but we need to understand that the legislation is very complex. This is a global thread in a space that is a global space. So any initiative that the European Union might undertake will be focused on the territory of the European Union. But anything that is based elsewhere in Africa, in any other territory, then we would be lacking the mechanisms that would enable us to tackle this problem. So, what potential do we have to tackle these platforms? How can we deal with this? Well, that's the tricky bit. We're trying to do this at a European level, but for instance, a directive for digital services includes a part related to facilitating the reporting. If you're a victim or if you see anything in the platforms that could amount to being misinformation or that does not comply with the requirements, this legislation allows you to have the necessary mechanisms to report this situation. But it is true that there are many gaps, especially if we look outside the European Union. In October this year, we will have prepared a report with a legal mapping that tells us the options that the victims have to report these issues. It is different to be a victim in the north of Africa and being a victim in Europe. So when it comes to start our legislation, we need to be aware of what's going on with the current situation. And when we talk about the response, the solution to misinformation, and this has been already mentioned by the colleagues, it is not only about regulating platforms. There is a big portfolio of responses where we are involved from the government, from the civil society, from the academia, from the different platforms. It is about creating different action protocols involving all the different levels of actors in this realm, and also it's about teaching or educating the citizenship so that we have a better understanding of the problems. Then we have the regulatory part where the platforms are more involved. So it is about combining the responses. It is true, all actors are accomplices to a certain extent, and this is that we have this thing, the smartphones. We spend a lot of hours using our smartphones. So, Egerton, how would you say this architecture, this digital architecture need to change, which is within the things that we can regulate in order to really put boundaries to this misinformation, while at the same time ensuring that there is no censorship? Well, when we talk about censorship versus regulation of platforms, this is a very sensitive, this is a complex issue. But we need to have a certain regulation for social media so that we can have an open debate, a healthy debate, and we need a regulation. And this is where we need to act. And when we talk about social media solutions for misinformation, the different types of misinformation that we encounter, as Beatriz was saying, there is a group of a sort of a toolbox that works well when all these tools are put together. There's no one single silver bullet that will be the solution for everything. We have sort of this inoculation potential when you expose a lie. When people are warned that these piece of news might be fake news, the person reading it will be aware of the potential mendacity of the content. And also there are policies that also work at the prevention stage. Also, in order to make social media work better for everyone and also for the LGBT community, platforms should be required to be more transparent with regards to their data, especially towards researchers, so that they can tell how this economic model works, favoring misinformation, and what solutions could be considered for this. We know who the people who are the most affected are, but we need to know where the misinformation sources are. This is a sort of a black box, and platforms are not ready or happy to share data. But for us to have useful smartphones, we really need to carry out some preventive work. Charo. Egerton says that these data should be shared by the platforms in order to determine where the messages, the damaging messages are coming from. So as a lawyer, do you think that this is possible? What is the balance to be found between preserving fundamental rights that are in the 15th to 19th articles in the Spanish Constitution, and at the same time preserving Article 20 regarding the freedom of expression? How can we find this balance? For instance, somebody might say that this is just advertising when it comes from an influencer or from somebody else. Where does this all stand in the middle of everything? Well, you're really talking about the main origin of the issue. Where's the limit between freedom of expression and hate speech? Well, it is very difficult to determine the boundaries. We need to assess each message. There is no magic formula that will fit all messages. We need to analyze each message. So, at a global level, we have the Rabat conference about freedom of expression, and we also have the 15th recommendation of the ECRI, where it is said that to understand or determine if we're looking at a legitimate use of freedom of expression or in front of hate speech, we need to analyze different parameters, different factors. First of all, content. What does the message say? Then we need to analyze who's saying this, who's delivering this message. We were talking about the authors of these messages before, because it is not the same to have an anonymous person delivering this message than having a person representing a country or a religion, for instance. It is also important in order to determine if we are facing an illegitimate use of freedom of expression or hate speech. It is important to know the context for this speech. It is not the same to deliver a message in the context of World Conference, for instance, or in the context of a carnival. I don't know if you remember that. Do you remember that a few years back in the Canary Island Carnival, somebody was charged of a crime against the religious beliefs because they delivered a performance dressed up as a virgin, and it was very loud. It was a costume that was very remarkable. So what it was said back then, it was that the context was very important. We were in the middle of a carnival, and this could not be considered an attack against religious beliefs. Actually, the beginning of carnival, the origins of carnival, even in the Middle Ages where you were burnt for no reason, this gave the people the opportunity to really pour out all their frustration, their complaints. They had a very few days to speak up and speak out, and without having to suffer any consequences. So this, taking into account the context, is a way of determining if we are really talking about freedom of speech or hate speech. Also, when it comes to social media, we need to take into account the impact of that speech in the context. I am aware that the attorney's office gives instructions to all people working in the office for the attorneys, and some of the instructions that they give is that when they learn about some message that has been delivered through social media that could potentially be a hate message, one of the things that they need to take into account in order to start the proceedings, when it comes to the attorney's office, we are talking about a special procedure, and they need to take into account the number of people following a certain account. It is not the same to be talking about an account followed by 5 people than another one that might have 1 million followers. The impact will be very different, and also the intention behind this message is important, or the intention of the person delivering the message. All these elements, all these items that are set up in the Rabat's agreement and the 15th recommendation of the ECRI, all these things have been translated into our decisions by the Supreme Court in Spain. Based on all these elements, our laws, our legislation, or whenever something is reported to the police, the judges will have to examine all the elements to determine if we're looking at legitimate use of freedom of expression, no matter how painful this could be, or if we are facing a hate crime. So when it comes to the intentionality behind something, we have heard jokes that were really harsh, but were not considered hate speech because the intention of this comedian was not really to spread hate or to deliver a hate speech. It's just the type of humor, even if we dislike it. So through all this, and with all this, we can determine the boundaries between one and the other, but our legislation and the common law stemming from the Supreme Court allow us to make these analyses. I think intention is one of the key elements here. It's true. I think that Petita was very good, but Chetlas should have won.
Rodrigo, una cosa que ha dicho Charo, que
I would like to go back to something that Charo has mentioned, the impact of the message delivered. It is not the same to have an account with just a limited number of followers than having an account with a very broad impact on society. In any case, hate crimes are not only damaging for the victims, it is also a way of damaging societies as a whole. Why do we want to have one part of society rejecting the other?
So as I said before, I'm always going to consider the context, the social context where these messages are circulating. So, of course, I think in the beginning we talked a little bit about how powerful, of course, these messages are and how they play with emotions, they play with beliefs that are socially very strong, and they have strong roots as well in how we understand ourselves as individuals, as men or women, or as straight or gay. But more than that, I think we need to consider the context. So first, of course, is this context that is crossed by multiple crises. We are living in a context where we have extreme economical, political, social crisis. So people are also more vulnerable. There is a satisfaction they are more vulnerable to this sort of messages that are going to confirm or give them some answer to the crisis that we are living. When you talk about hate crimes and how these are, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I'm mixing the hate crime thing with the message. The question that you made to me, but I'm going back to that. The second thing, it's not only the political and economical context, but also we have the rising of far right and authoritarian governments on a global scale, and these are actors that are political actors that understood that they can use disinformation as a weapon, and they once they are in power. As we've seen now in the United States, they are going to couple with groups, the economical groups that also profit from disinformation. So this is very important to understand, for example, why some social media companies are supporting these groups, because they have common interests, which is not to regulate these activities, which, as Edgerton just said, are very profitable. And disinformation, in my opinion, is not a side effect of this business. I think it's a very important component of this business. And design regulation that only sees that as a side effect, for me, is a mistake. I think it's very important to us and as a community to understand that the hate that exists, that pre-existed against us, is being economically exploited by these economical actors. So it's not only the message that is powerful, but there is a context that makes it more successful. There are actors that are interested in that. When we talk about far right, of course, it's important to far right to keep to offer some sort of answer to people, to keep society divided so they can exploit these divisions politically. But I think also we need to talk much more, as I said before, about the economical interests of these companies and how they have no interest in circulate accurate information. As you said before, traditional media, TV, for example, are highly regulated. Journalists, they work in a framework, in an ethical framework that is also regulated. And this is not interesting to these platforms. They are more interested in engagement and not in the circulation of accurate information. And we as a community, I think we need to start thinking. I think now, after the most recent developments, it's clear for us that these platforms are not necessarily allies of our community. The interests are not the same. Maybe 10 years ago, they gave us the impression that they were LGBTQ friendly, that they were concerned about hate crimes, promoting diversity or something like that. But I think nowadays it's clear that it's not the case.
Pues a modo de reflexión para...
Well, to wrap up this session, as a reflection, we have to take into account that there are many created interests. Egerton, as a final reflection, do we have to run behind disinformation and correct all these fake news, or do we have any type of mechanism that would allow us to anticipate?
Sí, claro.
Well, politically, yes. We have different policies, different strategies regarding disinformation. This is not only disinformation regarding our community, we also have other techniques such as inoculation. You protect the audience from fake news. Serious journalism, such as yours, has an important role to play. Before, we were talking about the role to play by journalism in a crisis such as this one. It is essential to prevent, to remedy, to explain, and journalism has a huge reach. This would be another potential solution. Individually, we have different levels, political level and macro level. This is the most important part. But as individuals, we can also do something. Before 2022 elections in Brazil, I started calling my grandmother every Sunday because I had the feeling that she was going to vote for Bolsonaro, and I thought this cannot happen. And I didn't wait for the elections. A few months before, I started calling her. We talked about life. I talked about her concerns. What are the things that she was hearing? She was on WhatsApp. Which messages did she receive? And finally, she did not vote for him. No, she did not vote for Bolsonaro. She voted left. It worked. Yeah, and my grandfather the same. He has a boyfriend. At the beginning of the session, we talked about the power of emotions, how emotions are being used to be able to play against us, but we can use emotions as a solution too. When we talk to our friends, when we talk to our neighbors, our grandparents, I know that sometimes it is difficult, especially in polarized contexts such as Brazil and here in Spain too, and other European countries. But if you can, if you feel comfortable, do this. Call your grandparents, call your parents, explain what fake news is, what is misinformation. There's always some kind of controversy going on. Explain our approach, our point of view, and I think this would be a way of preventing. Well, advocacy, right? It is true that a lot of news is being shared on WhatsApp. Charo, as a final reflection, to wrap up, do you think that in Spain we have obstacles or resistance to implement the laws that defend fundamental rights? Is that a resistance to these platforms that are all disseminating harmful content? Yes, I think the answer is yes. Fake news, misinformation, prejudices, hate crimes are committed due to prejudices that occur and are built for years, and for centuries we have been fighting these prejudices against, for instance, LGBT community, and we were sent to burn at the stake in the Middle Ages. So this has been going on for quite some time. We should be able to implement measures that implement law In Spain, the LGBT and trans law that states respect to LGBT community, LGBT people, information. This is absolutely essential to be able to fight against hate speech. Education is key. Education is the foundation. This is where personalities are forged. And this is why there's so much resistance to educating in diversity, because some sectors want to perpetuate discrimination against LGBT community. So they don't want truthful information on diversity and gender to be given at schools. They want to perpetuate these prejudices so that we continue existing on the margins of society, because this is where we have been placed by these prejudices. Education is in diversity is absolutely key to fight back. Rodrigo, very quickly, do we have to educate society? Because conspiranoia is easier. It is better than having to make the effort to think.
I believe that education and media literacy, of course, as Bea said, there is an incredible amount of responses. There is a toolkit of response that could be used to counter disinformation. And I think that all the measures are important. But I do think that we can't just embrace a solution that is based in remedy the effects of disinformation. I think, of course, fundamental to educate, especially the new generations, to the use of digital media and to learn how to look for accurate information, to even in some cases reintroduce journalism to the research and the scientific based information to new generations. But I don't think that we can simply just remedy the effects and don't look to the causes and don't look to the structural problems that allowed us to arrive to this situation. As I said, even if regulation is only one of the answers, when we talk about regulation, we are talking about targeting the people that are behind this, that are actually making profit and being benefited by the hatred, by this business of its information. So it's not the only answer, but I still think it's crucial. It's still necessary to regulate, but regulate in a way where individuals are not seen as the only responsible to now people have to deal with this chaotic information environment that the states allowed us to live in. We need to ask to the state and to authorities actually to force these economical groups, to force these political groups to be accountable and to follow the rules of the media activity that other types of media are already following and are already much more accountable. So I tend to be a little bit more critical to solutions that individualize and to ask citizens to now learn how to survive in this environment. We need to look more systemically to how this environment is working and who is benefiting from it, because there is definitely people benefiting from the hate that our community is exposed to. If it's convenient to believe in the conspiracies, I think also difficult to individualize the answer, because people didn't ask to live in this environment where they are being bombarded and flooded with conspiracy theories. So I believe some people maybe choose to believe because they already believe it on it, but again, they are living in a context where this is what is available, this is what easily arrived to them to their mobile phones. So I don't believe they are 100% responsible for these realities they are living in.
Beatriz, a modo de conclusión, ¿qué hacemos con todas estas?
Beatriz, all these interferences, once we detect them, what to do with them? Well, we have a catalog of responses depending on the type of attack. You can launch a specific answer to that attack. This is a catalog of answers. As I said before, it involves many sectors of society, and I'm going to maybe generate controversy with this comment, but I think we have to learn from our attackers. They're very good at what they do. They communicate well, not going to that extreme, but the techniques, the tactics that allow them to reach people. The messages, if we learn from them, maybe that primitive part that we have would be launched. It is, of course, in combination with law and regulation, but regarding hate crime, it is always the last part that is activated. It cannot be the first tool, but to be able to build on resilience, we need to have tools within the society, and we have to involve different sectors so that from starters we are more attentive and we don't have to activate other more serious mechanisms. Thank you very much. Thank you for these reflections. It is true that maybe we need to carry out a stronger cultural battle. Thank you for coming. Thank you to the attendees. Thank you for coming here and seeking information in this debate on disinformation. I have been working in private TV for many years. Now I'm on public TV, and I'm surprised when I go and I do interviews. A lot of people are not participating because they don't believe in media. And Rodrigo has said this many times. Media are lying, but I think that information media do not lie. They can make mistakes. And information media don't have a bad will. They have ethics, they have codes of contacts, they regulate their practices. And within fake news, we see Euro media, bots, and other outlets that users. And they always have a hidden aim. They want to polarize societies. They have to undermine public powers and go against vulnerable groups' rights. And listening to all of you, I've asked myself, are we in a decaying society? Maybe you've thought about this, and it was good to know that there are a lot of European projects that are trying to address this matter, laws that are trying to limit disinformation so that at the end, truth prevails, because disinformation convinces many people, but disinformation is also turning us, as Beatriz has said, in detectives of truth. If you're here, you're interested in truth and you want to defend it, from civil society, as Charo was saying, from culture and social organizations, from technological companies, institutions. We can contribute to fighting conspiracy theories. We can all do something. We can make them sound as a joke. It is complex, I know. Understanding reality entails an effort, making a difference. But thank you to all of you for coming. Thank you to our experts and our attendees who are here with us for your interest in seeking for the truth and in the health of our democracy. This means that you're always also interested by everybody's well-being. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to all of you for being here with us. We now have the inauguration, so please stay, don't stand up. We will begin shortly.
Sí. Hola, por favor, si podéis ir sentando.
Hello, can you please take a seat? We have to resume. Thank you.
Perdonad, pero por favor.
Apologies, please take a seat. It's important that we resume the session. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días, por favor.
Hello, good morning. Please take a seat. Thank you. Take a seat, please.
Vamos a ir empezando. Bueno, pues vamos a ir empezando.
Well, let's start so that we can have a short opening ceremony. Welcome to the headquarters of the European institutions here in Spain, the Parliament and the Commission. I'm the head of press of the European Parliament office in Spain. Today we have had two very interesting roundtable. We have been here from 10 in the morning. We had one roundtable on the right to demonstrate and the other one on post-truth challenge to democracy and diversity. We have now the opening ceremony. We will welcome representatives from the government, from the City Council, to the High Court of Justice, among others. This is the 5th year that this venue hosts the celebration of this International Conference on Human Rights. We are very proud to do so with the speeches from different MEPs and political parties. And I want to remind you that there's a double framework this year. On the one hand, we are celebrating the 4th year's anniversary of the Spain and Portugal joining the European Union, which is very important, and it is also the 20th anniversary of the same-sex marriage approval here in Spain. It should be general to the European Union. It isn't. Only 16 member states know of and accept the marriage between the same-sex marriage. We do have other modalities, and 5 member states have no legal acknowledgement. For this reason, at the European Union, there's still a lot of room for improvement, a long way to go regarding gender equality. What is the position of the European Parliament on the LGBTQ community rights? Well, we have always defended the protection of rights. Since 1984, we have approved different resolutions. The first one took place in 1984. It was a resolution on the rights of homosexual people within work. Since then, 190 resolutions have been approved, 150 during the previous term. We hope to continue with these resolutions, supporting the situation of the community, because we have seen according to a recent survey, that 54% of Europeans consider that the discrimination against LGBT people is generalized, and we have to avoid this by any means. Once again, welcome to this venue in Spain. We will always welcome you, and we will now give the floor to the representative of the Commission. Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much for participating at this event. I would like to thank the organization for making it possible, and also the colleagues from the European Commission here for inviting us. It is exciting to me because it is the 20th anniversary of the same-sex marriage approval here in Spain, but it is also true that we have many challenges to the rights of LGBT people in Europe and in the world. In 2020, the Commission approved the first strategy to be able to support the rights of the community. It is based on 4 pillars: to fight the discrimination against LGBT people, guarantees safety, a more inclusive environment, and fourth, to lead the movement in favor of equality for LGBT people worldwide. We are part of the strategy. It will finish by 2025. In September 2024, we published an implementation report that includes more than 90 measures implemented since 2020. I'm not going to go into detail because we have to be brief, but I would like to mention that right now we are preparing the new strategy for the LGBT equality of the community. It will be the second strategy. We have carried out a consultation process during the recent months, including an online public consultation with more than 190 responses from citizens and associations in Europe. Spain has been one of the biggest contributors, so thank you for your participation if you did. We've carried out different events in Brussels, online, in the framework of this consultation, to be able to have more feedback, more inputs from organizations, civil society organizations in Europe, worldwide, and others that work in favor of vulnerable groups to discrimination. The importance of intersectionality, this is something that we haven't mentioned yet today, and we've also organized specific consultations with member states and with the organizations with whom we have signed agreements within the European Union. I cannot advance the content of this strategy, but among the main objectives, 2 priorities: to fight conversion therapies according to the Human Rights Agency in the European Union. 24%, 1 out of 4 LGBT person has suffered some kind of conversion therapy. And recently in May, a legislative initiative received more than 1.2 million signatures asking the European Commission to put an end to these conversion therapies on LGBT people within the European Union. The second main objective is to fight abuse and violence against LGBT people. I would like to state another data, a recently published report, the LGBTQ survey from 2024 that you probably know. More than half of the LGBTQ people in Europe, 55%, have suffered some kind of harassment during the 1 year period before that survey. This entails an increase by 18 percentage points compared to 2019. We can see a significant pushback against LGBT people, and 14% of LGBT people have been victims in the last 5 years of at least a sexual or physical attack due to gender identity. These will be the two main objectives, the fight against conversion therapies and, on the other hand, the fight against harassment and violence on LGBTQ people, and many other measures. Also, this will be a comprehensive strategy with many competencies within the European Union. With this, I think that I'm going to wrap up. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your contribution to these public consultations. And also, once again, thank you for the invitation.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Juan Carlos Alonso. I'm the coordinator of MADO Madrid. I'm going to introduce a person. Thank you very much for being here. This person has a busy agenda. José Fernández Sánchez. He is a policy councillor for the government area of social policies, family and equality of the Madrid City Council. Good morning. First of all, I would like to say hello to the coordinator of MADO. Congratulations for the Pride celebrations. Carmina, Commissioner, España Libertad. We have been together in several events. Elizabeth Giraldo, we're also being together in many events, and other colleagues from the City Council and all representatives. Thank you for the hospitality of the European Parliament and Commission for hosting us here at this conference, Madrid Summit. I always think that we need to reflect Europe, that has always been a paradise of freedoms. We have to continue being so, from Greece to Rome until nowadays, where we experience in the past Nazism and communism and the fall of the wall. This means that we always have to be attentive. We cannot relax. We've seen this here, and recently in Budapest there was the celebration of the march, and thanks to people it was prohibited, but thanks to people it was celebrated. We cannot step down. We cannot be uniform. We have to respect for diversity and human rights. And I'm not saying this. Angela Merkel used to say this. For this reason, the campaign of the City Council is based on diversity, the diversity of celebrations. And this also means that we have to reflect on the situation of millions of people worldwide and in Europe that are suffering violence, rape, and exclusion just by being an LGBTQ person. For this reason, we have to be attentive to this. For this reason, we have the European Parliament. This is why we have the European institutions. But at the same time, we have the responsibility as public administration to fight for equality and to fight for the rights of LGBT people. Freedom, diversity, and not stopping. In 12 countries, there is a death penalty installed, and this is not part of the West. We have to reflect on this. Freedom has to be a work that we carry out every day worldwide, and this is why we have to celebrate Pride, and this is why I say certain dates have to be celebrated. It would be good not to have to celebrate this, as for instance the fight against gender violence or the International Women's Day, but for Pride we also have to do this. When we have conquered all the freedoms everywhere, well, that day won't be necessary anymore. I'm not being optimistic or pessimistic. This will not happen now. This is why this celebration is so important. We are celebrating, we will have the party, and at the same time, we have to carry out this reflection, this critical reflection, all of us. And it is great to do this. There's no better place than doing this here at the venue of the European Parliament, which represents the wills of all of us Europeans. Thank you for the invitation. On behalf of the Mayor of Madrid, who just today is become a father, it is a pride and an honor to be here and to celebrate this day with all of you.
Muchas gracias, José.
Thank you very much, Jose. I would like to let the floor to Carmina Gustran, who is the Commissioner of 50 Years of Spain and Liberty, España en Libertad. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As the Commissioner for celebrating the 50 years of Spain and liberty, it is an honor for me to be here sharing this space for the reflection on the rights of the LGBTQ community. We would like to let known the advancements that we have made in terms of the rights of the people, democracy, and open dialogue spaces from which to imagine a new democracy that is more inclusive, a better society. And in order to frame these goals, I would like to tell you about Octavio García. He was born in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria in 1931. When he was 24, he was arrested and because he was gay, under the application of a law that since 1954 included the crime of homosexuality. And I say these words with intention. He was taken to a prison in a concentration camp that had been created by the dictatorship to encarcerate common prisoners and to also punish male homosexuals. Homosexuality was a conduct that was considered as undesirable by the dictatorship, and sometimes it happens with dictatorships that they could do with whatever they pleased, even when the alleged sexuality of a person, and the homosexuals back then were considered a real danger. Octavio was imprisoned for 16 months, where he was completely isolated from the outside world, and he was forced to do work until total extenuation, and also with very poor nourishment. Before he died, in an interview, he reminded us of the men who entered the jail with weighing 80 kilos and ended up weighing 40 kilos. His memory has inspired many books. He has been also the inspiration for a play, and also I recommend to watch a series of TV show, The Nights of Tefia, and this is among the things that we want to use to recall the suffering and to honor the suffering of anonymous people fighting the dictatorship in Spain. On June, the Ministry of Equality and Democracy, Democratic Memory, the field of Tefia was incorporated as a representative place for the democratic memory. We cannot forget how difficult it has been to arrive to this point in terms of rights. We cannot take any right for granted. We need to keep mobilizing, to celebrate and imagining new and better societies. So in the memory of Octavio and for all of us, thank you very much.
Bueno, pues vamos a dar comienzo a esta primera.
So let's start this first inauguration panel. This is going to be divided into two parts. I have Oscar Rodriguez, who is a speaker from the LGBTQ+ Commission, and also we are going to have Victoria MacLeod. She is the former master in the High Court of Justice, a former Queen's, now King's Bench. So, Victoria, if you wish.
Para quien no la conozcáis,
For those of you who do not know her, she is a PhD and a former judge in England. She came out of the closet as a trans woman when she was about 20 years old, and she had just become a lawyer. She was the only openly trans lawyer, and she became in 2006 the first trans judge in Great Britain. She has participated in important cases, even including some against Donald Trump. She issued decisions taking into account human rights following the Strasbourg Agreement. She has authored many articles, including many things about intelligence laws, and she talks about artificial intelligence, security, safety, and human rights in Europe, England, and the United States. She resigned as a judge due to the campaigns against her, and there was a context of deterioration of the rights of the LGBTQ community, and in view of the inaction of the system to defend its own judges, she resigned in 2024. In April this year, the situation was aggravated, and she has migrated together with her wife to Ireland, a safe country where from she tries to revert the situation in Great Britain. And she has recently created a network to support trans people who are fleeing towards the European Union. She is very well known in the United Kingdom. She plans to present a complaint against the United Kingdom due to the treatment to trans and lesbian and the LGBT community in the United Kingdom, especially after the red flag warning that has been issued against the UK very recently. She fears that the right to privacy of the European Union citizens is endangered, and the gender critical ideology starts spreading around the European Union unless measures are taken to prevent this. In 2025, she has received the award for the Newspaper Rights Award. She has also been acknowledged for her work towards the LGBTQ community in the United Kingdom, and she has been also nominated for the awards of El País. In the last few months, we have seen her often in CNN, France 24, and other media outlets, and she has been in many media around the world. She is looking for the support from citizens in the European Union and different democratic institutions to oppose the identity critical ideologies and everything against the LGBTQ community around the UK and Europe. She has decided to resist. Welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you for asking me to give this keynote. I'm not going to be very long. I want to particularly thank, of course, the EU Commission and EU Parliament for providing this welcoming and safe space, especially for someone who's coming from the United Kingdom at the moment. And I'm afraid I do see the EU Commission and the Parliament as one of the last protections that we have for our basic freedoms, not just in the EU, but actually around the world. With apologies to the translators who know what I'm going to say, I'm just going to add one extra sentence. I've just been told that the county of Kent. There we go. I was just about to announce that I just heard from the BBC that the county of Kent in the United Kingdom has just banned all books from its public libraries for young people which refer to trans people, and those have been removed from the shelves. So, it seems now a very long time ago in a very different world. Since the summer of 2015, which was before Brexit, when I was sent on judicial training to The Hague in the Netherlands in the prosecution of war crimes and crimes against humanity. And that was part of a judicial European training course back in the days when British people were still part of the European Union. I met lovely Spanish judges there, and we got on very well, and we had quite a great social time in the evenings afterwards. Looking back to that time just gives me a sense of how much things have changed since then. Globally, we've seen the erasure of LGBT freedoms, the rise of digital misinformation against our community, aimed at stirring hatred and impacting our freedoms. The European Parliament's report into funding of anti-LGBT propaganda concluded that there were sources of funding from outside the EU, particularly Russia, and foreign actors generally, trying to stir up anti-gender ideology propaganda in an old-fashioned sort of Cold War approach to propaganda that people like me lived through being old enough to remember the Cold War. Now, I want to use the UK as an example of how devastating things can be very quickly if we fail to act at the first signs of extreme anti-gender views being promoted, and about how a slide into fascism and genocidal intent can take place before we realise. Let me start with a simple fact some of you may not know. As a result of steps taken by the United Kingdom state and its judicial system in April this year, a genocide red flag alert was published just last week by the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention to try to draw the world's attention to the situation now affecting the lives of trans and intersex people in the United Kingdom. The red flag warning finds that the UK is showing genocidal intent towards trans and intersex people. The idea that my own country, which I served as a judge for a period of 18 years, is now so bad a place for us that it's marked as genocidal is abhorrent to me. But it must be faced, and I do not intend to turn away from it, and I hope you too will not abandon us. The genocide report hasn't been reported in the UK media. In 2024, the United Nations visiting expert, Victor Madrigal-Boloz, reporting on human rights of trans people in the UK, published a damning report on the then developing situation, foreseeing this year's collapse of rights. That report too was essentially ignored in the UK media. A few weeks ago, a large group of United Nations specialist experts in the United Nations Special Procedures Group issued a letter of concern to the United Kingdom, and that letter too was ignored in the media. So you'll see a pattern. Since around 2015, the news media has been subjected to a great deal of anti-trans lobbying and propaganda, to the extent that almost all coverage is now negative or false and very hostile. Major newspapers have published literally thousands of attacking stories, sometimes several times a day, and quite a few about me personally. It's okay as long as they spell my name right. So there is no surprise that the news media has ignored even something as serious as a genocide red flag warning. If those in this room in positions of influence, such as the EU Commission and the EU Parliament kindly hosting us today, and civil rights organisations act, then there is time to spare the EU the fate which fell upon us. I think it's no accident that the oppression of trans people in the UK has followed the Brexit vote, which detached the United Kingdom from the anchor which it had to a liberal democratic worldview and launched a process of distrust of any so-called outsider. So here is what I say. It's important to stress that all of this applies now, and it applies to EU citizens as well. From the moment you set foot in the United Kingdom, or from the moment your personal data enters the United Kingdom from the EU, it becomes not just my problem as a UK citizen, but it becomes a problem for all of us. This is what's happened. Since 2004, because of a finding of the European Court of Human Rights, the UK had to introduce legal recognition of trans people in their corrected sex and to amend the records. We were given the ability to re-register our sex for all legal purposes after a court process and a medical process. I became legally female for all purposes, such as equal pay with men, for example, and other equality rights. My birth registration was changed to female. That was 20 years ago. On April the 16th this year, a court decision reversed my legal sex overnight. Having been legally a woman for decades, I became legally a man for all my equality rights purposes. No representatives of any trans person appeared in court. No trans person appeared in court themselves. No evidence was put in by the trans community. Why? Because the court refused to allow us to do so. I know because I asked, and they refused, and they gave no reasons. I intend to go to Strasbourg to fight that, but of course that takes years. It requires political action, in other words, and pressure from outside. The court decided that a woman is, for equal rights purposes, simply her biology, whatever that is. She is no longer a complex person with a sense of self, a gendered human experience born of social and family experience, education and patriarchy, but instead mere biology. So this affects all women. The court ruled the same for lesbians as well. A lesbian in the UK since April this year has been redefined as merely someone whose biology forces her to be so. She is stripped of depth and reduced merely to her body and her organs. A lesbian married to a trans woman is now overnight in a straight relationship. A woman married to a trans man is now a lesbian. Their child is now the child of same-sex parents suddenly. Its immediate impact was an announcement of the United Kingdom government and our official human rights body that people like me, trans women, in my case anatomically female, must no longer use women's toilets. We must use men's washrooms or occupy disabled people's spaces. For a woman like me, this risks the attack or rape if I'm forced to put myself out in that way, given my female anatomy and my female strength, my muscles, my musculature. And there was already a problem with violence and rape, not only towards all women, but towards trans women as well. Many trans people in the UK are now afraid to leave their homes because of the demonisation of us as paedophiles or rapists who should be excluded from life. The situation is at least as bad as it is in the UK, the USA. There is fear that our passports will be reverted and our documents reversed. Medical care for trans children has essentially been stopped. Police now have national orders that if they are to strip search a trans woman, even one with female anatomy, a male police officer must do it. That order covers the whole of the United Kingdom. It is an invitation to sexual assault and the abuse of any woman on the basis that she is thought to be trans. It would apply to a visitor from the EU or a UK citizen, of course. In the National Health Service, since even before April, it was announced that there is an intention to create segregation or isolation spaces for trans people so as to keep us apart from other patients. It reminds me of the AIDS panic of the 1980s. There's been a call for people like me, for trans women, to be photographed if we are seen in the women's toilets and our pictures to be published on the internet as a deterrent or as a means of enforcement. lesbian women and men, and women who are non-trans, cis women, are subject to abuse because they're suspected of being trans. So, in many ways, lesbians are getting the most abuse. Assumptions about Western notions of femininity mean that black women are at risk as well for not looking female enough, and there have been a lot of incidents of cis women being abused because they are thought to be trans. Businesses are expected to enforce all of this. If you are an EU citizen, businesses will still be expected in the UK to enforce all this. So they have to make sure that an EU trans woman doesn't use the women's loos and uses the men's washrooms and so on. The implications for the privacy of everyone in the EU are enormous. All cross-border businesses will need to ensure that they know the intimate sexual details of someone's history so as to know which women or men are valid and which women or men are no longer valid. It's hard to see how the EU, and here I speak to members of Parliament and Commissioners especially, it's hard to see how the EU can continue to think, in the light of this, that the UK's privacy laws are enough to protect EU citizens' personal data. If even a restaurant must know the so-called biological sex of an individual so as to exclude trans people from the washrooms, we are talking about the potential for a massive invasion of your privacy as well as mine. Trans people are now leaving the United Kingdom. I have myself to Ireland, where I'm very welcome. There have been proposals for the creation of a national register of trans people so that we can be detected and treated differently from other people. I've created the Trans Exile Network after leaving to live in Ireland in safety, and that network supports people in trying to get out. Sadly, we're very busy. What all this says, and I'll conclude here, what all this says is this. I'm sounding the alarm bell now, and I'm the early warning, along with the red flag genocide report from the respected Lemkin Institute. The EU must hear that bell and see that red flag, because its own citizens' rights are at stake. When a small, harmless minority faces these measures in a neighbouring country, we all know what can happen next. And I urge anyone here in a position of influence to act to reinforce legal protection for trans people in the EU before the infection of gender-critical ideology becomes a disease which is untreatable. Thank you.
Luego tendremos tiempo para que le hagáis preguntas.
We'll have time for you to ask questions to the judge. I would like to start by saying something that is obvious. We are at the side of the representation of the European Commission in Spain, and today we need to raise our voices to stop the genocide in Gaza. We need to do anything we can. Because the defenders of human rights, as Pedro Cerolo said, defend all human rights. It is true that we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of same-sex marriage. The translation is not being heard. Can people in the audience hear the interpretation? Can you hear me now, madam? Thank you. We are celebrating 20 years of same-sex marriage law passing, and beyond what this meant, which represented full equality, it was also the conquering of a civil right. And this is what at stake in the United States, in Europe, in a great deal of the world. Civil rights are backsliding, and we need to defend those many people. And I'm sure that many of you here are 20 years old or younger, and you were born into this right, and you may marry or not, but this represented an enormous advancement in terms of civil rights, and people want to take this away from us, and we will not allow this to happen. We're seeing the fearful attack against, and as we heard just now, against trans women. They're again at the target of these attacks. They were the first to stand up for us all. They were always the first ones to stand up, and we need to back them today more than ever. And the gender expression is not something that is decided in a court or in the constitutional court. The identity and the gender expression are only in relation with the freedom of a person, and these attacks that we are suffering from the LGBTQ community, all this hatred that we are enduring, this is something that we need to fight. We cannot throw in the towel. We've been in the Pride demonstrations in Budapest. There was this mixed feeling of being part of history, but also coming back home with a great concern. People were not manifesting against Trump as they should. There's fear, there's resignation, and that's our first failure. We need to go to the streets tomorrow to tell the world that we are not stepping back, that they will not win, that Pride will always be a wall to reject the policies coming from the far right. So thank you very much.
Ahora le paso la palabra a mi
I will leave the floor now to my colleague Oscar. Well, thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Thank you to all of you here. And special thanks also to the European institutions. The Federation feels that this is our home. Every year we are welcome here. This is the 5th edition, if I'm not mistaken. At the beginning of the year, also, we held our conferences here. And, also, thank you for this invitation to participate in this panel, and thanks also to our special guest. Thank you for your words, for defending the LGBTQ plus rights, in particular the trans people's rights from Ireland now, but before from the United Kingdom. We hope that your fight will be fruitful very soon, despite the fact that, as Juan Carlos has said, we are going through very dark times, but we need to be optimistic and keep the hope up and look at countries such as Spain, where, despite the fact that there are many things that need to be improved, but many things that the judge said a few minutes ago are happening now in our country. The Valencia regional government just passed a law that removed all meaning from the LGBTQ protection laws in Spain protected or stated. So we saw that there is censorship against books. We have seen this again in Valencia. And many shows are being cancelled around the country. And as Victoria highlighted in her speech, there is an active part of the media in these hate speeches that we see. One of the journals in Galicia, there are 2 main newspapers in that region who are mildly important at a regional level, and they were talking about and I'm trying to quote, the great number of people who are transgender now, based on an alleged study. These things are also happening in our country, and since we are in the House of the European institutions, we need to speak up and tell these things that are happening. We have seen the Pride marches in Budapest. They were very remarkable. But I'm sure that our colleagues from the European institutions are aware of the situation in Bulgaria and the situation is Slovakia, where a law has been passed inspired by the Russian policies, the things that we have seen since 2013. And we have also seen what happens in Juveno, where they tell us that the younger people were denying gender violence in our country. This means that the far-right speeches are really permeating our societies. So we need to be on the alert. I don't know if we can go as far as the United Kingdom has, but we need to be on the streets tomorrow. We need to encourage people to join us tomorrow in those marches. And we need to remember that this is the 20th anniversary of the law for same-sex marriage. We need to talk about freedom, especially in a country that saw the death of a dictator in his bed. And it is also important to talk about equality, and beyond that, to talk about equity, because this is what is really important for us as a society. This is what gives us rights to all of us. And I will wrap it there because I think we are quite late. And thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you also, Victoria, for your contribution. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Oscar. We will now give the floor to the Vice President of COGAM. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting COGAM. Thank you for wanting to hear our humble voice. Ronnie de la Cruz should be here, President of COGAM, but you can probably imagine how busy he is these days with the organization of Pride. I will do my best. Hopefully I'll be more or less as good. Juan Carlos has said this. It is a year full of celebrations. We are celebrating the 50 years of democracy, the fact that Spain joined the European Union, the 20th anniversary of the same-sex marriage. We also remember that 10 years ago, Pedro Cerolo passed away as a great promoter of LGBTQ people rights. I think that it is a moment for celebrations, and at the same time, we need to take action because these years have been like a dream, pretty calm. Oh, well, same-sex marriage, it is something permanent, confirmed. Our rights are acknowledged. But no, we have the case of the judge in her country. Apologies for this, but I was really surprised by the fact that you said that the owner of the restaurant had to check the genitals of a person to be able to access the toilet. This is not going one step back. It is a whole race backwards. But we think, okay, the UK is not. It's far away. Well, not really. 2.5 hours by plane. Okay, so this is like the pandemic. Oh, it's in Italy. It's in Italy. It's not going to come to Spain, but it did. But we also have Budapest in Hungary. A few days ago, Viktor Orban was crushed by the LGBT flag. And it has been the European capital of diversity, right? But that's Hungary. That's far away. No, it isn't. Here in Spain, we have this. In Madrid, we have this too. In the community of Madrid, we've gone through, for the first time in 50 years of democracy, a pushback of the LGBTQ people rights, the cutbacks on the law. We've had to go to the Constitutional Court to defend these rights. Luckily, for the moment, we are not in the situation of the UK, but we will end up there too. And before, the social policies representative from the City Council of Madrid, well, he's not here anymore because he has a busy agenda, has said that freedom, I just noted down those words, freedom has to be claimed everywhere around the world. Of course, every day. Yes, I'm a trans woman in October and in November and in June and this week. Well, this week I don't really know who I am because everything is so busy, but I would like to add one more thing. It is important to live with freedom, of course, but visibility is also very important. We have to be visible. We have to show how companies, European Parliament are a safe and visible space for LGBTQ people because we have a flag just outside. It's on the floor, it's the carpet. So this means that for an LGBT person, it is a safe space. It is a space for freedom, the freedom mentioned by the president of the Community of Madrid, Ayuso. But, well, then there's no flag on the City Council building. What does this mean? That the City Council of Madrid is not a safe space for LGBTQ people, for example? Okay, so I liked the words of the representative from the City Council of Madrid talking about freedom, but we have Más Madrid, the Socialist Party, putting the flags on the balconies of the buildings, but the City Council said you have to take them down. Freedom, or do we want freedom for some and not for others? A little freedom, not too much freedom, please. So it is important to highlight this. I would also like to state the importance of European institutions in terms of diversity. The European Union has to take action. It is obliged to take action against, not against Hungary, but against Mr. Orban. He is rejecting, denying human rights. We're not talking about other rights. The right to be, the right to love. What is homophobia? We talk about phobias. It is irrational fear. We all have ChatGPT. You can check this. Phobia. What is this? It is irrational fear. Homophobia is irrational fear to love, to desire. Reflections that I think we should all make these days. I think that the European Union has to take action, must take action, but not only against Viktor Orban, but also against Vox, the far-right political party. A couple of weeks ago in Madrid, we had a representative in the City Council that was comparing LGBTQ people such as pedophiles, that we train people. What are we talking about? What is this? There's a true threat. We've seen this in the UK. We've seen this in Hungary. We're seeing it in Madrid. How to fight this real threat? We have to be part of the group. We have to join our efforts. I was talking to Susanna from Pride organization. Divide and you will conquer. If this is what they want to do, they want to divide us to be able to conquer us. But I'm not going back into the closet, because the closet, I threw it away. It's just not here anymore. And I'm not going back in the closet, even if they force me to, even if Abascal says I am a man. No, you are a homophobe. That's it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Beth. So now, if you have questions for the judge, if not, you will have time during the lunch break. Any questions from the audience? Okay, well, yes, there's one over there, I think. Microphone, please.
Hola, buenas.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much to the panelists, especially to the judge. Apart from the government's reaction, taking into account all the legal part in the UK, I would like to know what people think in the street. Civil society, is the civil society reacting? Is there more support to the institutions, or is the civil society reacting against this, and are they protecting trans people or LGBTI people? What's happening?
I think the United Kingdom remains a very liberal country at heart. I don't think the majority of people would support what the government have done, or the courts have done. But there has certainly been a shift of opinion. We were, as a country, overwhelmingly in favour of equal rights for trans people in 2004. And now it may be more like half and half, let's say, I don't know. And that's the result of a drip that's been caused by the constant media barrage of thousands and thousands of articles over maybe 5-6 years. The erasure of people like me, a campaign against me to remove me from visibility, whilst at the same time portraying rapists and others as the archetype of the trans person, so that we become demonized, and putting about this lie that, as we just heard, that we infiltrate schools, that we convert children, that we have an ideology that we force on other people. So opinion is slipping, but it hasn't slipped yet fully.
Sé que hay más preguntas.
I know that we have more questions, but we are running late. But we will also have the judge at the last panel of the day. So hopefully you will be able to attend and you will be able to pose more questions. We will now move to the next presentation. We're still within the opening ceremony, but there will be a change in the panel. Thank you.
¿Qué nombre has puesto ahí? Vale. No puedes tener a la gente.
Vale, vamos a seguir.
Okay, let's continue. Thank you. I have the honor of introducing the next panel, talking about the Equal Rights Coalition, a very important organization globally with regard to the LGBTIQ rights that need defense. I'm now going to introduce the Ambassador at Large for Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law at the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, Miriam Álvarez de la Rosa. We also have
También al embajador itinerante para
the Ambassador at Large for Gender Issues and Feminist Global Policy at the Colombian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Arlene Beth Tickner. From civil society, we have José María Núñez Blanco from Fundación Triángulo, the president, and Catherine de la Hoz, Deputy Director of Caribe Afirmativo. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We're going to try to be brief because I think everybody's hungry. It is an honor to be here with you in representation of the government of Colombia, but also in representation of the Equal Rights Coalition. We were going to make some presentations, but due to time constraints, we will eliminate it. I'm going to talk about the Equal Rights Coalition, what we want to achieve from the two countries. It was created in 2016. It is aimed at the defense of the LGBTQ people rights. It has 44 countries, plus more than 100 civil society and international organizations. This is a map. You can see where the members are. The challenges faced by the coalition have to do with the extension to other parts of the world. You can see many gray areas where there's no recognition of the LGBTQ people rights. This is one of the aims. The presidency of Colombia and Spain has set certain priorities. It is a 2-year term. On the one hand, fighting discrimination around the world. Secondly, the creation of good practices and lessons learned, specifically in defense of rights. And thirdly, our local work. Large part of the work of this coalition is carried out in different countries around the world where LGBTQ rights are under attack. But we have seen some progress. It is important to make visible those places in the world where we are witnessing positive advances. I would like to mention the case of the Caribbean. Right now, they are launching a decriminalization process that has to be supported by the coalition. I will now give the floor to my counterpart from Spain to be able to talk about Spain and Colombia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Álvarez de la Rosa. I'm the Special Ambassador for Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law. It is probably a bad moment for this position, but precisely nowadays we have to fight harder for human rights. I would like to say also that this week the government of Spain has appointed for the first time a special envoy for the human rights of LGBTI people. My presence here is accidental, secondary, because there will be another colleague who will be in charge of this matter within the foreign policy of Spain. It is an absolute priority for Spain. especially with regard to the promotion of the rights of LGBTQIA people. Hopefully I will get the acronym right, especially with regard to the discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, because my government thinks that the respect and promotion of diversity in all its ways has a positive impact on the whole of society, allowing all individuals to develop freely. Within the United Nations, Spain is supporting the renewal of the mandate of the independent expert on the protection against violence and discrimination for sexual orientation as a tool to promote the rights within the Human Rights Council. We are also part of the Universal Periodic Review. Every 5 years, member states carry out this review. In Spain, it took place in April, and we defended the rights of LGBTI people in New York. We're also part of the LGBTI Central Group, an informal network of countries, international organizations, NGOs, and civil society entities to defend the rights of this community. We also carry out an important work within the European Union and the Council. For this reason, it makes sense that we belong to the Equal Rights Coalition as country, together with Colombia as co-chairs. We are organizing events, activities, conferences, workshops in places as diverse as Brasilia, Helsinki, Manila, Harare, Vienna. All these activities aimed at public diplomacy, in some occasion discreetly, because as embassy we do not want to harm anyone. Let's imagine Zimbabwe or Cape Verde. We try to establish connections with civil society, with the counterparts of our country, trying to support in the best possible way, because Spain is convinced that through international cooperation, in collaboration with all countries, we will be able to defend the rights of LGBTI people. And in this regard, we issued publication on June the 18th, just before the Budapest Pride, and we highlighted the need to defend the freedom of expression and meeting of LGBTI people, and we rejected firmly the law modifications that limit and restrict the rights of these people, especially with the pretext of the rights of children and adolescents. Within this coalition, tolerant, plural societies do not stand and support these type of restrictions. This is why we're so glad that the Pride Budapest was so successful. With this, I will wrap up my presentation, and I will give my Colombian colleague the floor again. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief as well. There are two items that I would like to highlight that I dropped earlier. These co-chairmanships or co-chairs, it is usually a country from the north and a country from the south, and this is done also in the United Nations and different organizations. And this has a purpose, which is to dismantle the myth that the acknowledgement of the LGBTQ rights or the adoption of domestic and foreign policies that we could call feminists are an imposition from countries from the north or from Western countries. In the current context, I believe that it is of the utmost importance to keep insisting on this, especially when we think that there is turning towards the right. And in this context, this false narrative has been gaining strength. And this is why I wanted to praise the decision of Colombia and Spain to start this initiative. initiative or pursue this initiative. In the case of Colombia, I would like to mention the advancements that have been made in terms of the LGBTQ rights, the same-sex marriage, and the changes for the ID cards for trans people. A few months ago, the current government adopted a whole holistic or integral policy for trans people, and we're also working on making more progress within the parliament with regards to trans people rights and the prohibition of the misnomed conversion policies. The current government is fully committed to this agenda, and more broadly with the human rights agenda. And this is done through a cross-cutting type of work, also hand in hand with civil society. Now, all of the public policies that are undertaken from the government have a participatory aim, and this highlights specifically the LGBTQ rights or community rights. Despite all this, I would need to acknowledge that there are alarming levels of violence, discrimination, stigmatization against LGBTQ people in my country, especially against trans people. We have seen hideous murders. All murders are hideous, but these have been particularly hideous and in the history of our country, and there is a long way to go still to ensure the protection of these populations together with other vulnerable populations and sectors. And I will finish with one last idea. In the current context of polarization that we see around the world, with an increasing militarization, the reduction of the funding for the defense of fundamental rights, such as the LGBTQ community rights, it is important to be ingenious and to be bold. And I would like to invite everyone to keep thinking about how we can narrow these links that we have to promote the feminist agenda and the LGBTQ agenda, both from the states and the society's perspectives. For me, the LGBTQ plus agenda is a feminist agenda, and we could discuss this from different viewpoints, but we need to start thinking in a daring way, in an ingenious way, both in politics and in terms of the finance as well, how we can ensure the defense of these essential rights. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. I will try to be very brief. I will time myself even. It is very, I'm very happy to see many friends in the room. My name is Catherine. I work in Caribe Afirmativo, an organization that together with Fundación Triángulo accompanies the coalition. And we also have an accompanying role, and we profit from this space to do calls towards the society, civil society, and to you as well today. I would like to start talking about the importance of acknowledging the progress. And why do I think this is important? I think it is important not only because tomorrow we're celebrating the Pride Day, but also because we are undergoing an uncertainty time, and there is a lot of fear, and we need to regain hope in Colombia, as in the rest of the region, as in the rest of the world. There have been some progresses made, like acknowledging same-sex marriages, and even we see some laws thriving that protect trans people. And in Colombia, A new act has been passed, an integral trans people law aimed at protecting people who have this trans experience in their lives, and this is very important. And also the civil society and the states should be called to pursue these types of progress and not to stop them. We have heard from Victoria MacLeod what has happened in the United Kingdom, but as it has been said, we can find good and poor examples in each of our countries. I would like to discuss the progress made because I think it is important to recall them, but also in the country where I live, we have a high number of murders, of homicides. Every 2 days a person is murdered in my country, and this is alarming, of course, because it requires that states protect, broadly speaking, the rights of LGBTQ people. But beyond that, I think that we could all agree that we need to also protect the life to political participation so that there is no political violence in the country, so that we see also migrants having rights. And these are also important items in the agenda. And aside this progress, aside these fears, aside the bad things that are also happening in the national, international spheres, I would also like to profit from this opportunity to call for different things that are aimed also at the diplomacy universe or people. I believe that diplomacy and international cooperation have contributed to pushing the agendas of the LGBTQ community. So taking this into account, I would like to call for the promotion of local, regional, and national initiatives. These initiatives should come not only from the states or from important institutions such as a coalition, but also initiatives that come from the civil society. If we have a critical civil society that defends human rights, is very important so that we do not have this uncertainty environment where we always need to bargain for a minimum rights. When we do this, sometimes we go back many steps and we do not make a significant progress. Secondly, I would also like to say that it is important to never stop thinking about funding. Our ambassador has already mentioned this. It is important for local, regional, and national governments need to keep supporting not only the civil societies, but also the public policies that are implemented in each of the states. In Colombia, we have the COMPE, which is this law for LGBTQ community rights, and we need to fund this so that the public policies are not only ideas but also a reality. So I would like to call upon joining more allies to our fight, not only from the civil society but also from the state level. This is something that is essential from the coalition perspective. All those states that were grayed out in the map should join in a practical manner, not only in terms of the words they say, but also the actions they carry out in the defense of LGBTQ community rights. All this is paired with the call for strengthening civil societies. Civil societies need to be organized, but also we need to encourage the unorganized or unofficial civil society that also fights against hate speeches, that practice their own citizenship and that can push for the advancement of rights for everyone. And I would like to leave the floor now to my colleague Jose. But before that, I would like to insist on an important message. We need to maintain what we have gained, but we need to achieve what we still haven't gained. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Catherine. Gracias, embajadora.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Ambassador. And thank you for the organization of MADO. My name is Juan Carlos. Colleagues from COAM, I will not talk about Spain. I just need to support the words of my colleagues before. The colleagues who spoke earlier were brief, and I would like to be too, but I would like to highlight three main ideas. It is an honor to be here today, and it is an honor to be part of the coalition for equality of rights. My organization has been working for over 25 years in cooperation, and we have found in our journey colleagues from Caribe Afirmativo, and we realized from the very first instance that we needed to go hand in hand in this journey. Last summer, we were offered to work together in this equal rights coalition. This coalition came about in 2016. We've been part of it since the very beginning, but we have only had full rights for 3 years. And our task now is to be coordinators. There are governments who have, in this context, in this terrible context where the rights are being pushed back, some governments have decided to join in, and it is a wonderful idea that the United States and the Netherlands had a few years back. And although a country is a member from the very beginning, we have had different ministers, but we are still involved in this as a country, like Colombia is involved as a country. But I think that that our role is to accompany governments. It is a coalition of governments that commit to work for promoting diversity around the world. There is this shared path for the North and the South, as was already highlighted, and also from Fundación Triángulo and Caribe Afirmativo, we are co-chairing this, but we are supporting the many countries who are participating, who are greatly engaged. In a moment where we find ourselves, where within the coalition there are countries who signed for the intentions of the coalition, but who nowadays have specific governments, such as Trump's government, Milei's government, who are not really working or involved towards diversity. They're even acting against diversity. So the main first idea is that this is a wonderful idea that we should all protect together, because it is a necessity. And I think that we could all agree that we are undergoing a very complex moment. I think that we can convene that this is a fact, that there are many battles ongoing at the moment. I think that we could humbly say, and there are many images that support this, that we have won this battle in Hungary. I would dare to say that this Pride has been the one that has had the greatest world projection, global projection during the month of June. We have one colleague from Society for Hungary. We have colleagues coming from Budapest. We understood that it was our duty to support them, to accompany them. We wanted to show a slide because this represents how important this is for us. We want to ask to governments, and from our coalition we need to be especially active in this sense, to go beyond the words, to believe truly that diversity is part of the only democracy that we can live and defend. But in Hungary, or thanks to, or after the battle that has been fought in Hungary, we could come to some conclusions that I think are clear. It was said here before that the situation in Washington, it was celebrated. Pride in Washington was sort of slow motioned or a bit lacking energy. But I can tell you that this has been the one in Hungary. It was the first time that I took part in a march that was illegal, and this I think is represents the path to go. We have the mayor of Budapest. He had a real commitment with truth, and this is a representation of what we need to do in a situation of as terrible as the one dire as we are going through. We need to understand that diversity is here to stay, and to finish, I would like to tell you that one media outlet in Extremadura published that we had been part of the Budapest Pride, and I was in that piece of news. They were quoting me, saying that freedom is unstoppable. Those who want to go back in time will only achieve their goals through force. Society supports us. They are with us. The society in which we have fought to be ourselves is the society of the future that really has a future. And this is what we saw in Budapest. And really, I get the chills when I think about that, when I reflect on what happened there and what really was telling us the way to go. We were afraid of what could happen. The official version was that we couldn't fight the police forces, and the route was not even approved, but we went out in the streets and we saw the police were with us, the mayor was with us. We need to defend everything that we have accomplished, and the best energy is the freedom that we felt, that we enjoyed, because we fought for it together with all the people who backed us up. The main goal that we will try to convey to our governments is this energy. The future has the name of equality and equity.
Bueno, muchas gracias otra vez.
Thank you very much again to the ambassadors at large and their representatives of the civil society. I hope that you all learned something from this very important coalition. We will now move to the lunch upstairs. It will be shortened because we're not doing extremely well in terms of timing. So thank you very much to all of you. See you in a few minutes.
Muchas gracias.
Hombre, perdona, pero nunca me hizo persona. Me alegro.
Muchas gracias. Desastrosa la organización. Bueno, Buenas tardes a todas, a todos, a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's resume. We saw that the brownies were coming out, so we couldn't come down quicker. I'm going to give the floor to Antonio Nuño, who's a journalist at Cadena Ser and co-host of Lo Normal podcast, to be able to moderate this session, Marriage as a Catalyst, 20 Years of Progress in Equality. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to introduce the panelists, who are the important people at this table. We have Mrs. Nanglares, co-president of the Euro-Central Asian Lesbian Community. We also have Maria Rachid, president of the Argentine LGBT Plus Federation and former deputy representative of Buenos Aires. Mario Colla Marino, president of the Círculo de Cultura Homosexual Mario Mieli, and Vittorio Urella, who is the vice president of the Pedro Cerolo Foundation. Hopefully, Juan Fernando will join us soon. Now, here he is, MEP from the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats at the European Parliament. How are you doing?
No lo oímos. Bueno, vamos solucionando poco a poco esos problemas.
Okay, we will solve those sound issues. 4 days that changed the recent history of our country and the history of the LGBTIQ group. The Congress approved the law that modified the civil code with regard to the same marriage right. A person could marry someone from his or her same sex, and it was just about adding a phrase to Code 44 of the Civil Code. The marriage will have the same effects when both have the same or different sex. It was a huge transformation for many of us. The modifications of this amendment in the Civil Code were members of the Basque country, Esquerra Republicana, the Green political party, the Socialist Party, Coalición Canaria, among others, 2 MEPs from the Canary coalition. All of them amounted to 187 votes, 147 against Partido Popular, Unión Democrática, and a third party. But the true responsibles for this right were those who were attending that session. They were the face and the body of that cause so that we could all reach equality. Many of these names: García Rodrigo, Beatriz Jumeno Núñez, Miguel Ángel Fernández, Tony Boera, Jordi Petit. I forget many names, but I want to remember too Miguel Ángel Sánchez and Pedro Cerolo, who are no longer with us, who boosted since the beginning of the 80s the fight in defense of LGBT plus people rights.
Y claro, no podemos olvidar.
And of course, we cannot forget the Prime Minister, José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero, who carried out one of the most emotional speeches. Let's remember, we are not making legislation for remote people. We are extending the opportunity towards happiness for our colleagues, for our neighbors, for our families and relatives. We are building at the same time a more decent country, a more decent society that does not humiliate people. He cited Cernuda. How does man deceive himself? And he continued, Spanish society gives an answer to a group of people who have been humiliated, whose rights have been ignored, offended, their freedom left aside. The Spanish society is giving respect back to these people, reaffirming their identity and freedom. It hasn't been an easy path since the draft law was proposed. Those were against went down and took the streets. There was a with many people demonstration in defense of the family. The law was vetted by the Senate on the 30th of January, and the opposition representative said this law will pass even if there's no wide consensus in our society, despite many homosexuals wanting this process not to be open. But in reality, almost 70% of the population, 60% of Congress was in favor of same-sex marriage. The first event took place in Tres Cantos. Emilio Menéndez, Carlos Maturín, 11 days after the first marriage between two women, but both women wanted to maintain anonymity. Since then, many have been married. We were the first ones to do so after Belgium and the Netherlands, but the first ones to do so with all rights, including adoption. Now, in more than 40 countries, people from the same sex can marry. We're going to talk about the past, the present, and the future, especially the future of this institution.
Vamos a comenzar precisamente con uno de esos rostros.
We're going to start with one of these persons, Tony Poveda. If we look back 20 years for young people, what happened in Spain? Why did we have the same-sex marriage set as a priority in the country? Well, I would say it was a very important cause. 30 years before, we were in the midst of HIV crisis, and that moment we encountered partners. We're talking about couples of men. One of them, his family, when coming out of the closet 15 or 10 years ago, 5 years ago, didn't want to know anything about their son. That man had a partner, HIV occurred, the crisis, and when this boy who was about to pass away, who had to say goodbye to his loved ones, his partner went to hospital, and relatives didn't want the love of his life to say goodbye to him because they considered their son to be a faggot. And this was very, very painful to me. Dignity was being attacked, the most important right within a couple. We also had problems with inheritance, couples who the one who was alive, he came back home and they changed the lock of their house. And I insist, the family who didn't want to know anything about the son because of his sexual orientation. And in those days in Spain, in Europe, there were many cases. And there was also something very important when we talked about marriage, we talked about adoption, and people were not aware, and some people said so, that we already had children. We already had sons and daughters, and our sons and daughters, first of all, were not sterile, and also we could adopt on an individual basis. And we realized that our sons, our daughters, our children only had the right to protection from one of their parents. And with the right to marriage, we wanted them to have the same protection as other children. And these were the two reasons that made us fight, defend the laws with regard to partners, because I was a teenager And when I was growing, I never thought that I could have a family recognized by the state. And we considered different laws, different possibilities, but in a certain way we could solve things. But we then decided that equality had to be full. If it wasn't full equality, it wasn't real equality. We will talk about this later. We'll talk about that moment. Spain knew and decided to take the step and approve the same-sex marriage law and not the law for domestic partners or unmarried mothers. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you. Loud and clear. This law has many fathers and mothers. We've mentioned activists, we've mentioned Mr. Rodríguez Zapatero, but to make this law possible, to make it fit in the framework, this was Mr. Juan Fernando López Aguilar. You do agree with this? Well, of course, we fostered it from the Ministry of Justice. It wasn't the first one. It wasn't the first law for transformation to keep our promises. Let's try to reflect on this jointly. We had a full majority of the Popular Party. I was aligned with Mr. Zapatero on the firm conviction that we could win the elections. And then we decided that we wanted to change things. We called it the calm change, to guarantee the equality of rights so that these rights could be enjoyed. It was our commitment. And we wanted to prepare for the government, and Mr. Rodríguez Zapatero won these elections, March 2004. I was his Minister of Justice. It was a great honor, this great cause, and we, as promised, launched this process without ceding to the pressures on us, the law against gender violence, the express divorce law, they called it like that, just due to consensus. We didn't have to approve infidelity or any other reasons that would justify two processes. It was separation on one hand and then divorce, the law on equality, the first trans law that provided dignity to trans people with passport ID, reforming, amending the civil code, also with progressive child protection. But this law is the most important flagship. It remains in our memory in a symbolic, emblematic way. It was about modifying an article, Article 44 of the Civil Code, 17 words, but really making history. And we did so because we had promised to do it. Why did we do it? Well, we listened to members of society, women, victims of violence, members of the community, and his president, Mr. Cerolo. And with his capacity of persuasiveness, we wanted to keep our promise, and we said marriage it will be. No civil union, anything but marriage, because marriage is for man and woman. And we said no, marriage. Well, if it is marriage but not the adoption, and we said no, and we said to deprive the right to adoption, the legal right to adopt to people depending on married people, depending on the sexual orientation of people, would be unconstitutional. It would mean a discrimination towards people, homosexual people, single people, etc. So considering it is a marriage, it has to be in full effect with the same consequences. And this is what we did. We extended all rights, inheritance, testament, and adoption, filiation, in equal conditions with heterosexual couples. And this has been extended to other European countries, and many copied the example of Spain. Normally, we were used to being the last ones in many areas, and we became a reference in equality. And many states incorporated the Spanish model, the Spanish approach. Even countries with a Catholic tradition, Malta, Ireland, and some have not done this. Those who've had an anti-European regression pushback that is contrary to European values and principles, not only the fundamental rights of the European Union, the case of Hungary, for instance, against European values, but Spain has been a leader, has been a reference, and we are very proud of this. It wasn't easy. This would be my conclusion. I defended the law at Congress, and I defended the cause in the face of all the arguments. Marriage, some people said matrimonio, marriage from mother. This is ridicule. This is absurd. Can a woman not have the power to the authority? But the Constitution states that men and women have the right. This means, to me, Constitution is that women have to see an end to the discrimination that they have been suffering for many years. Equality, we don't have to have women submitted to husbands' desires. This is what the Constitution wanted, not to prohibit same-sex marriage. It is an evolutive interpretation adapted to the values of the Constitution. It demanded the implementation of the same-sex marriage. Article 2 obliges all public powers to take away all obstacles that hinder the full equality between people. It is the mandate exactly that, to remove all obstacles. And then the stupid answers regarding anti-constitutionality by the judicial power, saying that the social engineering of the government was proposing this. It said that after same-sex marriage, what will be the next thing? Polygamy or marriage with pet. These apparent comments, horrendous, I insist. No changes to better situation can happen on their own. We need perseveration, intelligence, and strength to be able to move forward. And this is the right-wing media that was denying the right to adoption, the judicial right that denied this right, that was talking about the fact that according to them, it was against the Constitution, with different arguments that were validated one by one by the Constitutional Court, and of course the position of the church. I was a minister then, and I always defended religious plurality, religious minorities, and we opened up a dialogue with the Catholic Church and with other religions that have presence here as a plural and diverse society. And I also met the Pope, John Paul II and Benedict XVI, and I've met bishops, cardinals, and they, some of them denied saying hello to me, saying that the Spanish government was destroying the family. This was the argument used against us. But no, we were providing equal dignity to different forms of family, and this has been consolidated and sound. And I can only remember that many of us belonged to a generation that thought that this was absolutely impossible, that we were never going to achieve this. But the moment came, and we had to do this with intelligence, with braveness, overcoming obstacles, and with a solid legal ground to be able to overcome the anti-constitutional recourses. And many of those who used the recourses have enjoyed attending same-sex marriages, equalitarian marriages, and also a lot of people who were fiercely against same-sex marriage have enjoyed it themselves. This happens here and in other. They arrive late and badly to these trains into history to then later on acknowledge this right. And I think that 20 years later, homosexual people don't have to hide anymore their sexual orientation to friends, or before it was 30, 40 years ago when I was young, it was a secret. This doesn't have to be hidden from parents, and you can invite your father, your mother to your wedding, and everybody can enjoy it. And many men and many women enjoy the wedding of their children. And it is something they had never considered when they were 20. But we contributed to this change towards the best of the Spanish society. And we overcame the quantitative trap. They asked us, how many homosexuals do you think will benefit from this law? It is not quantity, it is not in numbers, it is quality. The fact is that they can do it with the same dignity, with the same equality. And this is what I defended at Congress. Here, homosexuals have always been able to marry, but they had to marry with a person from the different sex, and it was about time that we corrected that. Thank you very much. I just want to remember this legal sequence. There were strong winds blowing against us, and you need determination, firmness, perseverance, and the law was technically sound. We overcame anti-constitutionality recourses, and it has fully been accepted by Spanish society. I'm a teacher at university now, and I see this when I talk to young people. There can be gay people in class who openly speak about their sexual orientation at school, in class, without the fear of being rejected by their peers. And this is really different from when I was 18. And I'm very proud to have a better Spanish society with the transformative tool of democracy, of law, confirmed by a Congress that is the representation of sovereignty that lies within the people. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Eva Pérez Naclares,
This advancement, Eva, did not only transform the lives of couples made by same-sex partners, it was also the fact that Spain was the first country that acknowledged these families and provided them with the right of adopting children. Has this had an effect in the society compared to other countries that approved a type of same-sex marriage that was more limited, with fewer rights attached? Doubtlessly so, yes. According to the information that I have and from the position that I have in the ELC, I think that there is a very important difference. And I think that you will ask me about this later on compared to how other countries are facing this matter. And it has to do with the courage with which it was tackled, the way that certain arguments were defended and opposed from the government back then, aiming at minimizing the rights of women, especially reproductive rights of women. Those families, Tony, as Tony said before, existed before, but they existed both in the illegal plan, in the illegal dimension. This means that we cannot stop people. What we can do from the civil society is to defend this. From the governments who are willing to do so, what we can do is to support the evolution of people, the development of people, but we cannot stop people. And people here are part of the community. You can choose to live your sexual orientation freely, or you can choose, unfortunately, due to the existing system, to live submitted to the rules. But as a friend of mine says, she didn't choose to be born in Galicia, and she didn't choose to be born a lesbian. So, of course, all sorts of people existed, and the argument about children and morality was completely erased once you accepted same-sex marriages, and it also allowed us to have the social validation implied. What I'm going to say is a bit controversial, but this is why I'm here for today. How women are always requested to be validated by being mothers, as if women who do not become mothers were not full women. And in the case of lesbians, not only, but let me focus for now on lesbians. They had to choose, as Tony said, under a fake label of being single. Many of them were not single, some of them were, but also they could choose to bring to the world, as my Italian colleagues say and said last year. Thankfully, the Italian court has pushed back against the appeal for the acknowledgement of children by lesbians. But what they used to say is that this type of policies against same-sex marriages actually make people to be outside of the system. What we had before the courageous government of Zapatero and the brave minister that is listening to us all is what we had were first-class and second-class citizens and children that were first-class or second-class children. So, to answer your question more specifically, this opened the way to opening the minds of people to different family models. Juan Fernando, when I was a child, I didn't used to see children of divorced fathers. So when the law came about, many people divorced. Even people from the Popular Party joined the ranks of people getting divorced. So we had a diversity of families. But what is important from law in this sense? Law is important to turn into a reality things that were questioned before. At the same time, the same-sex marriages were passed. The prohibition of smoking in public places was passed. And this was also extremely controversial. People were saying that this was the end of the world, the end of bars. Of course, back then, we didn't have the president of the autonomous region of Madrid to defend the freedom in our community. But with the tobacco law, something funny happened. Since it was forbidden to smoke, I was a privileged woman who lived in the attic in one of the buildings in the center of Madrid, and I smoked. And suddenly this law was passed, and all my friends coming to my house came in, and then they went outside to the terrace to smoke. And I asked them why they were doing this, and they were saying, "Oh, we don't want to be a bother." And I realized that this lever was caused by the actions of the government and the law. The law forbidding to smoke in public places actually allowed for the protection of the health of people. And with same-sex marriages, the same thing happened. The moment these became legal and it was published in the official bulletin of the state, this acquired a different quality. I have a daughter, and in the school you had to register your child with 2 mothers, so this forced you to come out of the closet, and this happened 13 years ago. And from the moment that the law was passed, everything became more normal. All these diverse families became more normal. So when we see that changes come about, there are judges and specialists in legal matters that could tell me more about the details related to this. But I don't know if the society really pushes the changes in law, or when there is a political will to raise all citizens to the same level of equality so that they can choose the type of life that they want to lead, if they want to have children or not, if they feel allowed by the state. This is something that is only earned through political will. And as a legal expert, I have to say that the same-sex marriage law was like seeing the oracle. I always say that Zapatero, the President Zapatero, is the closest thing that we have to God on earth, because it really gave me value in the society. The people who doubted that I could ever be happy, because people sometimes are not lesbian phobic, but rather because they are concerned about your happiness. They feel that society will denigrate you, will humiliate you. So from then on, they didn't have to be concerned about it, because this was already covered by the law. So as a legal expert that I am pushing the divorce of many people. And so I think that we need to think about the next steps after marriage. Why are there things that we still do not want to discuss? We're still pondering if we have the right to exist, but now we need to think about the situations that are evolving. We're still dealing with things from the past that we haven't sorted out yet, but we need to start also thinking about our reality at the moment. We are sorry, without the microphone. Maria, Argentina is now experiencing a backslide in many rights. Would you say that LGBTQ rights are in danger? Could collaboration with other countries prevent this situation to deepen? The truth is that, yes, of course, our rights are at risk, but to be able to give you a proper answer, I think that we need to analyze 4 elements. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation, for being here, sharing experiences and information, for bringing home many ideas. And also, I hope that I will have the opportunity of telling you more about this and about the role of Pedro Cerolo in same-sex marriage in Argentina. Secondly, France, I'm sorry, but I'm from Argentina, so every time we said second place, we have to say France is in second place. So thirdly, because in the second position we will have France. So in the third place, I would like to highlight that we need to think about what Milei's government is willing to do. They want to go all in. They want to derogate the same-sex marriage law, the gender equality laws. They have said this openly in Davos when they they made a connection between our families and pedophilia. There's another important character in the Argentinian government that has already said in different recordings that they're waiting for the majority in the parliament in order to derogate all these different laws, such as the same-sex marriage one. It is also important to highlight that the Argentinian society, even those who voted for Milei, they voted for him despite all this. Even some people from our community voted for him, and they said, but he won't be able to derogate same-sex marriage. And the truth is that so far he hasn't been able, because we have this society has supported equality and same-sex marriage, and it is the same society that voted for Milei. But at the same time, it is also true, and this takes me to the second point, that for a right-wing government with some time in the government, with all the tools that they have at hand, they could really start the cultural fight. And they already trying to steal those terms from us, the cultural battle. They could fight the cultural battle in order to transform reality. So it is important that we can work and that we can keep up the fight and defend equality. How will we do this? Well, we will do it as we have managed to achieve same-sex marriage approval, by learning of others' experiences, exchanging information, and always learning from each other, supporting each other. Same-sex marriage in Argentina has been the product of the fight of organizations, and also this was the success of a government that supported this and different sectors that supported it, but also it has been the product of activists and Spanish organizations who have shared their experience with us. And I would like to tell you a bit more about this, if I may. So, to give you some context about the role of the Spanish organizations of same-sex marriage in Argentina, and more specifically of Pedro Cerolo, I will give you some context. We had just discussed the civil unions in Buenos Aires. We celebrated the achievement of civil unions as if it was something marvelous, but this was only applied to the city of Buenos Aires, and this law is still in effect, and it says that same-sex couples need to be treated in a similar way as married couples. This was humiliating for us, but we celebrated this, and this is just to give you an idea of what the context was. Of course, in the first draft, it didn't talk about similar rights as married couples, but it said equal rights to traditional couples. But we celebrated this. We left the room at 7 a.m. in the morning. This topic had been left to the end, and the passing of this was very complicated. And we needed everyone to remain in the room until the vote was finished, because we wouldn't have had enough people. We even accompanied people when they went to the toilets to make sure that they came back to the room to vote, so that this civil union was passed in the city. And that was just a minor thing, meant a lot for us. there were still people talking about us being sick, about pedophilia, about our children, etc. But after passing this law, the association started thinking, what now? People talked about civil unions with certain rights, with all rights, and in the midst of everything, nobody spoke about same-sex marriage. That belonged in a different dimension, to a different planet. The Netherlands, Belgium, this was a different planet for us. They were culturally very different from us. They didn't have a strong presence of the Catholic Church. This was one of the main obstacles for the approval of same-sex marriages. And all of a sudden, in 2012, we had this in vigor. And from between 2003 and 2005, two important things happened. First of all, we have in Argentina a candidate, an elected candidate, that made a campaign saying that he approved same-sex marriages and adoptions. It was the first time that we heard an Argentinian candidate speaking about this in those terms. And that president wins the elections. And one of the first things that he does is calling up all the civil society organization to discuss different elements, even sexual diversity. They ask us to make suggestions about public policies to eliminate sexual discrimination that we were enduring back then. So the organizations attend those meetings, the plan was published, and same-sex marriage was not a term included in this because these organizations were not talking about this. We talked about making bringing the rights to the same level, and so this plan is published without any mention to same-sex marriage. We didn't even talk about it. Nobody prevented us from doing it. We were not talking about it. But then in 2005, same-sex marriage was passed in Spain. We were not talking about a different universe. This country was close to ours. There was a strong presence of the Catholic Church. They had even called upon millions of people to declare themselves against same-sex marriage. And despite all that, they had managed to approve same-sex marriage. So immediately we got in contact with all the Spanish organizations and we asked them, what did you do? They had created a federation and we did the same. We created the Argentinian LGBTQ Federation, and this was our first flyer. I don't know if you see that in the newspaper El País gives the news of the same-sex marriage having been approved in Spain, and this had really inspired the Argentinian organizations to set as one of their goals the same-sex marriage. And then Pedro Cerola arrived in Argentina. He convened us to a hotel to have a chat with LGBTQ organizations. We were hesitant back then. We thought this is going to take place in 40 years. Argentina is not like Spain either. Probably we need to start by accepting a civil union. And Pedro said, I see what the conditions are in Argentina and that they are okay for starting out pushing same-sex marriage. But if you want to start with a civil union, consider that if you promote same-sex marriage, the right wing will accept with their eyes closed. The civil unions will not complain about that. So we started talking about same-sex marriage, and the right wing parties asked us, they demanded that we went for the civil union instead. Those who were completely against having equal rights and different sex marriage, they were offering this as an option so that we would not push for same-sex marriage. So Zapatero was going to come to Argentina, and Pedro Cerolo came instead representing Zapatero. And so he was going to be welcomed by Aníbal Fernández. He was our Juan Fernando, so that you have an idea of what he represents. And Pedro said, asked us if we had proposed this option to the government of same-sex marriage, and we said no, never a minister or any representative from the government has received this request. And he asked us, haven't you been heard about the possibility of pushing this? And we said, no, we have never been received by anyone to talk about this. And he said that he was going to have a meeting the following day. So he gave me, he asked that we gave him all the details about our ideas, our suggestions, and he actually got us into that meeting with the minister so that we could present this topic to the minister in person. From that moment on, that very minister started being a great ally for passing the approval of the same-sex marriage. But not only that, Pedro Cerolo also came oftentimes to Argentina. That blonde there next to Pedro Cerolo is me, actually. And my hair has changed in color. The years have changed me. But this is one of the Pride marches. Pedro Cerolo came with us, and there was an organization who was pushing were pushing for civil unions. They had an agreement with the church to push for that, but we wanted to push for the same-sex marriage. This is something that we also wanted to state that to claim for in Argentina. So Pedro came to the parliament. He's in the Eva Perón room in a panel discussing same-sex marriage in Argentina. Here we have a newspaper, a digital newspaper that is very well known there. And he discussed this topic, and in one of the paragraphs, they say that Cerolo requested Cristina Kirchner. Kirchner was already in government, and he asked her to be brave so that Argentina can enter the future. And this was also a round table about equal same-sex marriage. Pedro spoke all the time about courage, about being brave, and it is not by chance that one of the sentences that were said by Kirchner said that one of the main progresses that had been made in her government, including same-sex marriage, they didn't happen by magic, that the most important thing was to be brave to face no matter what in order to accomplish these goals. And this reminds us of the words of Pedro Cerolo. This is the way that the same-sex marriage was approved in the Senate. It was one of the coldest nights in the year. We were in front of the Congress, in front of the Parliament, and Pedro Cerolo was there with us. He had been there before when we were on the verge of approving it, but in the end it was not passed. But Pedro said that he would be there for the final approval of the law. So it is true that we are so grateful for all the learning, for all the practices that you shared with us, the experience that organizations shared with us, all the work that had been done here. Everything that you did here helped us develop strategies for what happened also there, and the colleagues who traveled there, Tony, Beatriz Jimeno, Boti, and of course, Pedro, you were key to achieving equality in Argentina. We are extremely grateful for all this. We would be in debt with you were it not for the fact that you already had sent the Catholic Church. So I think that you still owe us one Pedro Cerolo more to be even.
Así que muchas gracias. Gracias por Pedro.
So So thank you so much. Thank you for Pedro Cerolo. Thank you for the work that you have carried out here in Spain. Mario, in Italy, there is no same-sex marriage, although there is the possibility for having civil unions since 2016. Since you are so close to Spain, what are the main differences that you find between the possibilities of having a family in Italy and in Spain?
I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So we are very close on many ways, Italy and Spain, but definitely not about LGBT rights and human rights. As you know, now we have Meloni that is ruling the country since few years. She's very big ally of all Orbán's and Trump, and also she's friend with Vox here in Spain. I remember when she has been in a congress of Vox and she said her main phrase, soy una mujer, soy una madre, soy católica. She loved to say in every language.
I'm a mother, I'm a woman, and I'm Catholic.
That's how the anti-LGBT politician works. They have the same narratives all over the world. There are a lot of similitudes between Orban, Meloni, Trump. They all work the same. So basically, Italy does not have the equal marriage, only have the civil unions, and this came after many years of battles, struggles, and actually was a very big democratic wound in the Italian society. They started, the activists, the LGBT collective, they started in the 90s to propose the first LGBT laws at the first attempt to make the civil union. They also talk about equal marriage, but immediately they turn in civil union. So in 2000 in Italy was the first World Pride of history. That was a very big moment in the LGBT movement around the world. And I think, talking with the people that were at the time, they were thinking, and after that moment, everything will be very easy. But it was not like that, because we had to wait 16 years later, in 2016, to have the civil partnership law. Actually, I have also a personal remember of that time, because it was my first year in the activism. So I was the president of the association in 2015, and I jumped in this battle very, very young, and was very interesting for me to see all the work that people did before and they were doing at the time, to see this moment, this historical moment also for Italy. Let's say I'm very jealous of your politicians here in Spain, because they were very courageous and very they have very big consistency about the battle, because in Italy the civil partnership law was made by the Democrats, actually, by the left, not by the center or the right. And we had as Prime Minister Renzi, that is a very European politician, so he loved to think about himself like that, and the majority of the government was mixed, so were some left, some center, right at the time. So anyway, we passed 1 year battle in the parliament to about this votation, about the law, about a lot of problems that they always say against us, that we want to go, the civil partnership will open to the surrogacy, that we will go to United States or some other countries to buy children. We still don't understand what was the conjunction between civil partnership and this. They were, of course, against the stepchild adoption. They were talking about the gender. They were saying that the gender will destroy Italy. So a lot of struggle, a lot of very bad moments, especially for the Rainbow family, that were attacked every day. So at the end, after 1 year of talks, debate in parliament, in the media, the government was, the parliament, we recognize that the parliament had not the numbers itself to vote a law. So basically Renzi, in the middle of the night, in 2-3 days. He wrote again the law in a governmental tool, and they voted with the trust. So it's an instrument in Italy that if the parliament, the majority don't vote, the government will fail. So that how the civil union passed in Italy. It's very dramatic because this was made all on our skin, and we're talking about real people, not about the gender and like other things like that. So the civil union law in Italy came after many years of battle and was the first legal recognition of same-sex couple in our country. Was a historic step forward, but was a result of, as we've seen, of many compromises. I think too much if we think now after almost 10 years, where a lot of compromise. First, the provision of the stepchild adoption was cancelled. So basically, within this law, the filiation, the rainbow family had no rights, and that was the biggest wound that we experienced. The second element was that the obligation of fidelity was removed. I think this should be removed for everybody, but they did on purpose, because I remember that we were arguing with some ministers, some politicians, and they were saying very ideologically and very badly that the LGBT are not loyal as the straight couple, so you don't need to have the obligation of fidelity. So that's very crazy, I know, but it's very also, I don't know, maybe someone like, because you can, but was not nice. So, and the third was, of course, that the word marriage was explicitly avoided, because they say that the marriage was only for the straight couple. So after that, we thought, I think, that we could start working for a good law about the stepchild adoption, about the rainbow family. They were saying to us, we will reform the law of the family, we will do a lot of changes, but finally they did nothing, because in Italy we have a problem with the government, except Meloni actually, that they change very fast. So like after Renzi came Draghi, after Renzi came Conte, then Draghi. So there is a big changes in the government, so every 2-3 years normally. And so many law and projects, they don't go further. Actually, Renzi, after that he stepped down from the Democrats, he founded a new party, and he was very surprised why the LGBT people don't vote for him. And we were saying, I think you don't have to think that you did a favor to us to give the civil partnership. It was something like, it's a democracy, it's something that we need, it's not a favor. And that's how politics in Italy think. They are very clientelar. They think that if they do something because they want something, then you have to give back something, especially in the electoral way. And we passed by a moment of indifference, let's say, because from 2016 and 2022, then Meloni started, we had the government left and a 5-star movement that is in the center, let's say, but they did nothing about LGBT. So in 2022, Meloni won, as we know, and everything changed. So basically now we are targeted every day by this government. They did a lot of things immediately. They started to attack the LGBT community. They canceled the birth certificate of mothers that you were mentioning before. They canceled also this certificate that were in the mayor city hall that they were doing. So they canceled also that the gender became a word that they use for fear, so we cannot go to the school. Now the new battle they are doing is against the young transgender people. So they want to stop to give the medicines to the young transgender people. Of course, it's terrible. Like Italy, it's in 36th position in the ILGA rainbow map. So after us, there is Hungary. I mean, I'm very surprised and shocked that a country that was one of the founders of the European Union is on this kind of rights, similar to Hungary. And basically Meloni is trying also to stop some way the manifestation. She approved in the silent this law called DDL security. It's a law about security. So basically, this was to stop people that were doing manifestation if they were not acting properly. So they can cancel the manifestation or not authorize the manifestation. That's what is similar to what's happening in Hungary. So I was there in Budapest with many of my colleagues, also some Spanish colleagues, and we thought that what's happening in Hungary can be in some ways also happening in other countries in Europe. So that's why we have to be always very careful. And I think what happened in Budapest is an example, and it's something that all those authoritative leaders have to know, that if the people from all over Europe go in the street and they will stop that, because we were like 200,000, 300,000, and the neo-Nazi were 5, 6. I did a picture, very nice, that was all those people on this bridge, and 5, 6 people protected by the police that were the neo-Nazi. So we will always win. I think in Italy too, we need maybe more time, but we will go hopefully soon the same situation in Spain. Thank you.
Quiero abrir ahora un turno para...
I will now open up the floor, so you can take the floor whenever you want. Same-sex marriage, is it an end in itself, or is it a starting point? What do you think? Same-sex marriage was a goal, an objective in itself. We needed to find the recognition by the state to our families, and that was an important objective. We said for some time that the revolution, our revolution, was a revolution defending the right to love. It is the beginning also, the beginning of the right to be. That is even more important. The right to love, but also we have to be respected. Our dignity has to be respected. And regarding same-sex marriage, we achieved something very important, and Zapatero talked about this too, the recognition not only of the legal equality for marriage, but also for a population that had been expelled, persecuted, sanctioned, punished according to the law that existed in the past during the dictatorship. Some people had to exile themselves, and it was an important boost moving from the catacombs to defending equality. And I think this is very important. I also remember Pedro Cerolo. This has been said many times, but it is more important than ever. Rights are defended, are enjoyed. Rights are conquered, are enjoyed, and are defended. And I think we have to do the three things, especially right now. Currently, we need to defend these rights. We have to continue conquering rights. There's still some to conquer, and we have to enjoy our rights. We cannot have the far right making us unhappy or sad, or the right-wing parties. I think that one of the best ways of resisting has to do with joy. We cannot let them embitter us, and we have to remain strong. We have two examples. Right now it is Pride, and I didn't know this. I was talking about this with Maria. One example is Budapest, but what has happened in Budapest with these 300,000 people in the street will mean that Hungarian society will react. It is the first time that a demonstration of strength is so powerful in the country. And she said that after the atrocities said by the heinous Prime Minister on pedophiles at Davos, this was the first demonstration in Argentina to react and answer this madman. I think that we still have a lot to conquer. We still have to maintain the rights that we have achieved, and we have to go hand in hand with other social movements, especially the feminist movement. We are heirs of the feminist movement in all the vulnerable populations that are subject to discrimination. Women always bear the hardest burden. It's not about hard times coming. No, they are here. Tough times are here, are occurring. And if we join our forces, they will not be able to end this cause.
Eva.
Yes, I'm here like the angry Strumpf. I think that we also have the right to divorce. We are moving towards a speech as advocates and civil society. We are growing older. Pride is a demonstration of joy, a demonstration of love, but it is also a profoundly political demonstration. We have to have the right to be who we are, and this means that we can be divorced, we can have shared custody, we can have visits with our children, and this leads me to two reflections. 20 years of equal marriage means that many judges in this country have already witnessed the divorce of same-sex people. And this doesn't mean that they're trained or prepared. Their ideology doesn't allow them to develop themselves as inequality, and I see this at court. But who is the real mother? Questions like this: who is the true mother? Who is can a man on his own raise a child? This is in the ideas, in the resolutions, in the sentences that are issued, and this has a direct impact on the lives of people. We have the law, we have the official gazette. It is fantastic. Changes as per the Socialist Party are carried out within the official gazette, but then we have the implementation of law and raising awareness, information. Sometimes it is about, well, let's have a tin opener to open this person's head. You cannot access a certain jurisdiction. If you're a lesbian like me, you look like this, but if you have short hair and you have a more masculine look, no, I will not give you the custody of the baby. You're not prepared. And I've seen this in my day-to-day, and it's atrocious. It happens every day. And then this is also a call on everyone. We have to demand other powers, not only legislative, but the others, adapt to the reality where we live. They need to have gender perspective, human rights perspective, LGBTQ perspective, because atrocious things happen. Even if we're feminist or aware as lawyers, we cannot overcome the atrocities of the system. And also, Mario, we have met at the international conference, the ELC at Rome. It was at the same time as the passing of the Pope. It was awful because our Pride March was the same day of the funeral.
Organization was there, and I remember that then the Dyke March was somewhere very
Sí,
far.
nos llevaron como a Plaza Elíptica para que os hagáis una...
And they took us, far away from the city center. There was a march. The city of Rome was great. The same goes for Budapest. 2 years before we went there to say, here we are as lesbians. And I just want to say that we are always at the vanguard of the LGBT movement. And one last reflection, talking to colleagues in Rome, more than 700 activists from 55 countries. You can imagine that the bubble where I live in as a lesbian lawyer, even if I complain, even I see far-right governments, is absolutely spectacular. Almost all of my colleagues are in a restricted space. They have no recognition, no acknowledgement in terms of marriage, healthcare, true atrocities all over Europe. A colleague from Albania, 2 wonderful women that on TV are launching, on the one hand, they're opening the conversation, having public opinion talk about marriage, and at the same time they want to become mothers. We're talking about 2 female activists who were really afraid of starting a maternity process without knowing if their rights are going to be acknowledged. And I said, you need to continue with your lives. You cannot stop your life just because these people consider this. But I understand this fear. And when my daughter was born, it was important for me to consider all these things. And I remember dinners at home, and I remember an appeal at the Constitutional Court, but it was validated, luckily. But this is the dynamic of many colleagues in Europe. We are in a bubble, and we have to defend it, and we have to extend it in Budapest, Rome, and all over Europe and other countries. Yes?
En esa línea que comentas.
Along those lines, Eva, there are many countries where we don't have rights, and many countries, we travel to them and we lose our rights, or when we move there. In a far future, do you think that our rights will become universal? The right to marriage, for instance? Briefly, Pedro Cerolo used to say this in Argentina always. That is not only possible, it is unavoidable.
¿Hasta qué punto el reconocimiento legal?
The legal recognition transforms the culture. How would you consider this, taking into account the institutional resistance? What about this resilience that we have within countries? We're not going to go into details, but we all know what we're talking about.
From the Vatican, very near. And actually, Italy is very touched by this, especially from the Vatican. I think now is less, but for many, many years, the presence of the Vatican, of the Church in Rome, stopped a lot of laws and LGBT laws. And actually, in the 2000 World Pride, it's something that we experience this interference of the church very, very clear, because they tried in every ways to stop and block the World Pride. So they were saying that was a tragedy that a lot of LGBT people come to Rome in the year of the Jubilee. So very explicit, the Pope and all the Vatican's authorities, they were saying that this has to be stopped. And finally, the Prime Minister of the time, it was Giuliano Amato, he was saying that unfortunately there is the Constitution. That's terrible to say. And the mayor of Rome, that of course it was more fun, let's say, he also tried to postpone the event. In the last attempt to postpone the event, he was saying to the organizer of the time, but I know that the Pope, the week later, go to Castel Gandolfo on holiday. Why don't you change the dates of the World Pride 1 week ahead, so then he will be not in the city? So that shows how Italian politicians think about it. Actually, recently it's different, but they tried all the time to interfere in our law. When there is something about the LGBT, like the civil unions, 2016, and then in 2021 we tried to approve the anti-discrimination law, so that also Spain has, and they were saying every day something against this law, against the transgender people, and finally the government had to say that they had to stop. It was Mario Draghi at the time, Prime Minister, that of course it's a very European person and it was a very good Prime Minister. He was saying we are not a Catholic state, so you cannot interfere like that. But finally, the law was not approved, and actually, the Senate clapped when the law was basically blocked by the Parliament, and so we don't have a law against discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. But in that time, the Italian movement was very strong because they didn't, we were not separated. So we were very supporting the gender identity element in the law. And of course now the transgender people are attacked everywhere. So we know now, I think worldwide, in Italy, 2021, we start to think like that the transgender people are the person in the community who are more attached by all these anti-LGBT narratives. So we have to be very careful. And the other part of the question was if the law changed the culture. I think yes, can change, because that was happening in Spain probably. Like they were very convinced about make this law. They did. The activists. I think some of you maybe were even surprised that they were so direct, no? But finally changed the culture, changed the mentality, and now everyone thinks that Spain, that is an LGBT paradise, let's say, you know, like anyway, is very high in the ranking of the LGBT map. So I think can change. Yeah, we have to make more law to change the culture. Thank you.
Hemos hablado varias veces de Pedro.
We've talked about Pedro many times, Maria, yourself, during this roundtable. Pedro was a defender of our rights, and he was a defender of the rights of everyone. Do we have camouflage due to ethnia or migration? I think that the access to rights exposes other inequalities on which we need to improve. The tool of the different equalities that we achieve will allow us to transform the society to make it more egalitarian and just. And sometimes, well, when we talk about same-sex marriage, the right party say, well, why do you have to ask for marriage? Which rights do you want? And we said, no, we copied the motto, the same rights with the same names, and this was very useful. We copied the same motto, and this was what we explained. We were not only defending the rights for anyone are always very important day to day. Even some left-wing sectors were saying that it was a bourgeois claim, and well, some social sectors don't need marriage and they can solve their issues with a good lawyer or notary. But workers are the ones that need this the most. But not only are we defending the rights that recognize same-sex marriage, what we want to do is send out the equality message as an equality message sent by the state, because this means that we can defend real equality. And we used an example that was very useful to explain this when we were fighting against apartheid laws, against descendants of Africans. These people fighting against this did not do this just because of the seat in the bus was worse at the back than in the front, or one university was uglier than the other. They were fighting for equality. Equality as a message of the state. It is an essential tool to fight violence and discrimination in the day-to-day. Without this message from the state, it is very difficult to achieve real equality. And for this reason, I think that all laws that recognize rights are part of the construction of real equality for everybody. I would like to add.
Yo añadiría que en mi experiencia.
In my personal experience as an activist, I think that I learn from colleagues who have a cross-cutting perspective, intersectionality, because to me it has been revealing not long ago, realizing that I talk from a position of privilege. First of all, I'm a white citizen in a majority white society. Privileges, another reflection is that I'm an independent professional. I can earn my own money. I have a social status. I have access to work because my family did not kick me out. They were about to for being a lesbian. If I had been trans, maybe it wouldn't have been the same situation. When we're talking about accessing employment for trans people, we're well, in many cases, I have to take into account their marginality. They're being expelled. I'm the privilege of being married to a wonderful woman with whom I'm in love, who's caring for our daughter while I'm here, talking about these things, and I can grow with my profession, with my advocacy. I'm not, I don't have a disability, and you add this and this and that, and from your privileged position, you can help others, then you become a real advocate. Until then, you haven't realized what the whole thing is about. But it is true that in my experience as an activist, I have been subject of a contagion. This is the privilege. I'm in a room with a super conservative look woman, and you're talking about all these matters, and Lolly from HR suddenly didn't know that the LGBT group needed diversity, and women have a lot of empathy. This is true, and I've experienced this, and we're not talking about Lolly from HR, but this woman suddenly, after a presentation, she says, let me share this. I'm divorced. I'm part of my minority within my circle of people. This is a strong example, because when we are capable of making diversity something cross-cutting, we can connect with many things, positive discrimination, different policy initiatives, but opening our minds. We have these privileges, and probably those who are listening to us do not have these privileges, and we have to take this into account, bear it in mind when we're talking about public policies, changes to legislation, objectives in terms of media, in terms of legal professional work. This is super important, and this is my experience. It happens all the time. Yes, okay.
Yo con Pedro aprendí.
With Pedro, I learned that the person who defends human rights cannot be defender only of the human rights of the population that you're defending in that particular moment. You cannot defend the LGBT community rights, and no matter how well the population of Israel can be treated, you can keep quiet while there is a genocide ongoing in Gaza. This is something that it is the way it is. A friend tells me that I am a matryoshka type of activist, because if you open the human rights, then you have the LGBT, and then the feminist, and then the defender of the Palestinians. And I don't know if this is going to sound too activist, but each pride needs to be more and more anti-fascist. Every year, our pride needs to be completely anti-fascist. We're sorry, but without the microphone, it is very hard to hear what the speaker is saying at the moment. We're sorry, until she gets the microphone, we won't be able to interpret the speakers from the audience. If you need to marry, then marriage is not an advancement, it's not progress, it is an obligation. Marriage can only be an option for the people who want to get married. I am the president of the committee for the reivindication of lesbians' rights, and we demand for same rights in the parliament, and I was with Pedro Cerolo in the commission of the regulation for couples. He defended marriage, and we do too. But everyone has the right to marry whomever they want, and also they have the right not to get married. And we are still having the same rights. And I am one of the drafters of the family law. We are fighting for all families to have the same rights, whether we are married or not. And I think that this is very important. It is very important that we respect this. We defend same-sex marriage, and same-sex marriage for us is something that also needs to support the civil unions. We all need to be brothers and sisters and support each other. So my request is that we do not oppose same-sex marriage to civil unions, because it was just, a first step forward, and it's useless. Mr. López Aguilar, I think, has left the room. We met up with him in the Ministry of Justice to defend both things, same-sex marriage and civil unions. And the Ministry of Justice understood this. And they said, we're going to pass both things. We understand that these are completely different from a legal perspective, and so one thing was passed and not the other. Obviously, because the historic moment saw the stealing from the right-wing parties of everything related to equalitarian marriage. But we're still fighting for civil unions, so please support us as well.
Perdona por cortarte.
Sorry for having to cut you short. We are very tight on time. So just to wrap this panel up, I would like to ask a short conclusion from the four of you. When we look towards the future, in some cases, we cannot really... When we think of a midterm or long-term future, what do we see? Well, I defend joy because if, as Tony said, we might just go to bed and stay there. So if we want to be in a mood, we choose to be angry. But if we can choose between being angry and being joyful, I really defend joyfulness. I think this is the only real alternative for us. I see equality because, as we said before, it is unavoidable, and it is also something that I believe that regardless of the fact that in Argentina the far right is moving forward and it is destroying many of the things that we have built. We had a Ministry of Women and Diversity. We had public policies in every single ministry. This has been destroyed, but for all the things that the right wing is doing to destroy everything we built, I think we will be able to rebuild everything that they have destroyed, and we will be progressing in terms of equality. It is an unavoidable thing. Mario?
This kind of word for ministry, like we have the Ministry of Sovereign Agriculture and Food. The Minister of Natality, that before was the Minister of the Equal Opportunity. That's unbelievable. So we talk today that the equal marriage is not just a legal issue. Basically, it's a cultural and political choice that change the life of the people. So we will never stop fighting for achieve this law, and I think we have to be very close as European in this battle where mostly are needed. Thank you.
Tony. Yo creo que lo
I believe that the most pressing thing to do from the LGBTQ movement is to ask Manolita, Jimena, they are attacking the weakest link in the chain from our movement. This is what they think, which is the trans people. But let's avoid transphobia. There's also a misogyny, a trans misogyny. We cannot allow them to go after the people who started this revolution in 1969. We cannot allow this to happen.
Y fíjate, Tony.
Tony, a few meters away, we have Manolita. Manolita is an example for all of us, I think. Thank you to all the panelists today. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todas, todos y todes de este panel.
Now, thank you to all our panelists. Let's move on to the next roundtable, the reactionary agenda, gender as a political battleground. So please stay where you are.
Muchísimas gracias.
Antonio.
They're going to take a picture upstairs. But upstairs, yeah. Muy bien. Bueno, vamos.
So let's resume the session. Let's go back to the last and, in my opinion, the most interesting roundtable in our agenda, the reactionary agenda. For this, I will leave the floor to the activist and lawyer, a specialist in LGBTQ themes, Manuel Ródenas. Thank you, Joseph. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you all. I would like to thank the organization of Madrid Summit, the opportunity that they have given me to moderate this panel with three wonderful people in the LGBTQ community. This the reactionary agenda, gender as a political battleground, will start with an explanation of the current scenario, and I think that the most appropriate person to open this table is Marina Echevarria Saez. She is the president of the LGTB Persons Participation Council at the Ministry of Equality Government of Spain. She has authored 8 books and 60 articles in scientific journals, and as an activist for LGTB rights, she has cooperated in the preparation of many regional laws, and she was part of, as an expert of the working group where she achieved the passing of a law to modify the registration of the people's sex.
Bien, Marina.
So, Marina, we are talking about a cultural battle on gender. Where does this movement come from, and what's the reason behind it? Good afternoon, everyone. I think that we're all aware, and we hear this often, that there is a cultural war on us. But what is this specifically? What is it about? Well, I learned what this meant just by accident when I was browsing the internet about 20-something years ago, when I saw a very young Steve Bannon talking about cultural wars. Back then, we didn't even have Trump. And Bannon explained, what you need to do is to replace the rational political speech or discourse with an emotional discourse. So you need to mobilize people emotionally by appealing their national sentiment and the defense of traditional values that they feel that have always been part of their family legacy. Let's find an enemy. For instance, migrants. They are different. They speak differently. Their skin tone is darker. Or LGBTQ community. These are people who have been criminalized. They're strangers. They do not do things like we do. They don't live like we do. And let's create a speech, a discourse that opposes good and evil. We defend family values. We defend the values of patriotism, of ownership, etc., etc., against all these people. The woke. They embody everything that we oppose. And this will generate a sort of a glue of sentiment, of feelings. This will appeal to the fear of people and insecurity of people who believe that the world is changing and they don't understand in what direction. We are going to mobilize people, but also cultural wars have primary and secondary goals. The first goal is, as I was saying, as it was said in the first family conference held in Pamplona in the 1990s, to restore the natural order. Rights have gone too far. Let's stop this community. Let's stop this trend towards liberalization because it is going too far. It is true. They try to limit us to the corner of society, of history, even delete us if possible. But there are secondary goals. For instance, if we say that a trans girl age 16 cannot tell what her identity is, how can she decide if she can have an abortion or not? If she doesn't have personal autonomy, who has this right to make decisions for her? Her father. If they cannot be in the changing rooms with other people, or they cannot do sports with other boys or girls, we are defending a segregation, and we are defending a society model that is based on segregation. Because if we can segregate this one group, we can segregate others. We are in the front line of this together with migrants, but after us comes the rest of the society, and this political movement is just showing this. In a few decrees, we have been depleted of 30 years of rights that we had earned in the United States. All of a sudden, we can be deported without any guarantees, without any legal protections. And Trump is already talking about doing the same thing with American citizens, not because they're migrants, but because they're bad people. So behind all this, there is an assault on the principles of the rule of law and the democracy. Spain has a very important role in this. It has been mentioned the importance of the spreading of the LGBT rights in Latin America. But let's talk about the role of Spain in the spreading of the fight against the depletion of rights around the world, because we talked about the conference of the family in Pamplona. People were asked to write reports back then against all this liberal movement. And a first attempt was made that failed, but all these people got to know the evangelical movement from the far-right movement. The Atlantis Foundation, for instance, that they have written the 2025 agenda, and the Heritage Foundation and the think tank from the far-right in the United States, and they said, oh, we have a common cause, let's put money into this. And then came the Russians, the oligarchs from Putin's environment, and they said, yes, we share the same cause, let's put money into this. So at the end of the day, we have an international bloc, and we had the head of this, or among the leaders of this, Hazte Oír. This is something that you probably have heard about, Abogados Cristianos, the center Tomás Moro. They created this organization, this coordination center, Citizen Go, that is spreading around the planet. They share the agenda anti-rights for the LGBTQ community, from anti-feminism, anti-rule of law. They're trying to defend a society model where segregation has a place, where each person fights for their own things, where the principles of the rule of law, of respecting legality, is under question, because the things that need to prevail is the power of the president or the majority that has the power at a given time. So they want to place us in a little containment area, and this is going to be limited, this is going to be small, and this is not a paranoid conspiracy theory. The report of the European Parliament from the Sexual and Reproductive Rights Committee has traced the amount of millions that have been input into these organizations, to the extent to which they are being funded. And we're seeing the sharing of information, the sharing of servers, the sharing of memes. There is a communication and informative block behind them. They are putting hundreds of thousands of dollars to disseminate fake news, ideas, to undermine activism, activists to run personal attacks against people who are bothering them, who are inconvenient to them, and this is funded. In just 5 years, we have seen that at least $85 million had been input only in Europe, and this is a global movement. This is around the world. So the first thing that we need to do is to be aware of the fact that we are facing a true gender war, a political war, but that has behind the defense of the human rights and of a social model. It is democracy or autocracy. Thank you very much, Marina.
Bien, ahora voy a dar paso a Jimena González.
Okay, I will now give the floor to Jimena González Gómez. She has a PhD in sociology. She has been a researcher, teacher in universities abroad. She's a spokesperson of MADO Madrid. Currently, she is the Economy and Employment Committee spokesperson for MADO Madrid. And to Jimena, I wanted to ask, if you think that visibility is essential for integration, and how can politicians become more visible than the majority of citizens? Which communication strategies can normalize the presence of trans people within the public debate and the public sphere? Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to thank the organizers for the invitation, the incredible opportunity of being accompanied by these two intelligent and brilliant women that probably have more interesting things to say, but I'll try to do my best. We were talking about visibility. We were talking about this context. I'm talking about political figures, but I'm talking about the visibility of activists in favor of trans people rights. We cannot be, we cannot forget that we are within this cultural war context. Not everything within this context, not all visibility is as useful, not all messages are as useful, because we have to take into account what Marina was saying. The resources and the means of those who want us to disappear from social media, from public spaces, and from legislation. The dimension of their means and resources is too big, so that we do not forget the visibility and the activism that we have, and so that we are fully organized, explicitly knowing the serious threat that we are facing. Within this cultural war, I think it is important, whether we like it or not, we have to know that the conditions are there, the circumstances are those that exist, and unless we can use the tools that they are using, the speeches that they are using, the messages that they are using, the channels that they are using against us, we will never be in equal conditions. It will be very difficult to be in equal conditions. In this regard, precisely two key ideas: the emotional speech on the one hand, and knowing very well who our enemy is, who is against us, the group of people. It is not that big, this group. They have a lot of money, they have many resources, but they're not so many people. But we have to know who these people are, this group of people, with practices, with policies, with attacks that we are denouncing, so that we do not lose our focus. In this regard, in Spain, I think that we're making a mistake from advocacy and from many institutions and organizations from which we're trying to defend the rights of the trans people community. I think that we are devoting too much focus to Vox, to the far-right party, as if they had the effective capacity to make us push back in our rights. They don't have this. It is the Popular Party who has this possibility. They are the ones implementing the policies that go against trans people and LGBTQ people. It is the Popular Party in the Community of Madrid. President Ayuso has rejected 2 laws, the trans law, with an absolute majority. Vox is not present in the government of the Community of Madrid. Vox is absolutely irrelevant in this government because the extremist ultra-reactionary anti-rights narrative is in the hands of the president of the Community of Madrid from the Popular Party. And this has to be clear. Opus Dei in the Community of Madrid does not talk to Vox. No, they talk to the right-wing party, the Popular Party. They are the ones that are taking their policies, their ideas, their thoughts, and their strategies to institutions to be able to have a society in which it is legal to discriminate us. We've talked about the rejection in 2023 of the trans law from a few years back, and in spring 2025, President Mazón in the Community of Valencia has also rejected denied or refused the law. I'm talking about amendments that have to do with repealing all these articles, having a law with no practical content, and modifying certain aspects. And these reforms that are repeals end up putting us in a worse condition compared to the possibility of not having a law. In Madrid, in Valencia, these amendments introduced by Popular Party in the trans law, what they do is they introduce the right to discriminate. They limit the recognition of our rights. If a person near us considers us a nuisance, and this also opens the access to other restraints in healthcare sphere, and also with regard to education. And in this field, taking into account all the trans teachers or trans children rights acknowledged. At the same time, these are acknowledged unless there is a risk or it is in conflict or competition with the rights of other members of the educational community, with which right is in competition, having into account a trans child girl going to the women's toilet, because this, at the end of the day, is what is being included in the trans people law in Madrid. With these amendments, trans pupils can be called or named by their chosen name, but if a teacher wants to, well, the teacher can use the surnames. A teacher can decide Juan, Maria, Jose Maria, Fernandez, Paloma, denying precisely the pronunciation of the name chosen by a trans pupil. And this means introducing within law the right to discrimination, the right to pointing your finger at others, or denying a child the right to go to that toilet or to play football. And this is within the law of Madrid and Valencia. And this is the Popular Party, and they're not going to stop because it is working. And as long as it works, we're just thinking about the last barbaric comment made by Vox representative, and that has really no practical impacts. We need to have these spaces, more spaces such as this one, to be able to act in coordination as they do, because they are perfectly coordinated. They know what to do, and they have no doubts at all. And this, with regard to focusing on who we need to focus, I'm referring to the Popular Party, but of course we also have to focus on other organizations such as Hazte Oír, Legionarios de Cristo, Opus Dei, who collaborate with Popular Party. They're under the radar of our advocacy, and they are mobilizing resources, money. They're putting the pressure so that we are erased from the political space, the media, social media, and the law, and that we can be discriminated in a legal manner. As for your question on communication, how to communicate, and I will wrap up with this, and I think that this applies to visible LGBT people in politics. I think it is very important that we convey an image in this cultural war context. First, we need to use concepts and a language that is accessible, so to speak, or understandable by our audience. Taking into account there is so much at stake. We are talking about pushbacks. We should be really worried, concerned, alarmed, and up in arms. We cannot continue having speeches or narratives that are fed within our advocacy, but not outwards towards other audiences. We cannot debate permanently on terminology, discussions, everlasting loops. I think this was the invasion of Constantinople. They were debating on the sex of angels, right? And this is what happened. And I think we are not sufficiently alarmed or worried or concerned. We are not really measuring the dimension, the strength of what is happening right now, especially regarding trans people. But as Marina was saying, this is not only about trans people. We are a super easy objective. We can be dehumanized. It is very easy to dehumanize us because we are very few. We're a very small percentage of population, and the majority of people don't have nearby a trans person that would allow them to make comparison with these parodies and these images. But nowadays, with homosexuals, gays, lesbians, it is easier. Everyone has a homosexual nearby, but with trans people, every day, each time we meet people, and when it happens, it is the first trans person that they meet. And this happens all the time because we're very few. And this narrative, this parody, dehumanizing speech, monstrous speech, is very easily digested because that person who is receiving this does not have nearby a trans person. And that makes it easy. And this, it means that we have to be more visible than ever, and despite the violence, the difficulties, despite all that is happening, and it is important that all the organizations fight in the same direction so that we can make the trans people cause visible as possible. Sorry, I was getting lost in my reflections. Last comment. We were talking about generating narratives outside advocacy, outside the community. We have to use terms that can be understood by the public in general, that make us human, terms that will allow people to empathize with us. We have to talk about those things that occur to us, and anyone has to feel identification, has to feel that that same thing could happen to them. And we have to talk about all these things. Something that I have always defended in different spaces, in different venues, organizations where I have been visible, and recently it is a battle that fortunately my organization has granted me, is that LGBTQ plus people, political activists, cannot only talk about, we cannot be the only token of the community. We cannot talk about only these matters. We have to be a tool for normalization, visibilization, and this means that we have to talk about other matters that we know about, and we know about a lot of things.
Muchas gracias, Jimena. Y ahora es el turno de...
Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to Victoria MacLeod, former master in the High Court of Justice, now at the King's Bench. She was the first trans lawyer. She probably became the first one in 2016. She's had been a successful career. She's been successful in different cases against Trump, among others. After all, she created the Trans in Exile network. She's leading it and aimed mainly at the US. And I would like to ask her the following question. First of all, it is important that you explain to us what the Trans Exile Network is. We haven't heard about it here. And specifically, if you can talk about your case in the face of the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg, especially with regard to the situation in the UK. Which challenges will you face in this lawsuit? How do you expect we will repeat the question? Do you need us to repeat? Okay. First, if you can tell us what the Trans Exile Network is. Many of us don't know, but I think it will be interesting to the audience. And with regard to your case in the face of the Human Rights Court, the definition of sex and women in the UK, which challenges will you face, and in which way will this lawsuit set legal precedents that can stop reactionary tendencies in other parts of the world?
The Trans Exile Network, to whom I should say hello, because I know some of them are probably looking, exists really just as a mutual self-help group for people who have either left and therefore have local country knowledge, or who are thinking of leaving or in the process of leaving. So we are a group, a lot of subgroups, including data analysis and programming, being the trans community, but also groups for different countries, including, of course, Spain and Ireland and many others. And at the moment, it's really a discussion group, although we are engaging in some campaigning as well. In terms of the direction of travel, in terms of the court case, I was excluded from the Supreme Court and reasons weren't given. So I believe I have a case under Article 6 of the Convention on Human Rights. What would I achieve if I won? Well, the problem, of course, is that in the United Kingdom, as I assume is the case in many countries, a mere finding of the Strasbourg Court of Human Rights doesn't cause anything to actually happen in the country that you're talking about. So it is, in a sense, a strangely political process. The last time this happened to us in the UK was 2002, when the Strasbourg Court found that we needed to have a law in the UK that enabled people like me to change our legal sex, and it took some years to actually achieve that. So you need the political will and the will of the court. So the dilemma that we're in, the problem that we're in, is that the highest court in the UK has ruled, and there is no appeal in law from that. So that's an incredibly difficult thing to face. In terms of where the future lies, I think, as I said before, I think it's a matter of politics. I think it's a matter of external pressure. Certainly the United Kingdom's now in breach of Article 8 of the Convention because we were 20 years ago, and we've gone back to a position worse than that all that time ago. Thinking about the previous question, while I was listening to my colleague's answer, and thinking about language and so on, it occurred to me that if you think about the concentration camps in World War II, people such as most of ourselves in this room would have had to wear a yellow, sort of pink triangle. I think what has gone on here, and it's a global thing, it's not just a UK thing, is a sort of evil triangle between capitalism, fascism and religion. And what it's all about, I think, in the end, is about control, especially of women's bodies. It's about the harnessing of separate sex roles in quite rigid silos, because that serves the needs of a controlled society to produce and to generate an economy. So that you have the man working, you have the woman reproducing. And we've seen at least one politician in the UK saying that women shouldn't go to university, they should delay that until they've had children. We know the trap there, they'll probably never get there and their careers will be held back. That, of course, then means that lesbians have no value in that system, in the mindset of those individuals, because they are not primary breeding females, effectively. It's a system which amounts to the resurgence of some sort of controlled system whereby profit has to be made out of human bodies and human work. And I think what has happened is that at the centre of all this we have almost the generation of an absolute right of free speech, where my right of free speech, my right to relabel you, my right to call you what I like, my right to call you a disease or a paedophile or someone with an ideology that I label you with, my right to do that outweighs your basic human rights to exist. Now, freedom of speech is a very strong right, and we have found ourselves in this position in the UK where the right to say some pretty awful things about trans people is actually very legally protected. The difficulty is that belief is generated through speech. Belief is not necessarily generated through mere existence. If I walk down the street, other people's beliefs are not affected by my mere presence, whereas public speech will shape people's views. And people's views then shape democracy, and democracy then makes laws, and laws can be oppressive. Today's been a bit of a funny day because I've had two bits of news. This morning I said something about them almost burning books in Kent. Well, while I was waiting, I had some information in that a survey of 23 countries, which included Hungary and the United States and a range of others, has found that the United Kingdom now comes bottom, literally below Hungary and the United States, in terms of the proportion of the public who believe that I should be allowed to use the ladies' loos. So it shows you that this very powerful, this very well-funded pink triangle with the three evil points on it is in fact getting through. I was asked a question at the end of the last session about the extent to which I thought that the public of the United Kingdom were being affected, and I said, well, maybe 50%. Actually, it's 30% would accept me being in the ladies' washrooms or in a female space. 30%. We are bottom in the United Kingdom. So what has happened here is a triumph, absolute blinding triumph, of a traditional, disruptive, well-funded propaganda campaign which has 3 points of valence. control through fascism and strength. Capitalism, the ability to live and to produce, and religion, which brings in morality and is itself a kind of social control. Those three very strong, valent points, I think, have captured a lot of people now. And the news today is quite disturbing in terms of that 30%. So I think the question of language is a really tough one. The approach I take, actually, is not to soften my language. It is, in fact, to harden it. And I call these movements biological purity movements. They believe in the strict segregation of male and females, and those who are of breeding purpose, those who have certain expectations, those who must live in a certain way. I call that for what it is. It's a form of biological purity. It is the notion of the ideal human, and people who are LGBT certainly will not fall into the category of ideal human. Rather, they fall into the category of non-breeders, sinners, and in some cases, it's claimed criminals. So I see this as a very dark movement. I don't think it is just about LGBT rights. I think it is about social control, and I think it's about the beginnings of a rising of something we haven't seen for 70 years.
Well, I will do this road the other way around, and I want to continue with what you were saying, Victoria, and I would like to ask you if you think that judges are in the United Kingdom a reflection of a more transphobic society, or that they are more conservative than the rest of the society, and if that is the case, if this is the action of some special agents acting in this sense.
It's a very difficult one for me because I knew three of the judges who made the decision changing my sex. One of them had known me since before I transitioned. And I was surprised that they reached this decision. And for the avoidance of doubt, I think legally it's actually a wrong decision. It's not just that I disagree with it, but legal scholarship generally, I think, is taking a very poor view of it. Judges, in my experience, are much like other people, sometimes with a bleak sense of humour. And actually in the UK, my belief, my understanding, my experience of judges is they're very liberal people. Because they've been advocates representing all sorts of people in all sorts of circumstances. But you can't really separate judges from society, and you can't separate judges from press exposure. And of course, in a common law system, and this is where, if you like the common law system, I don't know how many people will know the difference between common law and civil law, but the common law system likes to think of itself as evolving, having precedent, as shaping itself as society changes, maybe moving, albeit slowly, with the times, whereas we see a civil law system as more codified, more precise, perhaps more rigid, and embodying specific rules that are set by the state. The problem with the common law system is that it doesn't always necessarily move in a progressive direction, because if society is moving in a regressive direction, then if the judges are doing their job, it'll probably they'll move in a regressive direction as well, even though they may not be aware of that. So I think what we have is a very conservative Supreme Court at the moment. That's been a change since the last panel. You would think that attitude would be left out of it. That is difficult to do in practice. I think, though, that if judges fail, as my former colleagues did with the greatest respect, one of whom I'd served for years on in equality committees, if they fail to hear both sides of a case, then the only logical outcome is that they will end up favouring the only side they've actually heard. And that's particularly important in a common law system because, unlike a civil system where a judge is more of an inquiring mind with the idea of trying to uncover the truth, a common law judge's function is to hear the parties and decide between them and not to invent somebody else's case for them. The reason being because you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, there might be negotiation, whatever it may be. So, in a sense, any competent judge faced with not hearing trans people, will come to a conclusion against trans people. So in a sense, I can accord my Supreme Court colleagues the highest accolade of being excellent judges.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Well, now the question for Jimena is, how would you rate the current situation of the institutional support to trans rights in Spain, and where are the most pressing aspects where we need to, that we would need to deal with? Right now, we are at a moment of constant tension within the trans and LGBTQ community more broadly, between these attacks and the supports, because, as I just said before, the Popular Party has derogated the laws related to trans people's rights, both in Madrid and in Valencia, in those two Spanish regions. And not long ago, the the state law for trans people, which is an integral law that defends our rights, that position us as with a legal acknowledgement. This has just been passed, and this is translated into what happens in the places of work, on the streets, etc. So in terms of legal recognition, we have taken giant steps. In the previous panel, we were talking about the 20th anniversary of same-sex marriage and many other advancements that have been made in the past 20 years in terms of legal recognition and institutional support. The Health Ministry, with Mónica García, has just announced that the first center will be created in Spain specifically devoted to trans people's health. I think this is an enormous progress, and at the same time, the stream of bad news is never ending. We are in this sort of tension that is driving us crazy. We cannot even celebrate the good news in a relaxed manner because we are afraid of what's coming next. But I also think that it is important that the defense and this idea of never going back needs to be a fundamental pulse for us, not to allow any more pushbacks. We need to be able to make this compatible with pursuing our own agenda, to take steps forward, to earn rights, because it looks like the drawbacks have arrived when we were already there. But the truth is that we were not at an equalitarian position yet when the drawbacks started coming up. So at the same time, we need to block these backslides and push for the progress. There are two main debts, so to speak, in terms of institutional acknowledgement and legal acknowledgement, which is the legal acknowledgement and recognition of non-binary people, the inclusion of a third checkbox so that non-binary people can have their gender recognized by the administration like anybody else. This was something that was not done in the last trans legislation that was passed in 2023. Also, you were asking me about the major risks ahead. I see already in the discourses from the MPs from the Popular Party del Partido Popular in Madrid, they're truly fascist, and they're the best representatives of fascism here in Spain. And I think that they really mark the trend for the reactionary movements in this country. And we are starting to see and to detect in many of their discourses, in many of their speeches, the fact that they try to solve the doubts and ask questions and challenge something that we had already achieved a consensus on, which is that conversion therapies are wrong. From these sectors that were mentioned before, they are using as a key tool in this gender wars. They're refloating, they're bringing back, and they are funding and whitening also, or sort of making it more acceptable to have conversion therapies. They claim that homosexuals have the right to go by their free will to undergo conversion therapies to stop being homosexuals, as if this is even a possibility, as if this could really happen. We're starting here again about talks in certain church spaces within the autonomous region of Madrid or Valencia. They are bringing people who are supposedly alleged ex-gays or converted people, telling about how their faith and their abstinence changed their lives. You have young people, vulnerable people attending these sessions, and they tell you, oh, they came freely to these sessions. Well, freely under the threat of their parents kicking them out of their homes. This is as freely as they can go to these sessions. This is the free way that these people undergo conversion therapies. So it is really pressing, because this is one of the main things that the reactionary movement is pushing among these gender wars. The conversion therapies are, so it is urgent to include conversion therapies in our criminal code. I think that most of the people here believe that they are illegal in Spain. But right now they only are punished with an administrative sanction that is extremely difficult to implement, because it is difficult to find witnesses, because most of the people who undergo these types of therapies are there because they've been bribed or pushed or threatened by their own families and their environment. So they're very difficult to prosecute, and they only receive administrative sanction, and people go back to doing these practices in a year later. So they need to become crimes. They need to become to be included in the criminal code. So in this sense, we have already presented a draft for a law. There are already 2 drafts that have been presented to the Parliament. We have worked with the Mass Terapia Association that has been studying and following up the conversion therapies in Spain, and we are very happy that there is another draft that has been presented. We need for these therapies to be considered crimes, and people need to go to jail for practicing these therapies and for promoting them as well.
Muchas gracias, Jimena. Y Marina ahora.
So Marina, as the first holder of a chair that is openly a trans person in Spain, how would you report from your personal experience the work that you do to combat the anti-trans action? Well, my position is sort of awkward. It is uncommon to have trans people in the judiciary, in a chair, in the institutions, the public institutions. We are getting there, but we make the news when we do. I am sort of tired that I'm presented as the first trans person that is a chair in a university, but I don't want to be the first and last one. I would like this for this not to be something strange or unusual. This has allowed me to write in the official bulletin of the state. I have drafted laws that have been turned into laws. I have been having the opportunity of having conversations with politicians, and the outlook that I have is sort of hopeful. I've talked about the risks. I would like to discuss hope now. because this is one of the countries where I see the biggest social empathy. And while this lasts, our institutions will be careful not to harass us, not to discriminate us, not to exclude us from a social perspective, at least not in an obvious manner. I do not know how many votes can the LGBT community can bring to a party, but I know how many votes we can remove from a party, because when we are discriminated against, when we are mistreated, society is empathetic and they react. And empathy is somebody says is the biggest weakness of people, of societies, but this is what has brought us to where we are, to create societies where we don't want anybody to be left behind. And for now, the state needs to comply with the achievements that we have accomplished. We have just approved in the Council of Participation a plan for LGBTQ community with over 2,000 measures that attempt to convey all the legal aspects to our day-to-day lives. We have passed the National Trans Strategy with almost 300 measures that will facilitate trans people's lives in their day-to-day environments, demonstrating that it is possible to create a state where we are equal in an effective manner, and so that we can exercise our rights, because we need to warn against the discourse that is spreading from more moderate parties, from the right side of the aisle, but not necessarily, because we also have Stammer's Labour Party or some members of the Socialist Party, where they tell you things such as, oh, no, but equality has been pronounced already. You already have your law that tells you that you're equal. This is what Vox is claiming. All people are equal under the law according to the Constitution. So you're being manipulated and you're being used. But this is what I hear also from the Popular Party or from the Socialist Party. The equality has already been pronounced, and I support this equality to the fullest extent possible. So when I ask you to implement public policies so that this equality reaches reality, so that discrimination is fought in society, so that when we see that there are people who are twisting the law by using different offset terms. For instance, I didn't do a conversion therapy. I just made up a group for praying. When people are misusing or abusing the law, there are policies that really force people to comply with the law in an effective manner. Because if we stay at the words, oh, this is already in the law, well, let me tell you, in 1789, there was this sentence about all French citizens were equal in rights and opportunities, but 200 years later, we're still fighting for the real equality, because when equality finds or stumbles upon criminalization about or stumbles against people who are opposed to an equalitarian society, then we need the political push, the political support. We are in a world, or at least in this country, this evocation still exists. We're walking, or we're taking steps forward very slowly, but we need to, every time we go forward, somebody blocks our way or they push us back, because we have never taken any right from anybody. I dare anyone to tell me from whom we have ever taken any rights. We have built this house where there is room for everyone, where we can all live with dignity and respecting the rights of everyone. So if now we have 5 judges who were feeding their misinformation in a WhatsApp group, and they misuse the law when they pronounce a sentence for a certain child, they're stealing from us our rights. Or if the public policies are dismantled, the institutions are dismantled, then we could go back to even unimaginable points in history in the number of rights that we have. When there is a wall, we will have a shadow to protect us. When we still have the Constitution and we can invoke the right to equality and the right to pursuing our own personal life project and to develop our personality as stated in the Constitution, well, as long as we have one single instrument, we will fight. And also, I don't know if I will be over-optimistic or really catastrophic, but I would like to think that even if the whole building is destroyed, we'll still have bricks to throw at somebody who opposes us.
Muchas gracias, Marina.
Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you, Jimena and Victoria. We need to close this panel now, but I would like to highlight some of the contributions that the three of you have made. And also, I would like to take this opportunity for participating in the summit, for all your contributions. I would start by the end. Marina tells us that we need to keep on moving forward, that trans rights will not remove anybody's rights. There's a strategic plan with over 200 measures and a national strategy, a national trans strategy that I hope that we will learn about very soon, knowing what the framework is to protect trans people. Jimena has done some self-criticism about the mistakes from activism, using legal terms that are not really easy to understand for most of the population, sometimes confuses people, and it enlarges the gap between society and the politicians. So language matters, contribute to creating confusion, to moving the focus away from the real dangers that the trans community is facing and the LGBT community is facing. And Victoria has worried us somehow when she explained that books are being burnt in the county of Kent. We are already there. Only 30% of the people in the United Kingdom would accept her as a woman. This invites to reflection, because trans population is part of the world population, and at the end of the day, the trans people's rights are human rights, and they affect each and all of us. It is important what is taking place in Strasbourg with the Victoria's case. We know that it is different the way they look at things from the common law systems and the rest of the systems, but we hope that both the United Kingdom and the rest of the countries in the European Union will be rowing in the same direction to ensure the rights of people that have been accomplished and never go back. I think this is part of the work that the activists present here today have to report on anything that goes against the rights of LGBTQ rights and trans people's rights. We need to stay alert. The scenario looks very alarming. I will keep your last words about the fact that whenever there is a wall, we still have a shadow to protect ourselves, and we will need to keep fighting. So thanks to the three of you.
Muchas gracias a vosotros. También podemos dar un aplauso a los intérpretes que vienen todo el día aquí trabajando. Y con lo cual, si tenéis cascos, si podéis dejarlos, el resto del programa será en español. Vale. Que luego tenemos que devolver los cascos ahora mismo. Sí, vale, porque a mí trabajamos y
My name is Maria. European Parliament, sitting the European People's Party. Although I can't be with you in person today at the 2025 International Human Rights Conference, I really wanted to take this moment to express my deep appreciation for the vital work you do every day in defending and advancing human rights. Just last weekend, I stood in solidarity with the LGBTQIA community at Madrid Pride, which was a powerful and urgent reminder that these rights are under threat on a daily basis. Attending was both a personal commitment and a political necessity. Equality, dignity, and human rights are not abstract ideals. Rather, they are principles we must live by and defend, especially when they come under attack, and they are under attack. In the European Parliament, I'm a member of the LGBTQIA group, while also sitting on the Women's Rights and Gender Equality and Justice and Home Affairs committees. In these committees, I do my utmost, my absolute utmost to help ensure that the European Union remains a true union of equality. The Madrid Summit exemplifies the spirit of unity and resistance that we so urgently need. And at a time when rights are facing such serious roadblocks, it is both inspiring and essential to see organisations like yours creating spaces for learning, solidarity and collective action. Listen, let me just say I wish you all the very, very best for this conference, and I really look forward to seeing many of you so soon. Take care.
Buenas tardes, pues vamos a proceder a la clausura de la conferencia y para ello pues, tenemos el privilegio de contar con Javier Ruescas, escritor, guionista y creador de contenido en redes sociales. Como escritor es una de las voces más destacadas de la literatura en español, con obras como El día que te olvide, Lo que pasó, Pulsaciones y En Delos no puedes morir, entre otras. Aparte, es uno de los divulgadores culturales con más credibilidad en redes, donde reúne a más de 300.000 seguidores y colabora asiduamente con el Parlamento Europeo. También ha sido ponente y conferenciante en charlas por todo el mundo gracias a su labor como activista LGTBIQ+, y fomentador de la lectura, consolidándose como un referente para jóvenes en España y Latinoamérica. En su faceta de guionista ha trabajado en series y películas para diversas productoras y plataformas, entre las que destacan la serie Hay algo en el bosque y el largometraje Boulevard, de próximo estreno. También adaptó a teatro la novela del violinista Aaron Lee. Pues Javier, todo tuyo.
Buenas tardes a todos. Antes de nada, quiero agradecer al MADO la invitación para acompañaros en la clausura del Madrid Summit 2025. Gracias también al Ayuntamiento de Madrid, al Parlamento Europeo, a la Comisión Europea, a los ponentes que habéis intervenido a lo largo de la jornada, sobre todo los que habéis viajado de fuera y a todos los que os habéis acercado a este encuentro. Mi nombre es Javier Ruescas, tengo 37 años y en 2022 salí del armario por última vez. Muchos de los que estamos aquí hoy sabemos lo que eso significa, bien porque lo hemos vivido en nuestras carnes, bien porque hemos acompañado en ese momento a alguien cercano. No es fácil, salir del armario no es nada fácil. Presentarte al mundo como de verdad eres, cargando sobre tus espaldas el miedo, la culpa, tu preocupación y la de tantos a los que quieres, es de las cosas más difíciles que existen. Y eso cuando no se te adelantan otros por pura crueldad y te roban el momento solo para infligir daño. Incluso para quienes han tenido la suerte de que no fuera algo traumático, ha supuesto un reto mayúsculo. Y en ese instante solo existe algo que nos permite hacerlo, algo que nos anima a dar el paso, que nos ofrece la valentía justa, una red de cariño que nos protege y que nos ampara. Salir del armario es mucho más que decir que se es gay, lesbiana, trans, bisexual. Es reconocerte, es decirte en voz alta algo que el mundo de base te obliga a rechazar, a temer, a esconder y convertirlo en algo bello, en algo tuyo, único, algo que abrazar con orgullo. La primera vez que salí del armario fue con mis amigos. Tenía 24 años. Yo había tenido indicios. Recuerdo como si fuera ayer el día en el que a mis 8 años le confesé a mi madre que me gustaba Alberto, un compañero de clase. Ella me miró y muy seria me dijo: «¿No te gusta? Te cae muy bien». Y yo lo aprendí. Los chicos no me gustaban, ninguno. Me caían muy bien. A partir de entonces fue muy fácil seguir negándome. En realidad me gustaban las chicas. En el fondo tenía muchos amigos. Era normal. Hasta que no pude seguir negándome a mí mismo. Lejos quedaban el colegio, la secundaria y hasta la universidad. Por fin me vi rodeado de gente que yo había escogido, de amigos que me querían tal y como era, que no me juzgarían, de los que no me tenía que esconder. Por eso fui capaz de hacerlo. Fueron ellos, mi gente, mi primera tribu elegida, quienes me ayudaron a mirarme al espejo y reconocerme. Me ayudaron a dejar de negarme, que es lo peor que puede hacer una persona. Más de uno en esta sala podrá imaginar la liberación que supuso aquello para mí. Me gustan las historias en las que el hijo, la hija o la hija les cuenta a sus padres que es gay, bi, trans, lesbiana, y estos reaccionan con amor y cariño. Que les dicen las palabras exactas que alguien en una situación tan vulnerable necesita escuchar, que les hacen sentirse queridos. Ya está, solo eso, queridos. Porque no pedimos más. Cuando yo se lo conté a mis padres, lo hice porque la noche anterior había soñado la frase con la que empezaría a hablar. Fue igual que con una de mis novelas, sabía que esas serían las palabras. Al día siguiente fui a cenar con ellos y les dije, antes de que os enteréis por otra persona, a saber quién, quiero que sepáis que estoy saliendo con un chico. Ambos me miraron sorprendidos, extrañados, confundidos. Hasta entonces yo solo había tenido novias. Ellos habían conocido a algunas de ellas. En parte sentía que los había estado engañando todo ese tiempo y de ahí mi urgencia para contarles la verdad ahora que yo lo había asumido. Mi padre rumió mucho y dijo poco. Mi madre me confesó que la noche anterior lo había soñado. La escena entera, según ella, el restaurante, mis palabras, todo. Lo había soñado, igual que yo la frase con la que iba a contarles quién era. No sé qué significado tiene todo esto, pero esto pasó así. Anécdotas aparte, sentí su confusión, su miedo, su preocupación por lo que fuera a ser de mí a partir de ese momento. Pero también aprecié sus esfuerzos por entenderme, por no dejarme solo. A mí no me rechazaron, ni me expulsaron de casa, ni me castigaron con una dolorosa indiferencia como sí les pasa a otros. Contaba con una nueva red, fuerte y segura, en la que confiar. No obstante, años más tarde tendría que volver a hablar con ellos. La razón, querer salir del armario públicamente. Y es que es real que uno sale del armario muchas veces. Por entonces yo ya tenía una amplia presencia en Internet, es verdad que mi contenido era principalmente cultural, por mis novelas y mis recomendaciones literarias, pero estaba cansado de esconderme, de evitar las cámaras, cuando estaba con el chico con el que salía por entonces, de fingir aún ser otra persona. El recuerdo de esta conversación es mucho más agridulce, porque la improvisé, claro. Surgió durante una sobremesa, tras una comida en su casa, y la primera pregunta que me hizo mi padre fue ¿por qué? ¿Qué necesidad tienes de ponerlo en todas partes y que todo el mundo se entere? No tienes que ser el héroe de nadie, me dijo. Esas palabras se me quedaron grabadas. No, es verdad, no tenía que ser el héroe de nadie. Pero inconscientemente, con el mero gesto de decirle al mundo que era gay, otros, más jóvenes, más vulnerables, descubrirían un nuevo referente dentro del colectivo. Y quizás, como me consta que ha sucedido por los mensajes y encuentros que me han llegado desde entonces, se atreverían a dar ellos el paso. Digo que el recuerdo de esa conversación es agridulce porque no fue fácil hacerle entender a mi padre que era algo que necesitaba hacer. Él me advirtió que si se enteraba mi abuela, su madre, se llevaría un disgusto enorme. Y yo le dije que si tan hombre era, ¿por qué no me llevaba él a contárselo? Él me trató de convencer para que dejara las cosas como estaban y yo le advertí que si me hubiera dicho todas esas cosas con 16 años, en lugar de con 28, me habría arruinado la vida. Su gesto cambió al instante. De pronto pareció entender que, lejos de ayudarme, me estaba haciendo más difícil una batalla personal que de por sí me estaba costando infinito ganar, que necesitaba su ayuda, seguir teniéndolos de aliados. Acabamos abrazándonos y nunca más volví a sentirme solo por su parte. ¿Tenían mis padres razones para temer que saliera del armario? Sí. Existía otra opción, no para mí. Tampoco entendí realmente lo que iba a significar a partir de entonces esa presencia pública y supongo que esa inconsciencia me salvó de no hacerlo. Desde entonces no pude quedarme callado ante las injusticias que veía a mi alrededor. No quería. Y eso tuvo consecuencias, algunas perjudiciales para mi carrera, otras perjudiciales con según qué relaciones. Mi marido, Andrés, fue claro cuando un día les puse mis dudas con respecto a alzar la voz públicamente por las agresiones contra el colectivo que advertía a mi alrededor. «Tú por las noches duermes tranquilo», me dijo. Pues eso es lo que importa. Otra red, mi marido, con quien me casé hace 3 años ya, con quien he formado una familia y un vínculo como el que no he conocido nunca, quien me ha ayudado a seguir descubriendo quién soy, quien en 2021 recibió una agresión física y verbal absolutamente injustificada por parte de un miembro de la Policía Municipal durante el Orgullo de Madrid. Una agresión que desembocó en una denuncia, un mensaje en redes que se viralizó, una mención en la Asamblea de Madrid, presencia en medios, críticas y aplausos de desconocidos, una decepción mayúscula con respecto al sistema entero, un juicio traumático y un libro que escribí, Lo que pasó, en el que pude narrar todo lo que habíamos vivido para que a otros no les pasara y de suceder supieran cómo reaccionar. Fue ahí, durante ese calvario que nunca tendríamos que haber vivido, donde me di cuenta de que en el tiempo en el que yo había tratado de construir una red para quienes descubrieran mis libros, mis vídeos o mis guiones, otros se habían encargado de tejer una más fuerte a nuestro alrededor para no dejarnos caer. Nunca me sentí más acompañado y querido, porque eso es lo que hacen las redes, salvarnos de lo más doloroso, la soledad y el ostracismo. Uno nunca sabe dónde pueden surgir esas redes, pero las reconoce en cuanto las tiene a su alcance. A veces son una película, otras una canción, una entrevista de un podcast que te abre los ojos, un libro en el que ves reflejada tu realidad, un desconocido que da la cara por ti en el metro, un político que alza la voz y dice basta ya, una madre que te acompaña, un mensaje en redes que te hace no tirar la toalla. Contra el odio, todos estos gestos son red. Y de odio últimamente vamos bien servidos, sobre todo por quienes quieren que volvamos al armario, a escondernos, a guardar silencio. Desde aquí lo digo alto y claro, no va a pasar. Da igual lo que se esfuercen, las banderas que traten de arrancar de balcones de instituciones, los orgullos que intenten impedir que se celebren, el miedo que nos traten de meter en el cuerpo, las mentiras que cuenten, el renombre que tengan. Vamos a seguir ahí, por nosotros y por quienes vienen detrás. Y cada vez que alguien intente silenciarnos, 200.000 voces más van a surgir hasta de debajo de las piedras para gritar más fuerte que no nos vamos a ir a ninguna parte. He empezado diciendo que hace 3 años salí del armario por última vez. Lo hice con mi abuela Luisita, la madre de mi padre. Lo hice junto a él y junto a mi marido. Lo hice cuando le entregué la invitación de boda para que nos acompañara ese día. Lo hice con miedo y con la boca seca. Pero me calmé en cuanto me miró a los ojos y me sonrió. Me tendré que poner guapa para entonces, dijo. Y también sonrió a Andrés antes de felicitarnos. Lo hice en una habitación de hospital, después de que ella tuviera un accidente en casa. Lo hice 2 días antes de que muriera. Me hubiera gustado hacerlo antes, pero me faltó valor. Me digo que al menos tuve la oportunidad. Muchos ni siquiera guardan ese recuerdo. Me quedo con eso y con que voy a seguir luchando para que en el futuro otro chico no tenga miedo de decirle a su abuela quién es. Hoy me encuentro en este lugar tan privilegiado para pediros ayuda y exigiros que no queden impunes las agresiones verbales ni físicas, se produzcan en la calle o en el Congreso de los Diputados. Exijo que intervengáis cuando seáis testigos de una, que seáis comprensivos y empáticos. Exijo que el Gobierno de España y la Unión Europea nos defiendan contra las injusticias y condenen los gobiernos de los tiranos que nos consideran criminales. Lo exijo como miembro del colectivo, pero sobre todo como ciudadano con derechos que no quiero perder y como persona que no quiere tener que volver a salir del armario. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier. Muchas gracias, de verdad. Vamos a proceder a leer las conclusiones de esta edición de Madrid Summit. En Madrid, España, a 4 de julio de 2025. Las personas aquí reunidas en el marco de la organización y celebración de esta 7ª Conferencia Internacional de Derechos Humanos LGBTQIA+, que ha congregado en formato online y presencial a más de 40 ponentes de diferentes países entre activistas, líderes de ONGs y representantes políticos, con el apoyo fundamental del Parlamento Europeo, la Comisión Europea, el Ministerio de Igualdad y España en Libertad 50 años, recordamos que todos los seres humanos nacen libres e iguales en dignidad y derechos y que toda persona tiene derecho al disfrute de los derechos humanos sin distinción alguna de identidad de género, expresión de género, orientación sexual, etnia, color, idioma, religión, opinión política o de cualquier otra índole, posición económica o cualquier otra condición. Entendemos que el momento histórico en el que nos encontramos y sus exigencias nos compromete a estar a la altura de las demandas de la sociedad, las generaciones futuras y del entorno natural, respetando y prolongando la memoria de todos aquellos seres humanos que nos precedieron. Observamos, acogemos y celebramos las conquistas en materia de derechos humanos LGTBIQA+, que se vienen adquiriendo en este último año. La aprobación en Alemania de la tan esperada ley de autodeterminación, el reconocimiento legal de las identidades no binarias en Malta, la ampliación de los derechos de las parejas de hecho en la República Checa y la reducción de la edad mínima para el reconocimiento legal de género en Suecia. Sin embargo, suscribimos la necesidad de seguir unidas en el esfuerzo y la lucha por los derechos de todas las personas en España, Europa y más allá, donde dichas protecciones en muchos casos no existen y también donde, aun existiendo, el colectivo sigue enfrentando situaciones de acoso, violencia e incluso la muerte. Y celebramos la resiliencia de activistas de Ucrania, Georgia, Hungría, Turquía, Reino Unido, Estados Unidos y otros lugares, que continúan construyendo movimientos bajo una intensa represión, así como el compromiso de las comunidades que trabajan para consagrar los derechos LGTBIQA+, en los marcos nacionales, europeos e internacionales. Sin embargo, denunciamos la creciente ola de desinformación y discursos de odio dirigidos contra las personas LGTBIQA+ en todo el mundo. Denunciamos los ataques contra las vidas trans, no binarias e intersex, los retrocesos en las protecciones regionales y el resurgimiento de esfuerzos por vincular nuestra existencia con el pánico moral y la criminalización. Denunciamos la prohibición del orgullo, el uso de leyes de agentes extranjeros, la restricción de financiación a la sociedad civil y el endurecimiento del control estatal sobre los medios de comunicación y la educación. Tácticas diseñadas para aislarnos, silenciarnos y borrarnos. Denunciamos la instrumentalización de los derechos LGTBIQA+ en la política exterior como cortina de humo para otras formas de violencia o exclusión. Y condenamos a Putin y su guerra de agresión en Ucrania, así como el genocidio perpetrado por Netanyahu e Israel en Palestina. Por ello, exigimos a la Comisión Europea que implemente con urgencia y con un pacto medible la próxima estrategia de igualdad LGTBIQ 2026-2030, que no reduzcan nuestras vidas a meros símbolos, sino que cumplan sus compromisos mediante políticas concretas, financiación completa, protección legal y apoyo directo a las iniciativas lideradas por la comunidad. Exigimos que los derechos LGTBQIA+ se integren en todas las áreas de elaboración de políticas y que se prioricen protecciones legales sólidas, el reconocimiento mutuo entre fronteras y la prohibición de las llamadas terapias de conversión y otras prácticas nocivas en toda la Unión Europea. Promovemos la necesidad del liderazgo del Gobierno de España en este ámbito y promovemos que siga haciendo todo lo posible para avanzar en las políticas con una mirada crítica e interseccional aquí y en el exterior. Que se empeñe el Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores en su copresidencia de la Equal Rights Coalition para avanzar estas políticas por todo el mundo. Promovemos que el Gobierno esté comprometido, a su vez, con otras causas hermanadas como la sostenibilidad y el movimiento feminista, a las cuales tendemos abiertamente las manos y escuchamos. Hacemos un llamamiento especial para el reconocimiento de la identidad de las personas no binarias y otros y otras del colectivo, dejades fuera de las leyes actuales. Desde esta clausura de la Conferencia Internacional de Derechos Humanos Madrid Summit 2025 se mantendrá, preservará y cultivará el avance y la conquista de una humanidad libre de discriminación. How Susan? Susan is the president of Amsterdam Pride, president of World Pride Amsterdam, next year in this beautiful city, in the heart of Europe. We have read the conclusions of the conference. These conclusions will be sent to the organizers of World Pride 2026 in Amsterdam. The conclusions are basic elements we have been working on, inspired by previous Europride conference, so that you can continue advancing and working on these basic principles, and of course, with all the contributions made and worked on at the World Pride Human Rights Conference in Amsterdam. Thank you, Susan, and we will receive the conclusions of the conference in the next days.
Thank you so much. So thank you that you allowed me to say some words to you. Dear friends, dear warriors of love and dignity, dear chosen family around the world and in Madrid, what a gift it is to share this moment with you. Even though I'm speaking to you from far away, I feel deeply connected to every person in this digital space. That's the magic of unity. It doesn't need a stage. It doesn't need a flag. It only needs the courage to show up for each other and look after each other. That's what you've done there in Madrid. You listened, you shared, you cried, and you remembered our right, fight and right for human rights is not abstract. It's deeply personal. It's about bodies, lives, dreams, safety. It's about holding each other when the world lets go. I come to you as chair of Pride Amsterdam, and I'm carrying with me the voices of so many. The non-binary student here in Amsterdam who told me today they walk a different route to the university every day, just to avoid being followed or harassed. Yet he still shows up to volunteer at Pride, wearing glitter and courage. The activists in Nairobi who risk everything to speak out every day, not being allowed to be themselves. The young queer person in Budapest who I met last week and stood next to me, trembling but proud, whispering, I didn't think I'd ever had the courage to be here, but today, with 200,000 people, I needed to be seen. Budapest reminded me why we must keep going. It reminded me what unity really means. Because unity is not sameness. Unity is not perfection. Unity is showing up with all your differences and choosing to walk together anyway. Even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. So in 2026, Amsterdam will open its arms to the world. We will host World Pride and Euro Pride. 2 celebrations, 1 city, 1 united promise. And that promise is, we will leave no one behind. Not the queer refugee, not the trans youth, not the elder who came out at 70, not the pride that is still forbidden. Unity is what carried us to Stonewall. Unity is what carried us through AIDS. Unity is what carries us now through bans, backlash and fear. But make no mistake, we are not victims of history. We are authors of the future. And I truly believe with every fiber of who I am, that our future is brighter when we build it together. And I saw it on your shirt. I was so happy that you wore the shirt with the words together. Thank you for that. So from Madrid to Amsterdam, from pride to protest, from heartbreak to hope, I invite you all, walk with us, sing with us, shout with us, grieve with us, celebrate with us, but also dream with us. Because when we say pride is a human right, we mean the right to belong, the right to be heard, the right to be united in love, but also in struggle, in joy, in pride. We will meet you in Amsterdam, not just in the streets, but in each other's stories, not just with parades, but with purpose, not just as a guest, but as family. Thank you, Madrid, for holding space for truth. Thank you for every brave voice in this conference. And thank you for choosing unity, even when it costs something, even when it hurts. We see you in Amsterdam. We need you, all of you. We are you. So let's write the next chapter together. Os deseo un feliz orgullo. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Y ahora, como broche de oro de la conferencia, pues hemos estado oyendo hablar mucho de 50 años de España en libertad, de cómo ha cambiado este país, de los derechos conseguidos, de los avances y de la lucha. Y para hablarnos de esa lucha y de lo que ha costado las cosas y siguen costando, tenemos el orgullo de tener un testimonio de primera mano que ha sido parte protagonista de esos 50 años de España en libertad. Manolita Chen, por favor. Todo tuyo.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Yo solamente traigo el abanico, porque como no sé leer ni escribir, ¿para qué voy a traer nada? Mi abaniquito, el que me representa. Yo soy una mujer que nació en el 43, 82 años. Una mujer que desde pequeñita orinaba en el váter sentadita con 4 años. Yo me sentía mujer desde niña y he aprendido a ser trans, hay que decir trans, y trun y tren, yo de esas cosas no sé nada. Yo solamente me siento mujer. Que me perdonen todas las personas trans, porque yo soy trans, claro, pero yo no me he sentido trans nunca. Es una cosa que nos han puesto la sociedad. Yo he escuchado aquí muchísimas cosas, claro, cosas que ni la he entendido y me tenía que comprender todas. Soy una mujer de pueblo, pero una mujer que ha luchado muchísimo. Yo no sé si lo sabéis, pero la primera mujer en España que cambió de DNI está aquí, aquí delante de ustedes. La que no sabe leer ni escribir. Aquí está, delante de ustedes. La mujer que está aquí, la primera que adoptó 5 hijos en España. La primera que adoptó 5 hijos, 4 paralíticos cerebrales y una niña síndrome de Down. Esta que está aquí, la de pueblo. A mí me tienen que dar 40 tiros y empujarme. A mí me quita una bandera y pongo 3. Esa es mi política. Mi política es adelante, no acobardarse de nadie ni de nada. Si siempre vamos a estar igual. Yo todavía lo que he sentido en mi vida son las alegrías que yo me he podido dar. Yo sola, de adoptar a mis hijos, de casarme, como fue la primera que se casó, la primera que tuvo su DNI. Esas alegrías sí me las llevo yo. Pero yo he sido escupida, yo he sido maltratada, yo he sido violada, a mí me han tirado a las cunetas, yo tengo la ley de vago y maleante, yo tengo de la privacidad social, yo lo tengo todo, pero tengo también una satisfacción, que estoy aquí todavía sin darme vergüenza de nadie, aquí estoy yo, no me da vergüenza de nadie, ni el que sabe tanto, ni el que sabe poco, yo sé mi vida, lo que yo he sufrido y lo que yo he vivido. Se me murieron mis hijos y yo tenía mucho amor que dar todavía. Entonces, la primera fundación que se ha hecho para el colectivo en Andalucía, la ha hecho Manolita, para no estar ninguna en la calle. Ninguna se va a morir en la calle, ni ninguna va a estar abandonada. Mientras que Manolita tenga fuerza, no voy a dejar ninguna. Así que si ustedes tenéis familia, sobrinos, hermanos, cuñados, vecinos, amigos, lo que sea, que haya uno maltratado, buscar la fundación de Manolita, que yo le recojo, que yo le voy a dar mucho amor y no se va a ver discriminada, ninguna, porque nosotras lo que buscamos es el amor, la dignidad y el respeto y la libertad. ¿Para qué más cosas está? Yo me da vergüenza decir en un siglo XXI, me da vergüenza que voy a abrir 2 casas más. Tengo 9 abiertas y voy a abrir 2 más y que se tenga todavía que recoger del colectivo, las lesbianas, los transexuales, los bisexuales, todo el colectivo, que no los quieren los padres, que no los quieren la familia. Pues aquí está todavía Manolita para recogerlo. Y se va a abrir, que no se tenía que abrir, que a mí no me da alegría de abrir 2 casas más. Que a mí lo que me da pena que todavía tengamos familias de esta manera, que no los quieren para nada. Ahora mismo una de las que había aquí sentada, no iba a decir el nombre, me ha dicho que tiene una que me la va a mandar. Y yo digo, mándamela, porque no la quieren los padres. Así que no voy a cansar a ustedes más, solamente he sido la última y quiero que me perdonéis, que yo del corazón se lo digo todo. Esta es una analfabeta, pero luchadora, luchadora hasta la muerte, hasta la muerte, hasta la muerte. Gracias.